Chapter 773. At this time, the devouring blood world had completely covered the surroundings. The two great emperor's seals and the myriad demon spears' attack had caused the platform on the ground to completely shatter. The sand and stones flew into the air, blocking everyone's vision. No one knew that Long Chen was actually holding the 3,000 star field and stabbing it against the myriad demon spear. Situ Yu used the last bit of his strength to annihilate Long Chen and obtain the 3,000 star field. Ding! A crisp sound was heard. Then, Situ Yu saw a scene that made him despair. His face suddenly became incomparably pale because he saw that starting from the spearhead, the myriad demon spear started to shatter under the attack of the 3,000 star field. The black spearhead started to explode, followed by the body of the spear. The myriad demon spear, an emperor-class divine weapon, was shattered bit by bit under the attack of the 3,000 star field. Impossible. Situ Yu's eyes widened. Nothing is impossible. Die. Long Chen's 3,000 star field, which was emitting starlight, shattered the myriad transformation demon spear and pierced through his heart. Long Chen put away the 3,000 star field. As for Situ Yu, his heart was completely destroyed by Long Chen's explosive power. Even his internal organs were crushed by Long Chen. In a short moment, he was already dead. At this time, Long Chen withdrew the devouring blood world. The surrounding movements gradually disappeared. Everyone could see clearly what had happened on the battlefield. Although Long Chen had only taken out the 3,000 star field for a short moment, many people could already feel the terrifying and sharp power of the 3,000 star field. After the power of the 3,000 star field disappeared, Long Chen and Situ Yu stood opposite each other. Long Chen was currently unharmed, but many people with sharp eyes could already see that there was a huge bloody hole in Situ Yu's chest. Bright red blood was gurgling out of the wound. Situ Yu's life force quickly disappeared, and by the time everyone found out, Situ Yu was already dead. Long Chen's attacks had always been clean and ruthless. When he hit his opponent, he showed no mercy. In the first instant, he destroyed all of Situ Yu's vitality, not giving him any chance to turn the tables. The more certain he was of victory, the more he wanted to beat his opponent to death. The scene was completely silent. No one thought that such a situation would happen. At first, everyone thought that Situ Yu would win. There was no other possibility. Long Chen breaking through in the middle of the battle was already shocking enough, but who would have thought that he not only broke through, but also directly killed Situ Yu in front of all the devil race people. Many people had guessed that someone would die in this battle. If they wanted to obtain the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, they had to kill Long Chen. However, no one had expected Situ Yu to die. At first, there was a short silence, then a loud noise broke out. The loudest noise was on the side of the devil race. Until now, they had not treated Long Chen as one of their own. Previously, they had also placed all their hopes on Situ Yu. Who would have thought that Situ Yu would actually lose? Xiao Yu. In just a short moment, Situ Yu had never thought that his grandson would die like this. The hope that he had painstakingly cultivated for so many years died in Long Chen's hands just like that. It was suddenly gone. How could Situ Yu's heart accept this? He was first stunned, and then his eyes revealed a crazed hostility. Hatred quickly erupted from his eyes. You're courting death. Situ Yu roared and madly rushed towards Long Chen. In a short moment, he arrived beside Situ Yu. He first hugged Situ Yu. At this moment, Situ Yu had already completely lost his breath and became a dead man. Long Chen, Situ Yu raised his head and stared at Long Chen with bloodthirsty eyes. Seeing this, Lei Ji moved and asked Bai Lan, Situ Yu is clearly going to attack Long Chen. I'll go. He only asked this because Bai Lan did not move. Bai Lan smiled mysteriously and said, it's fine. We'll just stay here obediently. Even with the myriad demon spear, Situ Yu is not Long Chen's match. Why do we need to worry about Situ Yu? Lei Ji thought about it and felt that this was true. Therefore, he did not make a move. What Lei Ji did not see was that a strange light flashed in Bai Lan's eyes. It was not because of Long Chen, but because of the strange movements of the others, which attracted his attention. At this moment, Situ Yu's death immediately caused a huge uproar. Many people rushed towards the center, wanting to see what happened. Especially the people of the demon race, each and every one of them was filled with righteous indignation. Their faces were filled with anger, and they shouted that they wanted to tear Long Chen to pieces. If it were not for the remaining elders presiding over the overall situation, it was estimated that there would have been a big mess. Even the Thunder Clan's side seemed to be restless. Everyone rushed towards Long Chen's side. The originally quiet scene instantly became explosive. Elder Situ, kill him. He violated the rules and actually killed Big Brother Situ. Kill him. Among the demon race, seeing that Bai Lan did not move, one by one, the people of the demon race shouted. For a moment, the crowd was enraged, wanting to put Long Chen to death. Seeing the miserable state of his grandson, Situ Yao had long been unable to control himself. At this moment, his whole body erupted with anger. After putting away Situ Yu's body, he coldly looked at Long Chen. When everyone was at their most nervous, he angrily made a move, completely disregarding the presence of Bai Lan and Lei Ji. Moreover, as soon as he made a move, Situ Yao used the killing move of the killing move, the third move of the demonic transformation fist. Everyone let out a loud cry. Sure enough, Situ Yao still made a move. Situ Yao's strength was not necessarily much stronger than the current Situ Yu, but in the past 100 years, his position in the demon race was still very high, unshakable. Even his contribution to the demon race was quite great. In the entire Devil God dynasty, Situ Yao's reputation was very high. Apart from Bai Lan, there were not many people who had a higher reputation than him. However, at the moment when Situ Yao was about to make a move, an accident happened. At this moment, in the Thunder Clan, in one place close to the demon race and the other place close to Bai Lan, there stood two members of the Thunder Clan's 7 sons, the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder. At this moment, a violent lightning suddenly burst out from their bodies. The speed of that glittering teardrop was simply too fast. As soon as it appeared, it instantly appeared in front of Bai Lan and the Devil Clan's sect elders. What is it? The thing that the Thunder Clan suddenly released had an extremely powerful destructive power. For a moment, that scorching and explosive lightning made countless disciples with weaker cultivation let out miserable screams. Under the influence of the lightning, even if they were not hit, they were still bombarded until their skin and flesh were lacerated. Of these 2 attacks, one was aimed at the remaining sect elders, while the other was aimed at Bai Lan and Lei Ji. At this moment, Bai Lan did not say a word and protected his 2 daughters, but did not do anything else. As for Lei Ji, he knew what it was the moment it appeared. At this moment, his face turned ashen. But very quickly, that bolt of lightning suddenly exploded into a cage-like lightning cage, completely trapping Bai Lan, Lei Ji, and the other 3 sect elders. Whoever released the Thunder Prison will use the ultimate power of my Thunder Clan. At this moment, Lei Ji's anger reached its peak. He let out a heaven-shaking roar. Those nearby, except for those protected by Bai Lan, were all shaken and took a few steps back. Even some of the weaker Thunder Clan members directly vomited blood due to Lei Ji's anger. This teardrop suddenly turned into a cage that looked like a lightning ball, completely trapping them. The lightning in this lightning ball wasn't ordinary lightning, it was a ferocious purple lightning. The violent electric serpent kept flashing in front of the 4 people, swallowing and spitting out endless cold light. The scorching power caused everyone to hurriedly dodge. Even Bai Lan and Lei Ji were temporarily trapped, let alone the remaining sect elders. At this moment, those sect elders were completely trapped. As for the disciples beside them, they were not like Su Shui and Soi Yan, who were protected by Bai Lan. Under the purple lightning, a few of them died instantly. Those sect elders clearly remembered what it was, and for a moment, they did not dare to move. After all, they saw that even the Thunder Clan's patriarch was imprisoned by the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan. What is the Thunder Clan trying to do? The same question appeared in everyone's mind. They were simply dumbfounded. Today, Long Chen had already caused the outcome of the battle to be beyond their expectations. And now, the Thunder Clan that had coexisted with the Devil Clan for so many years had also received a surprise. 7 sons of the Thunder Clan, what are you guys doing? Lei Ji calmed down. At this moment, he turned his head back. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan were all standing in front of him. Behind them were the other members of the Thunder Clan. There were still many people in the Thunder Clan who did not know about this matter. However, this was a conflict between Lei Ji and the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan. They were the super giants of the Thunder Clan, representing the conflict between the 2 major forces of the Thunder Clan. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan had the advantage of being deeply rooted, while Lei Ji had the advantage of being strong and winning the hearts of the people. At this moment, even Biyao, who was on the platform, stopped what he was doing when he saw such a thing happening in the Thunder Clan. At this moment, other than Biyao, the remaining sect elders of the Devil Clan were all imprisoned. This situation made Biyao narrow his eyes, and he immediately began to ponder. Clearly, the Thunder Clan actually used such a method at this moment. They used the final strength of the Thunder Clan, 2 of the 5 lightning prisons, to trap the 2 patriarchs of the Devil Clan. They definitely had a motive for paying such a huge price. Their motive was undoubtedly the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Chapter 774. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Miker. At that moment, everyone's gazes were looking at the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan were standing in front of Lei Ji. They were looking at him with glittering eyes, waiting for his reply. Lei Ji's face had always been ashen. After hearing what they said, Lei Ji gnashed his teeth and suddenly shouted, "Accept this prison of thunder, and I'll spare your lives, or else." As he spoke, he tightly clenched his fists. Immediately, bolts of lightning twined around his arms. Purple electric snakes flicked their tongues and made hissing sounds. A horrifying qi burst out from Lei Ji's body. It was the power of a domain. Lei Ji had reached the first level of the Heaven Realm, and he was already able to use that domain in the beginning. That horrifying qi made the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan's expressions change. They didn't need Lei Ji's reply. From Lei Ji's actions, they already knew what Lei Ji was thinking. Towards the actions of the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan, he very cleanly opposed them. Disperse. Don't go near their domain. After Lei Ji exploded, the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan's expressions changed. They quickly led the people of the Thunder Clan and quickly retreated. At the same time, they glanced at each other and a sharp, cold glare burst out from their eyes. After that, every single one of them, without saying anything, went towards Biyao and Lei Ji, and went towards Long Chen. The power of the domain was mainly reflected in suppressing and not attacking. Biyao and Lei Ji could not come out from the prison of thunder, so they could not attack them. Seeing that scene, Lei Ji was so furious that he was about to explode. He roared a few times, but the people of the Thunder Clan were mostly afraid of the patriarch's strength. As the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan moved together, the others could only watch the show. After all, what the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan said was right. In these years, under the protection of the Demon Clan, although the Thunder Clan was safe, they also lost their freedom. Especially the disciples of the younger generation, they were often bullied by the disciples of the Demon Clan. 7 sons of the Thunder Clan, you are looking to die. After the effect of the prison of thunder is over, Lei Ji will definitely teach you a lesson. Lei Ji's furious voice still did not stop. Hearing the Heaven Realm experts roar, everyone's hair stood on end in their hearts. Lei Ji's face was filled with anger and unwillingness, but contrary to everyone's expectations, Biyao didn't show any expression. At this time, he smiled and gently stopped Lei Ji, whispering into his ear, "Little brother, don't be too agitated. We'll just wait and see." Lei Ji turned his head and saw that Biyao, who should have been even more angry and shocked, was not affected by this matter. His expression was still calm. Only then did Lei Ji realize that this omnipotent Bylon might have his own methods. Thinking of this, he let out a sigh of relief. However, he still spoke in a helpless tone, "Brother Bai, I'm sorry this time. The one who should be sorry should be me." What they said was correct. The Thunder Clan and Demon Clan were originally brothers, but I didn't restrict the actions of my subordinates, nor did I let them set up a correct concept. Today is a good opportunity for our two clans to be even more united. Lei Ji's expression changed. Seeing Bai Lan's smiling face, he finally understood Bai Lan's thoughts. At the same time, he also saw that Bai Lan very possibly already guessed the Thunder Clan's actions this time. In the other clans, Bai Lan was an existence that caused people to tremble with fear just by hearing his name. Having such a brain and scheming was also one of the reasons for his success. "Brother Bai, whatever you want to do, I'll listen to you," said Lei Ji after thinking for a bit. His relationship with Bai Lan started when they were young, and their brotherly love was deeply rooted. However, sometimes, they only focused on themselves and thought that anyone from the Thunder Clan and Demon Clan could get along harmoniously. He didn't think that there would still be many flaws and contradictions, and today was precisely the day when the contradictions exploded. Lei Ji relaxed a lot when he heard that Bai Lan had a solution. He looked at the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan, who were currently making their way towards Long Chen. In order to kill Long Chen as quickly as possible, the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan had already surrounded Long Chen and Sitiyao from 7 different directions. Sitiyao looked at Long Chen, then stared at the other 7 sons of the Thunder Clan cautiously. His eyes constantly darted around as he tried to think of a solution. In the current situation, because the Thunder Clan had taken out their final strength, Thunder Prison, and used up 2 of them, they successfully imprisoned the Demon Clan's forces. Now, the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan had control of the situation, and the Demon Clan only had Sitiyao standing outside. "Sitiyao, go. Although the Thunder Clan's actions today have exceeded your expectations, our 2 clans have fought together many times. We can be considered brothers. We have no intention of killing. Once we obtain the 7 Brilliant Star Lord's legacy, we'll leave immediately," said the leader of the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan. At this moment, the leader of the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan, Lei Yuan, said. Although the Thunder Clan had suddenly started a rebellion, they had no intention of provoking the Demon Clan. They only wanted to obtain the legacy and strengthen the Thunder Clan so that they would no longer have to rely on the Demon Clan to survive. If they still killed Sitiyao, Bai Lan would definitely not spare the Thunder Clan when he escaped from the Thunder Prison. Sitiyao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that they did not dare to kill him. His eyes darted around and he quickly thought of a solution. He stared at Lei Yuan and said, "Brother Lei Yuan, you've temporarily restricted the experts of my Demon Clan. I'm not your opponent alone, so I won't resist you and seek my own death. I can step aside and let you obtain the 7 Brilliant Star Lord's legacy, but I have a condition." Situ Yao's weak way of doing things made the proud Demon Clan members secretly despise him. At that moment, there were already people on the Demon Clan's side who were continuously discussing Situ Yao. However, they did not dare to speak loudly. Situ Yu was not in the wrong. He was only trying to preserve his life. More importantly, Bai Lan, as the patriarch, did not say anything. He was only an elder. He did not need Situ Yao to die pointlessly. From start to finish, Bai Lan did not say anything. It even made the crowd forget that he was already in the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm and had the Demon God Emperor's legacy. "Situ Yao, speak. What is your request?" Lei Yuan did not want to waste time. He only wanted to kill Long Chen as soon as possible and obtain the legacy. When Long Chen died and they had the 7 Brilliant Star Lord's legacy, they would see whether the Demon Clan would risk their lives against the Thunder Clan or not. If they did, the Thunder Clan would very possibly be destroyed, but the Demon Clan would not have a good ending either. The Thunder Clan was also gambling. They were gambling that the Demon Clan would not dare to risk their lives against them at that moment. After all, there were three great powers in the primordial cemetery. The Divine Wind Clan and the Five Elements Alliance were not to be trifled with. If they had internal strife, the final result would only be them being swallowed up by the other two powers. At that time, the gains would not make up for the losses. Biyao did not hesitate and directly said, "This Long Chen took my grandson's life. I will only be at peace if I kill him with my own hands. However, I will not take the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy. I will say this first. If you don't let me kill Long Chen today, I will risk my life against you, and even the Demon Clan will risk their lives against your Thunder Clan." Biyao was only representing his own interests. It was a bit far-fetched to drag the entire Demon Clan into this. Biyao did not say anything. Nothing counted. However, what made the crowd feel strange was that Biyao did not say anything. Even when his precious son-in-law was about to be besieged and killed, he still had a calm appearance. The crowd could not fathom what Biyao was thinking. Even his two daughters were worried half to death at that moment. However, Biyao was not worried. There was another person in the same situation as Biyao, and that was Long Chen. Similarly, Long Chen also had a calm expression. He looked at Biyao and the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan. They all had the battle prowess of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, but Long Chen's expression did not change at all. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan agreed to Biyao's request after a short discussion. Lei Yuan coldly said, "Biyao, you'd better finish it quickly. We don't have time to waste with you. Also, if you touch the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, you will not rest until you die. You know, we have already reached this point. There is no way out. Alright, I don't need 10 breaths of time." The Thunder Clan's permission made Biyu's eyes filled with excitement. The legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords was very far away from him, but for him, to be able to kill Long Chen and avenge his grandson, that was already enough. The other things could be done later. After saying that, in the midst of the crowd's cries, Biyu did not say anything and directly attacked Long Chen. He originally wanted to use this move to kill Long Chen, but at that time, the Thunder Clan suddenly went berserk. Demonic Fist of Life, Demonic Death. This was the last punch of this set of fist techniques. The last punch of a low royal battle skill was suitable for cultivators in the 3rd layer of the Heaven Martial Realm. However, Biyao's talent was not low. He was only in the 9th layer of the Earth Martial Realm, but he could already use this last punch. With an explosion, Biyao's fist suddenly shot out. The black light exploded into thousands of fist blurs, condensing into a single point and imprinting itself on the center of Long Chen's eyebrows. Long Chen saw a huge demonic figure on the small point. It was currently trying to devour him, and the bloody mouth arrived before Long Chen in an instant. Buzz! With the punch, the surrounding space trembled. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan looked at each other, shocked by the powerful force. They could not help but take a few steps back, only then could they eliminate the effects of the attack on them. Prepare to fight for the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Prevent Biyao from playing any tricks, Lei Yuan secretly reminded the other original members. In their opinion, there was no chance for Long Chen to survive under this kind of fist technique. The fist technique of Heavenly Devil Perish instantly descended. Long Chen let out a light shout, and his expression did not change. Rays of starlight emerged from his body, and at this moment, in front of everyone's eyes, it turned into a gorgeous blue spear that overflowed with light. Under Long Chen's control, this spear was imbued with all of his power, and instantly pierced towards Biyao. Chapter 775. 3000 Star Field. Without a doubt, Long Chen was using the 3000 Star Field. At the beginning, Long Chen was only in the 6th layer of the Earth Martial Realm. Everyone thought that he only had that little bit of strength and it was not enough to use the 3000 Star Field. If he wanted to use the 3000 Star Field, he would need to have the strength of at least the 8th layer of the Earth Martial Realm. At that moment, Long Chen's Jin Qi was already in the 8th layer of the Earth Martial Realm. Moreover, his Jin Qi was much stronger than other people's. Therefore, when Long Chen used the 3000 star field, he was able to use it with ease. The 3000 star field was composed of 3000 star points. Each star point contained an endless amount of star power. This star power existed in the form of star aura qi. This star aura qi was equivalent to the devouring metal aura, a calamitous aura qi. Long Chen used his Jin Yuan to trigger the star aura qi, causing it to erupt from the 3000 star field. Even if he didn't use any combat skills, he could still create a terrifying attack effect. Long Chen's Jin Qi was poured into the star energy. The dragon spirit Jin Qi and the star energy mixed together. A purple and red qi suddenly burst out and pierced toward Sitiyao. The strength of the 3000 star field was beyond Long Chen's imagination. Long Chen didn't know the level of the 3000 star field. Now, it seemed that it was a high-level emperor-level divine weapon. It was only a step away from the legendary divine weapon. Such a divine weapon could be considered a treasure even in the 3 great imperial regions. 3000 star field. Situ Yu's expression changed. He used up all of his Jin Qi and used the Tianma Fall. Was the Tianma Fall stronger or the terrifying 3000 star field? The answer was quickly revealed. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Long Chen shouted explosively. He suddenly used his strength and the dazzling blue spear immediately pierced through Sitiyao's fist. What? Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief, including Sitiyao. He was very confident in the strength that he had cultivated for many years. However, that confidence was being ruthlessly destroyed by Long Chen. Long Chen's 3000 star field divine weapon transmitted a kind of sharp power that he could not resist. Previously, even the Great Transformation's demon spear was directly pierced through by the 3000 star field divine weapon, not to mention Sitiyao's fist. The power of the 3000 starfield's breakthrough had also exceeded Long Chen's imagination. The massive astral energy formed a vortex that surrounded the 3000 starfield spearhead. It directly pierced through Sitiyao's attack range. Finally, the berserk energy stabbed into Sitiyao's body. Ah! Sitiyao let out a miserable shriek. It was not only his spear that had pierced into his body, but also the star field. Long Chen had been tortured by the star field for so long. At this moment, there was finally someone who had suffered with him. When Long Chen had first suffered the star field Jin Qi, he had the protection of the 7 star field Jin Qi and the control of the star core. However, Sitiyao was different. The star field Jin Qi that rushed towards his chest directly destroyed his body. Why? Why? The 3000 star field that he coveted had pierced into his own body at this moment. This made Sitiyao feel as if he was struck by lightning. His mind was blank. The burning pain in his chest was burning his divine weapon at this moment. Explode! Explode! Sitiyao used all the strength in his body to explode the 3000 star field from his chest. At the same time, he also sacrificed a part of his flesh and blood to finally drive the devastating star field out of his body. He's only at the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. How can he have the power to kill me? Sitiyao could not believe this fact. After blasting the 3000 star field out of his body, he once again used the last move of the demonic life transformation fist. He wanted to kill Long Chen. But at this moment, Long Chen's eyes turned cold. He took out the 3000 star field and suddenly spun it. It directly hit Sitiyao's arm. His arm was directly smashed. His flesh was badly mangled and blood was dripping. Sitiyao let out a miserable shriek and was directly swept away. After his arm was destroyed by Long Chen, it was difficult for him to use any attacks. He was practically a cripple. Long Chen! Sitiyao roared. His eyes were already blood red. His hatred for Long Chen was simply boundless. It's normal for people to be greedy. I am greedy too. It's just that some things depend on luck. My luck is better than yours. That's why I obtained the inheritance of the 7 luminary Star Lord. But you will never get it. You want to steal from me, so you are my enemy. Against my enemies, I, Long Chen, only have one method. And that was death. When Long Chen sent Sitiyao flying, the 3,000-star field in his hand emitted a dazzling blue light. It directly pierced Sitiyao's heart. With a boom, Sitiyao could not dodge in time. His heart was directly pierced by Long Chen. His corpse fell to the ground with a bang and rolled a few times. Blood dyed the surroundings red. Then, there was no more movement. At this moment, Sitiyao's eyes were still wide open. Seeing this scene, the scene was simply silent. Everyone looked at each other. At first, they did not dare to speak, especially the ordinary warriors. This was a conflict between the demon race and the Thunder Clan. They did not leave now because they wanted to take advantage of the situation. As for the Thunder Clan, they could only be shocked by Long Chen's strength and the superiority of the 7 luminary Star Lord's inheritance. They did not dare to think about anything else. Everything in the Thunder Clan was controlled by the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan. As for the demon race, they were naturally unwilling to see their patriarch killed by Long Chen. Especially the other patriarch, they had been friends with Sitiyao for many years. Now that both Sitiyao and his grandson had died in the hands of Long Chen, the Situ family was basically destroyed. Long Chen held the 3,000-star field in his hand and looked down on the crowd. His gaze finally fell on the demon race. At this moment, the demon race was looking at him with righteous indignation. Long Chen, you dared to kill the patriarch of the demon race. You are the son-in-law of our patriarch. In the demon race, killing one's own people is a serious crime. That's right. You are such a cruel and merciless person. You must be punished. Patriarch, you must not let this Long Chen go so easily. We are bitterly disappointed. The Situ family has contributed a lot to the demon race. Now, 2 of the most important figures in the family have died in the hands of Long Chen. If the patriarch let him go so easily, we will be bitterly disappointed. Many people began to clamor. Even the patriarchs of the demon race who were trapped by the Thunder prison were chattering non-stop. Bai Lan's expression was indifferent. No matter how much the demon race shouted, he didn't look at them. Instead, he looked at Long Chen with approval. It was as if he was guessing how Long Chen would deal with the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan next. At this moment, Long Chen faced the demon race and grinned, "Everyone, don't you understand the current situation? You are all trapped. You should be thinking about how to escape, not me, Long Chen." Long Chen looked around, paused, and continued in a clear voice, "Everyone, you are not children anymore. Can't you see that Sitiyao and Sitiyu want my life? I am just returning an eye for an eye. People die for wealth and birds die for food. The people of Situ family want to rob my things. Naturally, they must be prepared to die. The same goes for everyone. If you want to rob my things, then just do it. I, Long Chen, will accept it. What kind of man are you? Do you still know how to write the word shame?" Long Chen's sarcastic and sharp words made the demon race's face turn red. However, they couldn't refute him. The law of the jungle was the rule of this world. Indeed, Situ and Sitiyao wanted Long Chen's life. Instead, they were killed by Long Chen because of their lack of strength. Although Long Chen was decisive and ruthless, what he said was indeed reasonable. Even the remaining 7 elders of the demon race were looking at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to say. The battle between Long Chen and Situ Yao only took less than 10 breaths of time. The 7 sons of the Thunder tribe didn't have that much time. Looking at Long Chen, although they were shocked, the 3,000-star field still attracted them. The stronger Long Chen was, the more they coveted the 3,000-star field. At that moment, Long Chen had finished talking with the demon race. The 7 sons of the Thunder tribe looked at each other and surrounded Long Chen. 7 ninth layer Earth Martial Realm cultivators surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen was only a 7th layer Earth Martial Realm cultivator. In this kind of situation, even a cultivator who had just entered the Sky Martial Realm would have to think carefully about how to deal with it, not to mention Long Chen. 7 ninth layer Earth Martial Realm cultivators, in the entire Myriad Kingdom territory, could be considered an abnormally strong force. The Wuxia Sage dynasty simply couldn't take out one of them. They couldn't even take out a 5th layer Earth Martial Realm cultivator. And at that moment, Long Chen had to face 7 of them. Long Chen, be careful. Su Shui and Soi Yan had tears in their eyes. They were shocked by Long Chen's strength, but at that moment, no matter how strong he was, it was useless. The opponents were 7 ninth layer Earth Martial Realm cultivators. In the entire Thunder tribe, besides Lei Ji, they were the strongest force. "Father, you still can't open this Thunder prison?" Soi Yan said in a panic. "Yen, what are you worried about? Father promises you that Long Chen will definitely be fine." Bai Lan smiled faintly and stroked Soyan's head. "Yes." Soi Yan nodded heavily. Even Lei Ji didn't understand Bai Lan's strength. "Big brother, you should be able to open this Thunder prison, right?" Sky Martial Realm cultivators knew Sky Martial Realm cultivators the best. The 7 sons of the Thunder tribe might have underestimated Bai Lan's strength, but Lei Ji definitely wouldn't. He knew how terrifying Bai Lan was. "Who said that?" Bai Lan chuckled. Chapter 776. Long Chen, will give you a chance. Remove your connection with the 3,000 star territory and tell us the cultivation method of the Big Dipper steps and the 7 glorious star body. Then we'll let you leave safely. That's right. Otherwise, even if you can kill Situ Yu and Situ Yao, the 7 of us 7 sons of the Thunder clan will definitely be able to take your life. If you don't agree, we can only take it from your corpse. You're talented, but your cultivation level is low and you don't have a reliable background. Bai Lan only got close to you because you have the inheritance of the 7 glorious Star Lords. If you didn't have that inheritance, he wouldn't even care about you. So don't be naive. Hand over what we want as soon as possible. We'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths of time, if you don't listen to us, we'll attack, said Lei Yuan. At this moment, their bodies were wrapped in lightning and they surrounded Long Chen. The lightning between the 7 of them directly connected together, forming a net that tightly surrounded Long Chen. This wasn't the glazed gold domain. Even if Long Chen wanted to use the profound golden soul to escape, it would be impossible. However, what made everyone speechless was that Long Chen's reply was, "Hurry up and attack. Don't waste time. I have the 3,000 star territory. Let's see what you can do to me. Let me tell you, I can kill Situ Yao and I can kill Situ Yao again. As for the others in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, I'm not afraid. If one comes, I, Long Chen, will kill one. If 2 come, I, Long Chen, will kill 2. Long Chen's words were extremely arrogant. This kid was definitely the most dazzling person today. Whether it was the demons or the Thunder clan, or even the ordinary cultivators, no one had thought that Long Chen would have such a dazzling performance. In the Myriad Kingdom's domain, apart from Long Chen, who would dare to tell the 7 sons of the Thunder clan that they would kill 1 if they came and kill 2 if they came? The Thunder clan's 7 sons were originally giving Long Chen a chance. But after hearing Long Chen's words, they were enraged. They looked at each other angrily. In the end, Thunder Abyss nodded and said to everyone, "Let's take this kid down. The most important thing is to be careful. Pay attention to your safety, and pay attention to the 3,000 star field." "All right." The 7 sons of the Thunder clan shouted in unison. At that moment, the 7 of them moved at the same time. They attacked Long Chen with the pure chi of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning wrapped around Long Chen, sealing him in a closed space of lightning. The lightning made crackling sounds. One after another, the shadows of lightning punches flew towards Long Chen. World of devouring blood. At that moment, Long Chen moved. A blood-red space appeared, instantly covering the space of lightning created by the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan. That huge blood-devouring power immediately acted on the bodies of the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan frowned. They could clearly feel that they had to use their pure chi to suppress it. Only then could they move their bodies flexibly. Long Chen's world of devouring blood could suppress at least 2 levels of their pure chi. The Golden Crow's fire was burning above Long Chen's 3,000-star field. All kinds of power were concentrated on the 3,000-star field in his hand. When he used the world of devouring blood, Long Chen's body moved. He suddenly rotated his body and in an instant, he rushed towards the leader of the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan, Thunder Abyss. Thunder Abyss was already old. To be honest, although he was the most authoritative, in terms of strength, he was indeed the weakest among the 7. After all, he was old and his body had already aged. He couldn't be compared to the past, unlike Bailan who had already reached the sky martial arts realm and obtained a new life. Protect the Grand Doyen. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan were quite united. Thunder Abyss was a person of virtue and prestige within the Thunder Clan. He was their current spiritual leader. Therefore, they had to ensure his safety. However, the more nervous they were, the more Long Chen knew of the importance of Thunder Abyss. Therefore, at this moment, Long Chen was going all out. He completely ignored the attacks of the others and rushed towards Thunder Abyss with the 3,000-star field in his hand. You want to deal with me? Do you think I'm a pushover? Thunder Abyss sneered. He suddenly rotated his body and kicked out. In an instant, a leg silhouette of lightning shot towards Long Chen. The leg silhouette flickered like lightning and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Long Chen. It was as if it was a real lightning bolt. Galloping lightning leg technique. After the leg silhouette of lightning, Thunder Abyss didn't stop at all. This galloping lightning leg technique was clearly not a weak leg technique. Under the use of his leg technique, the leg silhouettes shot towards Long Chen like lightning. Child's play. These attacks didn't scare Long Chen at all. Long Chen didn't stop. He executed the Big Dipper footwork. Immediately, an astrolabe flickered under his feet. Long Chen's figure flickered on the astrolabe. His movements were incomparably fast. Not a single one of the hundreds of leg silhouettes managed to hit him. This caused the others to be dumbfounded. In fact, they finally admitted that Long Chen didn't rely on treasures to achieve his current strength. In terms of movement techniques, body tempering, and even weapons, he had very deep attainments. The only thing he was lacking in was his true yuan. However, with the martial god's steel diagram, it was only a matter of time before his true yuan improved. Using the Big Dipper footwork of the 7 brilliant star monarchs, Long Chen not only dodged Thunder Abyss's attack, but also the attacks of many other senior elders of the Thunder Clan. His figure flickered unceasingly in the encirclement of the crowd. Finally, he approached Thunder Abyss in an instant. He actually still hasn't been hit. Thunder Abyss's pupils slightly widened. The other senior elders of the Thunder Clan also revealed astonished expressions. At this moment, Long Chen was already very close to Thunder Abyss. They instantly became somewhat anxious. If Long Chen fought alone and used the same method he used to deal with Biyao, Thunder Abyss would most likely be killed. If Thunder Abyss died, this matter would probably become even more serious. Quick, protect the Grand Senior Elder. The other senior elders immediately rushed towards Long Chen with no regard for their lives. Under the suppression of Long Chen's devouring world of blood, although they were very close, because they were separated, only a few of them could catch up to Long Chen from the side. Courting death. At this moment, 2 people had already caught up to Long Chen. They attacked Long Chen from the left and right. Thunderbolt Fox. One of them roared. His body rapidly spun and a lightning fox shot out from his hand. In an instant, it condensed into a true form and whizzed towards Long Chen. Boundless lightning flickered on the lightning fox. Scarlet Emperor Burning Sky imprint. Long Chen didn't even turn his head. His left hand held onto the 3,000 star domain while a fiery red seal appeared in his right hand. He threw it behind him. Instantly, the fiery red seal shook the lightning fox, shattering it into pieces. Long Chen made use of this impact to get closer to Thunder Abyss at an even faster speed. Good lad, not bad. On the other side, another senior elder of the Thunder clan had already caught up. His expression was rather interesting. When he got close to Long Chen, he suddenly took out 2 lightning blades from his cosmos sack and slashed towards Long Chen. 2 bolts of lightning instantly struck towards Long Chen. Clang! A sharp sound of friction could be heard. Long Chen directly used the 3,000 star domain to deflect his attack. Courting death. That expert sneered because he still had another blade that was slashing towards Long Chen. If Long Chen was hit by it, his head would probably be split in half. However, to everyone's surprise, Long Chen directly stretched out his hand and grabbed the lightning blade in front of everyone's stunned eyes. A crisp sound was heard. Long Chen directly grabbed the lightning blade. The flickering stars and runes of the 7 glorious stars' body all gathered on Long Chen's palm. What made everyone speechless was that Long Chen actually used his hand to grab the opponent's attack. This blade isn't even at the Emperor level. How dare you take it out to make a fool of yourself? Long Chen sneered. He exerted strength in his hand and the lightning blade was actually broken by him. An ear-piercing sound rang out. Everyone was dumbfounded. Although that lightning blade wasn't at the Emperor level, it wasn't far from it. No one would have thought that Long Chen's 7 glorious stars body would be so strong that he could actually break the lightning blade with his fingers. Even the doyen who used the lightning blade was stunned for a moment. He couldn't figure out how this brat Long Chen's body was able to break the lightning blade. However, Long Chen was also in a hurry. He didn't waste time talking nonsense with the doyen and directly swept out with the 3,000 star domain, sending the doyen flying. At this time, there was no one left standing in front of Lei Yuan. Long Chen originally wanted to kidnap a random person to force the other Thunder clan members to not dare to make a move. However, Lei Yuan was clearly the core of the group. To capture the bandits, he had to capture the leader first. As long as he dealt with Lei Yuan, the rest would be easy to deal with. Using the Big Dipper steps, Long Chen finally passed the last person and rushed towards Lei Yuan. At this time, the other 6 people were chasing after Long Chen in a frenzy as they launched attacks at Long Chen. Break! With a loud roar, the 3,000 star domain in Long Chen's hands started spinning rapidly. Beams of starlight gathered on the 3,000 star domain, and the 3,000 star domain exploded instantly, turning into countless stars. Under Long Chen's control, the 3,000 shining stars shot towards Lei Yuan. To think that the 3,000 star domain can be used like this. Lei Yuan was shocked as he tried to retreat. However, Long Chen's speed was simply too fast. While the 3,000 star domain was moving, Long Chen was also using the Big Dipper steps. One by one, Long Chen arrived beside Lei Yuan and blasted out a golden emperor heaven covering seal towards Lei Yuan. Heaven and Earth Thunder Palm. Chapter 777. Long Chen didn't even look at the attack. His body passed through it without a scratch on his 7 glorious star body. Meanwhile, the 3,000 star field that Long Chen had thrown out earlier had now condensed into a 10-meter-long blue starry whip under Long Chen's control. Long Chen held one end of the whip in one hand, while the other end wrapped around Lei Yuan, who had been sent flying by the Golden Emperor heaven-encompassing seal. Come back. Long Chen exerted some force and the 3,000 star field immediately wrapped around Lei Yuan's body. Under Long Chen's control, it instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. The 3,000 star field wrapped around Lei Yuan so tightly that he couldn't even move his limbs or head. Compared to Lei Yu's restraints, the 3,000 star field's restraints were even more thorough. Lei Yuan screamed in agony. Although the 3,000 star field had turned into a whip, it was still filled with the power of astral qi. Now, the whip was wrapped in violet astral qi, which immediately caused Lei Yuan to scream in agony. It was clear that the astral qi was tormenting him greatly. The reputation of the 7 glorious star lords was above that of the 3,000 star field. Thus, one could see how amazing the 3,000 star field was. The 3,000 star field was made up of 3,000 stars. Naturally, Long Chen could control these stars and form a new whip. In other words, the 3,000 star field could transform into any form of a weapon, be it a sword, a saber, or even a whip. It could even transform into a variety of strange weapons. Of course, the 3,000 star field's original form was still a spear. Only when it transformed into a spear could it display its most powerful offensive power. Of course, the whip could completely trap Lei Yuan. Under the restraints of the 3,000 star field, Lei Yuan's old bones could only suffer the astral qi of the 3,000 star field. He couldn't move at all. All he could do was glare at Long Chen in despair and anger. "All of you, stop." At this time, the other Grand Elders were displaying their trump cards in an attempt to stop Long Chen. However, Long Chen was still a step ahead of them. Before they could even reach him, Long Chen had already gained complete control over Lightning Abyss in his hands. It could be said that if Long Chen was angered, Long Chen could easily kill Lei Yuan in a very short amount of time. Seeing this, the others stopped their attacks and glared at Long Chen with righteous indignation. The Lightning Abyss was in Long Chen's hands. Even if they had the strength, it was inevitable that they would hold back for fear of harming the innocent. They had underestimated Long Chen far too much. If they had used absolute strength from the start to defeat Long Chen, this wouldn't have happened. Long Chen alone had actually neutralized the attack of the Thunder Clan's 7 sons. Long Chen had single-handedly neutralized the attacks of the 7 luminaries of the Thunder Clan. The surrounding people immediately let out cries of disbelief. This youth was too heaven-defying. The youths of the Thunder Clan wanted to kill Long Chen previously, but Long Chen's heaven-defying performance had won them over. They were convinced by Situ Yu's strength and talent. Clearly, Long Chen was much more heaven-defying than Situ Yu. This kid might really be more suitable for the 7 brilliant Star Lords' inheritance than Situ Yu. Many people were completely convinced by Long Chen. It's not an injustice that the 7 brilliant Star Lords are in the hands of this youth. At this moment, the other senior elders of the Thunder Clan glared at Long Chen. They said, "Long Chen, let go of our Grand Elder, or we'll fight you to the death. Let go. Don't force the 6 of us. If you push us too far, the entire demon race won't have a good ending." At this moment, they could only hope to frighten Long Chen through intimidation and threats. However, if Long Chen was so easily frightened, would he have captured Lei Yuan and used him as a hostage? The answer was clearly no. "Everyone must be joking with me, Long Chen. I went through so much trouble to capture this old man. How can I let him go?" Long Chen laughed and looked at them with interest. One of the senior elders of the Thunder Clan said, "Long Chen, you have to be careful. Open up your 3,000 star domain. If the Grand Elder is fine, everything can be discussed. However, if something happens to him, you can forget about living. We've already reached this point. We've already thrown caution to the wind. Even if we have to fight to the death and cause great damage to the Thunder Clan and the demon race, we will have no regrets." When Long Chen heard that, he retracted the astral qi of the 3,000 star domain. He only restrained Lei Yuan. Lei Yuan really did not have much strength left. If the astral qi continued to ravage his body, he would be done for. It was not worth it to kill such a good hostage. When Long Chen caught Lei Yuan, the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan started to panic. The power of the Thunder Prison couldn't be maintained for too long, it would lose its effect after a short period of time. And now, it was clear that they couldn't kill Long Chen as quickly as they had imagined. In fact, they didn't even have the chance to kill Long Chen. In other words, their plan today would most likely fail. This result made them feel very helpless. They had planned for such a long time, but it had all been ruined by Long Chen. Who would have thought that the boy in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm would break through to the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm in the middle of a battle? What was even more terrifying was that not only had he killed Situ Yu and Situ Yao, but he had also successfully captured Lei Yuan, the first elder of the Thunder Clan, under the siege of the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan. Looking at their faces, Long Chen roughly knew that they were about to give up. At this time, a bit of psychological pressure was the most suitable method. But at this time, Lei Yuan shouted, "You 6 pieces of trash, don't listen to him. We've already reached this point, if we don't succeed, we die. It doesn't matter if I die, but if you don't do anything, everyone will die. Listen to me, don't care about my life or death, just do it." Slap. Just as Lei Yuan finished speaking, Long Chen slapped him across the face, causing him to swallow the rest of his words back into his stomach. Grand Elder. Everyone looked at Long Chen with loathing in their eyes. There really weren't many people in the myriad kingdoms who dared to slap the Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan. However, Grand Elder Lei Yuan was still in Long Chen's hands, so they still couldn't do anything. "Old man, if you say more, I don't mind slapping you a few more times. Let's see how thick your skin really is. Do you believe that I won't let you keep your chastity in your old age? I'll tear your clothes off." Long Chen laughed shamelessly. Shameless. Sure enough, many people started cursing. Not only was he shameless, but he also had a heavy taste. Long Chen's hair stood on end. He didn't dare do that, he only said those words to scare the old man. However, everyone really thought that he was a person with a heavy taste. "All of you, shut up." Long Chen's voice contained a trace of coldness. His performance today was extraordinary, and he already had his own prestige. The moment he spoke, he truly frightened everyone. Long Chen's gaze turned solemn as his expression turned calm once more. He turned to the elders of the Thunder Clan and spoke, "You've already seen the situation today. Your plan has already failed. I think that between us, between the Thunder Clan and the Devil Clan, we really should have a good talk. We're all brothers, if there's any conflict, we can sit down and talk." "Long Chen, what do you mean by this?" Lei Yuan roared in anger. From his point of view, they had already failed and should be punished with death. After all, Bailan and Lei Ji wouldn't let them off. "Do you really think that your Thunder Prison can even trap the leader of the Devil Clan?" Long Chen laughed. Everyone was somewhat puzzled as they looked at Bailan. At this moment, Bailan shook his head and smiled, "Nothing can be hidden from this brat." In truth, Bailan indeed had the strength to break the Thunder Prison. It's just that he wanted to see how Long Chen would deal with it. Sure enough, Long Chen's performance was truly stunning. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. After all, today's matter had already been perfectly resolved by Long Chen. "The 6 of you, take this Thunder Prison. If Brother Bai takes action, this Thunder Prison will be destroyed. Currently, we've already used up 2/3 of its energy. There's still 1/3 left. Don't waste the treasure of my Thunder Clan." Lei Ji calmly said after a moment of silence. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan glanced at each other. Only a short period of time had passed since they took action. The Thunder Prison's energy had already been depleted by 2/3. Even if they didn't try to break it, they wouldn't be able to obtain the 3,000-star domain. If Bailan and Lei Ji were to come out, the situation would be even worse. "Don't worry. Brother Lei and I are both at fault for today's matter. Fortunately, there were no casualties today. I think everyone can calm down and have a good discussion. After all, the Thunder Clan and the Devil Clan are brothers, not enemies." Bailan pondered for a moment and said. From what he and Lei Ji said, it seemed that the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan weren't to blame for today's matter. Hearing this, the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan didn't believe it. They knew that they had already gone overboard. Could it be that their crime wasn't worthy of death? Lei Ji was the patriarch of the Thunder Clan, and he represented the interests of the Thunder Clan. If he lied to the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan at this time and caused the 7 sons to be killed after Bailan came out, then Lei Ji would no longer be the patriarch. Grand Elder, what should we do? The others looked at Lei Yuan, hoping that he would make a decision. Lei Yuan looked at the calm expressions on Bailan and Lei Ji's faces. Then, he looked at his clansmen, who were staring at him anxiously. Then, he looked at the 3,000-star domain that was binding him. A look of grief and indignation appeared on his face. He helplessly said, "Take the Thunder Prison and the 7 of us will surrender. We have lost to Long Chen today." Lei Yuan's words represented their surrender. Hearing this, whether it was Bailan, the others, or Long Chen, everyone smiled knowingly. Chapter 778. The 7 sons felt rather helpless after hearing Lei Yuan's words, but there was nothing they could do. The 2 who controlled the Thunder Prison had no choice but to put away the Thunder Prison that still had a third of its power left. The Thunder Prison was an extremely important treasure of the Thunder Clan. However, it was different from other treasures in that it could only be used once. It could not be used repeatedly like the 3,000-star domain or the demon spear of myriad transformation. However, it was precisely because the Thunder Prison could only be used once that its power was limitless. Aside from Bailan, no one present could break free from the restraints of the Thunder Prison. Of course, even Bailan could not break free from the start. He would probably have to wait for a while for the Thunder Prison's power to be exhausted before he could break free. Regardless, the 2 patriarchs and the various elders of the demon race had been freed from their restraints. Long Chen put away the 3,000-star domain and smiled at Lei Yuan. "Grand Elder, I'm truly sorry for offending you earlier." Lei Yuan looked at Long Chen with a trace of admiration. Although Long Chen had injured him, he did not feel any resentment towards Long Chen. "Not bad, young man. Based on today's situation, you are indeed qualified to receive the 7 brilliant Star Lords' inheritance. You are more qualified than us old fellows. Thank you for your praise, Grand Elder." Long Chen knew that Lei Yuan was praising him from the bottom of his heart. He smiled knowingly. Although the Thunder Clan had stirred up trouble today, he was confident in himself after using the 3,000-star domain. Hence, his performance had been outstanding. Before the battle, Long Chen had never imagined that he would be so outstanding. However, it was finally over. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan had gathered together. They stood in front of the experts of the Thunder Clan, as well as the remaining 7 elders of the demon race. Behind them were the other demons. Long Chen greeted Bailan and Lei Yuan before standing behind Bailan. "Kid, you did well. You've broadened my horizons." Lei Ji smiled at Long Chen in admiration. "Yeah, Big Brother has always been the best." Soi Yan clearly remembered that when Long Chen had first arrived at the Signwood Heavenly City, she had thought that even she would not be able to defeat him. Never did she expect that after over a month, Long Chen would already possess such battle prowess. In terms of combat power, even Su Shui was not his match. Among the younger generation of the demon race, Long Chen had become the most powerful existence in a very short period of time. Everyone looked at Long Chen with admiration. At this moment, Bailan looked at the demons with a solemn gaze. His gaze swept past the elders of the 7 great sects and he said, "Let's deal with the internal problems of our demon race first. I don't need to say anything for everyone to understand. You're not convinced that Long Chen possesses the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords and want to take it for yourself. I've already said that Long Chen is my son-in-law. Situ Yao and Situ Yu tried to take the legacy for their own benefit, but in the end, they both died because they were too weak. We've already thought through the matter regarding Situ Yao. Humans die in pursuit of wealth, just as birds die in pursuit of food. There's nothing to say about that. Lei Yuan is right. Today, Long Chen was able to kill Situ Yu and Situ Yao in succession, and even render the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan helpless. We're all convinced. The world is big, but the fist is big. From today onwards, the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords belongs to Long Chen. We have no complaints at all. Huang Zhong, one of the 7 Grand Elders, said. What about the others? The 7 elders were true to their words. They could accept Long Chen's existence. Biyao had already breathed a sigh of relief. What he wanted to see next was the opinions of the other youths. After all, they had supported Situ in the beginning. Now that Situ had died to Long Chen, they could not help but feel dissatisfied. For now, no one answered Bilan's question. Most of you are youths, so it's normal for you to be brave and fierce. However, you don't have enough strength. Situ is your example. I'm not saying that I'm biased towards Long Chen just because he's my son-in-law. If any of you have the strength to fight against Long Chen, or even defeat him, you'll also be highly regarded by me. Unlike the 7 elders, Biyao didn't ask the other youths to be convinced by Long Chen. In his words, there was even a hint of encouragement for others to deal with Long Chen. This was also a kind of encouragement for them. Long Chen wouldn't care about the hatred of some small characters towards him. Many of the youths from the devil race didn't say anything. Most of them didn't think that they had the strength to deal with Long Chen. In their hearts, they had already given up. Besides, at the beginning, they thought that Long Chen was just lucky, but now that he had shown his formidable strength, no one dared to blatantly say that they could deal with him. Most of the youths had already accepted the existence of Long Chen. Only a small number of youths who hung out with Long Chen were still unconvinced. They wanted to work hard and one day surpass Long Chen. Of course, their speed of growth was too slow for Long Chen. Long Chen wasn't afraid of them at all. Therefore, the matter of the devil race could be considered resolved. In the future, Long Chen wouldn't encounter any provocations from the devil race. His strength, after activating the 3,000 star field, was second only to the devil race. Now, who would dare to make a move against him? No one at all. Next was the Thunder Clan. At this time, Biyao and Lei Ji glanced at each other. They walked to the front of the Thunder Clan's 7 sons. First, Lei Ji said to the Thunder Clan's 7 sons, I'm very sorry about today's matter. First of all, I don't mean to blame the Thunder Clan's 7 sons. They were also doing this for the sake of the Thunder Clan's development. Their purpose was correct, but their method wasn't the right one. Lei Ji looked at the Thunder Clan's 7 sons and said, I don't know if you all have forgotten, but without the devil race, our Thunder Clan would only be a nameless organization that was being hunted down by the 5-element union. Perhaps we would have perished a long time ago, and we wouldn't have such a grand occasion today. Perhaps you all think that we are living under the fence of others, that we have lost our freedom. However, freedom must be fought for with strength. Without the help of our devil race brothers, even if we had our freedom, we wouldn't have it for long. The 5-element union and the Wind God clan would be more than happy to destroy the Thunder clan without the devil race's help. After a pause, Lei Ji sighed and continued, perhaps many people think that I, Lei Ji, am greedy for life and afraid of death. They think that I don't care about the Thunder clan's benefits and become a slave to the devil race. However, I don't think that way. The devil race and I are brothers. We fight side by side, through life and death. So many years of battle have already proven this point. Lei Ji's words made the Thunder Clan members reflect on themselves. They also thought about their current lack of freedom and restrictions. However, they didn't think about things on a deeper level. Let me say a few words. At this time, Long Chen took over and directly said, everyone should know the principle of interdependence. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, there are 3 major powers, and their strength is about the same. If the Thunder Clan and the Devil Race were to break off, then one of the 3 major powers would disintegrate. Without the strength to unite, whether it is the 5-element union or the Wind God clan, they can deal with the Thunder Clan or the Devil Race alone. I'm sure everyone understands this simple logic. The two clans have been united for so many years, and it is precisely because of this united strength that they are able to walk together. If both of you are not united, then others will definitely take this opportunity to ruthlessly suppress both clans. Lips and teeth interdependent, without the lips, the teeth would be cold. These words caused everyone to sink into contemplation. Biyao nodded, then looked solemnly at the people of the devil race and said, "Of course, our devil race also has our own responsibilities. I'm sure everyone thinks that the devil race is strong, so they are a little complacent. I usually don't pay attention to many of their underhanded tricks, but I didn't expect them to cause such trouble today." He sighed and said, "The Thunder Clan and the Devil Race have been united for hundreds of years. Your ancestors were once brothers who fought side by side, even today is the same. It's just that the battle in the ancient cemetery has yet to truly begin." That's right, the Devil Race does indeed have a stronger foundation than the Thunder Clan, but this is not a reason for us to look down on our brothers. Looking down on and humiliating our comrades will only lead to betrayal. Everyone has already seen the consequences of today's actions. Fortunately, it didn't cause any great calamity, otherwise no one here would be able to absolve themselves from blame. Lei Ji nodded, then said, "I hope everyone will think about it carefully. Today's matter will be treated as if it never happened. In the future, the Thunder Clan and the Devil Race will still be brothers. Eliminate the ill feelings in your hearts, and don't care too much about the matters of the other races." Biyao continued, "Today's matter will end here. If I find out that there are still people in the Devil Race who bully the people of the Thunder Clan, or even look down on us, Biyao will act fairly and impolitely, even though I am the patriarch of the Devil Race." Biyao's words caused the hearts of the Devil Race to tremble with fear. Indeed, the arrogant attitude of some of the younger disciples had long been formed. Many people didn't take the Thunder Clan seriously, but today's actions of the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan had deeply shocked them. It made them understand that the Thunder Clan wasn't easy to bully. They were brothers, not slaves. Only by uniting can we defeat our enemies. I hope you can understand. In the future, if the people of the Thunder Clan deliberately cause trouble for the Devil Race, Lei Ji will deal with it impartially and severely." Biyao and Lei Ji's words stunned the people below. Perhaps it wouldn't have an absolutely good effect in the beginning, but as time slowly passed, they would most likely become more vigilant. There were conflicts, but it was fine as long as they didn't treat it as hatred. "Everyone, go back properly. Everyone will be confined for 3 days. In these 3 days, without my orders, apart from cultivating and reflecting, you are not allowed to do anything else," Biyao ordered. Chapter 779. In this cruel society, the only way to survive was to unite. "Long Chen, follow me." After almost everyone left, Biyao said to Long Chen. Long Chen thought it was over. Now, only Lei Ji, Su Shui, and Sui Yan were left. At this moment, Long Chen nodded and prepared to follow Biyao. Biyao said to Sui Yan, You go back first. I will discuss the 9-clan youth martial competition with your sister and Long Chen." Sui Yan asked curiously, "That competition, are you going to let Big Brother participate?" Biyao smiled and said, "Go back first. Don't ask so much." "Oh." Sui Yan nodded obediently. After bidding farewell to Long Chen, she left. As for Long Chen, he followed Su Shui, Lei Ji, and Biyao to the core area of Cyanwood Heaven City. 9-clan youth martial competition. Long Chen recalled what Sui Yan said. His goal in Cyanwood Heaven City was to cultivate the 7-element star physique and at the same time, help Sui Yan remove the secret technique. Hearing Soyan's words, could it be that Biyao wanted him to help the demon race and participate in this 9-clan youth martial competition? Biyao had helped him so much. If she really needed him, Long Chen wouldn't refuse. So, he followed Biyao and the others to the elegant room where he first met Biyao. At this moment, Biyao and Lei Ji turned their heads and stared at Long Chen for a while. Then, Biyao said, your performance today has exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect you to be this strong. I won't say too many praises. The reason I asked you to come here today is because I have a request. Just say it, Patriarch. If it's something that Long Chen can do, I will definitely do my best. Long Chen said with a smile. Bailan and Lei Ji were both convinced by him, and Long Chen was also convinced by these two powerhouses. He was convinced mostly because of the brotherly love between them, just like he and Xiao Lang. Bailan knew he would agree. He smiled and said, "Good, you are a real man." After a brief pause, Bailan continued, "Your origins are unknown, but you're probably not from the 9 great clans or the 9 sacred dynasties. You probably don't know anything about the 5 emperors' treasures." Treasures of the 5 emperors. Long Chen was slightly shocked. He already knew about the 5 emperors' treasures. He already knew about it when he obtained the Scarlet Emperor's seal and the 5-colored key from the Leaf Fire Divine Realm. However, he didn't show it. He hid the fact that he knew about it and asked, "I know about the legend of the 5 emperors' treasures, but does it really exist?" Bailan smiled and said, "I don't know either, but it's very possible that it exists. It's also very possible that in the remaining time, the 5 emperors' treasures will be opened." "Why do you say that?" Long Chen asked curiously. He had obtained a 5-colored key, and he guessed that it should be related to the 5 emperors' treasures. However, he didn't know the specifics. Bailan and Lei Ji looked at each other, then said, "If we want to open the 5 emperors' treasures, we must gather all 5 of the 5 emperors' keys." After so many years, 4 of the 5 emperors' keys have gradually appeared, and the last one is the Mystic Emperor's key. Of the 4 of the 5 emperors' keys, the Wind God bloodline, the Thunder Demon bloodline, and the 5 Elements Alliance each have one. The last one is in the hands of an expert in the sky martial arts realm called Long Shuka. 4 of the 5 emperors' keys had appeared. There was still one more key that hadn't appeared. Long Chen was stunned. He wondered if the remaining Mystic Thearch's key was the 5-colored key in his hand. If it was, he could open the 5 emperors' treasures if he gathered all 5 keys. These 4 keys have been fought over for many years. Each key can bring 2 people into the 5 emperors' mystic realms. There are a total of 5 keys, so in the end, only 10 people can enter the 5 emperors' mystic realms. The Azure Thearch's key in my hand can allow me and Brother Lei to enter together. As she spoke, Bailan actually took out a key that was shining with an azure light from the storage ring on her finger. Rather than calling it a key, it was more like a sword. This key was more than half a meter long and looked like a dagger. It was shining with an azure light. From this azure key, Long Chen felt a vigorous life force. A dense life force rushed towards Long Chen. On the key, Long Chen saw images of ancient times flashing past. It should be showing a battlefield. There were shouts of killing in it. Countless battles and killings were taking place. There were millions of corpses and rivers of blood. After showing it to Long Chen, Bailan kept the Azure Thearch's key. So the 5-colored key I obtained isn't the 5 emperors' key that Bailan mentioned. It's also not the last Mystic Thearch's key. According to Long Chen's estimation, the Mystic Thearch's key was about the same size as the Azure Thearch's key. It was also black in color. As for the 5-colored key in Long Chen's hand, it had 5 colors and wasn't as big as the Azure Thearch's key. If that's the case, what is my 5-colored key? What does it have to do with the 5 emperors' treasures? The 5 emperors' keys are the keys to open the 5 emperors' mystic realms. It's also the pass to the 5 emperors' treasures. What is my 5-colored key? Long Chen was puzzled. However, if that was the case, he had a new goal. He wanted to occupy one of the 10 spots. Only with one spot could he enter the 5 emperors' mystic realms. If that was the case, didn't that mean that Long Chen had to obtain one of the 5 emperors' keys? After all, Bailan and Lei Ji had to share a key. There was no extra spot for Long Chen. Long Chen had already obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords. If he went to the 3 great imperial domains, the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords could help Long Chen. It could also allow Long Chen to live a carefree life for a while. However, he knew that only the 5 emperors' treasures could allow him to have a true trump card that surpassed the 3,000-star field. The 5 emperors' treasures were one of the main reasons why Long Chen came to the archaic cemetery. If he could obtain it, he would definitely not give up this opportunity. At this moment, Bailan and Lei Ji looked at Long Chen. Bailan continued, "From your performance today, apart from the 2 of us, there are very few people in the Thunder Demon clan who can be your opponent in 2 months. Moreover, your age is in the range of the young martial arts tournament. More importantly, you, Long Chen, are my son-in-law. In the 9 clans young martial arts tournament, each clan must send 2 people to participate. Situ Yu and Shui were supposed to go to the demon clan, but you killed Situ Yu. Therefore, this spot can only be taken by you." Saying that Long Chen was his son-in-law so openly made Su Shui a little embarrassed. She looked at her father with a reproachful look. Seeing his daughter's shy look, Bailan laughed and said, "Of course, we won't mistreat you for letting you participate in this tournament." Bailan laughed and said, "Of course, we won't mistreat you for letting you participate in this battle. The champion of the young generation martial arts competition actually has a special reward." This battle was mainly brought up by the warrior called Long Shuka. He's very strong, probably in the 2nd level of the sky martial arts realm. He has a yellow emperor's key, which has 2 places to enter the hidden realms of the 5 emperors. Long Shuka has always been a loner, so this time, he'll use the other key of the Yellow Emperor's key as a bet to reward the champion of the young generation martial arts competition. 1 spot. Long Chen's eyes lit up. If there really was a place like the 5 emperors' mysterious realms, he would go. According to Bailan, if Long Chen could replace the demon clan and become the champion, he would give the spot to Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen was interested, Bailan laughed and said, "Long Chen, you probably don't know, but the 9 clans young martial arts tournament is a battlefield where the 9 clans compete against each other. It's a great honor to be the champion. Although the demon clan is strong, we haven't been the champion for many years. Both of us already have spots, so we don't need to ask for the spot in the Yellow Emperor's key. If you can replace the demon clan and become the champion, that spot will be yours. Anyway, the demon clan is short of 1 person, so it's better for you to take it than for the 5-element alliance or the divine wind clan to send in another strong cultivator. Otherwise, we'll be the ones under pressure." Such a good thing, of course, Long Chen would agree. Moreover, in his heart, he had a more important purpose. At that moment, he smiled and said word by word, "I will naturally go back. But before that, I want to ask a question." "What question?" asked Bailan curiously. "I want to know if Wu Guangyu of the God clan will participate in the tournament." Xiao Lang was still in that guy's hands. Long Chen was strong now, so he could take advantage of this opportunity to kill that guy and then let Xiao Lang come back. After all, Xiao Lang had suffered a lot by his side. This was where Long Chen felt sorry for Xiao Lang. "Wu Guangyu." Bailan was a little surprised, then said, "Wu Guangyu is the strongest young warrior in the God clan. He is also recognized as the strongest among the 9 clans. What's more troublesome is that he has not only reached the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, but also recently received the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor. If you want to be the champion, Wu Guangyu will be your biggest opponent. Fortunately, there are still 2 months before the tournament. Although you can deal with ordinary people in the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, you definitely won't be a match for Wu Guangyu." Wu Guangyu obtained the inheritance of Emperor Green Lotus. Long Chen asked, somewhat dumbfounded. Chapter 780. Yes. Bailan said somewhat helplessly, "Of the 7 lords, the White Lotus Fairy and the Azure Lotus Emperor are a pair. The Shin clan has been working hard for the Azure Lotus Emperor's inheritance for so many years. The White Lotus Fairy's inheritance contains information about the Azure Lotus Emperor. According to the information, the Shin clan has truly obtained the Azure Lotus Emperor's inheritance this time, and the person who possesses it is this young man, Wu Guangyu. Although you've obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords of the same level, your realm is inferior to his, and your foundation is also inferior to his. If you can make another breakthrough in the battle in 2 months, there will be some hope. Long Chen fell silent for a while. In his heart, Wu Guangyu was his enemy. He had to fight to the death with him. Even if he had obtained the Azure Lotus Emperor's inheritance, it would still be the same. At most, he would be a bit more difficult to deal with. There were still 2 months, and it was not that he was no match for him. He had been waiting for that day. Thinking of that, Long Chen nodded and said, "Patriarchs, when it's time to set off for the youth martial arts competition of the 9 clans, just let Long Chen know. I'll strive to make another breakthrough in these 2 months." Breaking through to the earth martial arts realm was extremely difficult, but Long Chen had said it so easily. The 2 patriarchs were a bit speechless. They had to admit that this young expert really exceeded their expectations. With the martial god tablet, it would not be a problem for Long Chen to reach the 9th level of the earth martial arts realm in a short period of time and catch up to the others. Since that's the case, cultivate well in the remaining time. When the time comes, do your best to win glory for the demon clan under the pressure of Wu Guangyu. If you have any requests during this time, you can tell me. As long as I can satisfy them, I will definitely not be stingy, said Biyao with a heroic smile. Since that's the case, I thank the patriarchs first. If there's a need, I, Long Chen, will definitely not be polite with the 2 of you, said Long Chen with a smile. When have you ever been courteous? Hearing that Long Chen had agreed to fight side by side with her, Su Shui felt a lot less pressure. She was even a little happy. She had seen Long Chen's strength with her own eyes. The power of the 3,000 star field was something that even she couldn't handle. Under Bailan's training, Su Shui's fighting strength was considered very strong among the people in the 9th level of the earth martial arts realm. Bailan looked at the 2 young men and teased, "Long Chen, you have to work hard and protect my daughters. I only have 2 daughters, and I can't wait to dote on them every day. If it weren't for the fact that I have to participate in the 9 clans youth martial arts tournament, I wouldn't let my Shui take this risk. These bastards always give me problems. Dad, don't worry. I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself." Su Shui argued with a red face. "I understand," said Bailan. At this time, Long Chen was still thinking about what Bailan had said to him. He suddenly remembered that this was the Greenwood domain. Among the 5 Emperor seals, Long Chen had practiced the Red Emperor Burning Seal with the Blue Magic Flame, and the Golden Soul had successfully practiced the Gold Emperor Covering Sky Seal. Could he practice more? He had just reached the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm. There was still a long way to go before he reached the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm. He could find an attribute treasure to practice the 5 Emperor seals. He interrupted the conversation and said, "Patriarchs, do you know that I once obtained the Golden Clan's Golden Soul?" Bailan was surprised. She didn't know why Long Chen suddenly said this, so she asked, "I know. Because of this, many people in the Golden Clan have noticed you. Why did you suddenly mention this?" Long Chen continued, "I need a treasure of the same level as the Golden Soul, but it needs wood, water, and earth attributes. I don't know if the 2 patriarchs have it." Hearing Long Chen's words, the patriarchs of the 2 clans glanced at each other. From the look in each other's eyes, they could understand the meaning in each other's eyes. That was, Long Chen was definitely related to the 5 emperors. Among the 2 emperor seals that Long Chen had displayed before, there were 2 attributes of metal and fire. Now, Long Chen wanted to ask for the other 3 attributes from them. Wouldn't it be the 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? Bailan and Lei Ji thought so highly of Long Chen that they even wanted Long Chen to fight for a place to enter the 5 emperors' treasures. The most important reason was that they felt the aura of the 5 emperors on Long Chen's body. Bai Lan had already said that if Long Chen wanted something, as long as he could do it, he would definitely help. At that moment, Bai Lan did not hesitate in the slightest. She said, of the 3 attributes, I don't have the water and earth attributes. However, as for the wood attribute, we discovered a wood soul crystal here when we first arrived at the Cyanwood Heavenly City. I believe it will be useful to you. As she said that, Bai Lan took out a thumb-sized crystal filled with dense green energy from her storage ring. This wood soul crystal contains a huge amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It has the effect of accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs. It is a first-class treasure. It contains the power of wood property. The power of wood property in this thing is much more than that of profound golden soul. I wonder if your item can do it. Long Chen sensed it slightly. The large amount of wood attribute energy in the small wood soul crystal moved him greatly. He nodded and looked gratefully at Bai Lan. He said, Patriarch Bai, this is exactly what I need. Thank you. It's fine. You work for my demon race, so it's normal for me to give you a small gift. Take this. I will also try my best to get people to gather the other 2 items for you. Bai Lan said with a faint smile. Since that's the case, I will take my leave first. If there's anything, Patriarch Bai, feel free to let me know. Long Chen clasped his hands. Go ahead. Bai Lan smiled. Only then did Long Chen nod his head and leave. Su Shue also quickly bid farewell to her father and followed Long Chen out. After they left, Lei Ji said excitedly, this kid wants this thing. It seems that he really has some connection with the 5 emperors. Brother Bai, what do you think? Bai Lan said, obtaining a treasure also depends on fate and luck. If it's not ours, it's useless to force it. If there's really something like the 5 emperors' treasure, we might not be able to take it. This kid has fate with the 5 emperors, so he might really have the luck. Today, I will give him a chance to enter the 5 emperors' secret realm. If he succeeds in the future, he will be grateful to me. But, with Wu Guanyu blocking the way, how can Long Chen win the competition? Lei Ji said with uncertainty. Wu Guanyu has a strong foundation. Wu Guanyu's background is very strong, and he also has the inheritance of Emperor Green Lotus. His battle experience is quite rich. Below the heaven martial arts realm, he can be considered to be at the peak. If Long Chen can defeat him, it will prove that he is the person chosen by the 5 emperors. If he loses to Wu Guanyu, it will mean that we are thinking too much. No matter what, he is still a pretty good young man. In the future, if he can join our demon clan and work for us, it will be a good thing. In other words, if he defeats Wu Guanyu, it will prove that he is special. It also means that in the end, he will very likely defeat everyone and succeed. If not, he will also choose to stay in the demon race, Lei Ji said emotionally. Exactly. Bai Lan smiled. As for the specifics, it will depend on this kid's luck. If I can help, I will. If I can't, there is nothing I can do, Long Chen, Su Shue called him from behind. Behind him, Su Shue called out to him. When Long Chen turned around, Su Shue didn't dare to look him in the eyes. She walked to Long Chen and said, have you really decided to participate in the 9-clan youth martial arts competition with me? Of course, Long Chen said. If you've really made up your mind, then work hard. Try to comprehend the martial god steel diagram as soon as possible and increase your Jin Yuan. You and Wu Guanyu both received the inheritance of one of the 7 lords, but you're 2 levels lower than him in terms of cultivation. You have to work hard, Su Shue said unnaturally. What's wrong with you? Why are you so shy? Long Chen asked strangely. Nothing. Do your best and bring glory to the demon race. But I won't disappoint my father. After all, I am his daughter. As Su Shue spoke, she waved her tender fist at Long Chen before twisting her delicate body and running away. I've stolen your limelight. Long Chen smiled helplessly. After he returned to Soyan's place, he couldn't wait to practice the Azure the Arch Sky raising palm. But at this time, Soyan was already waiting for him at the door. These two sisters. Long Chen was speechless. One had just left, and now another one had come. Big brother, you're finally back. Soyan came to his side and held his arm with a smile. Big brother, did Dad let you participate in the martial arts competition? Soyan asked impatiently. Long Chen nodded and said, yes, there are still 2 more months. It's enough for me to completely recover from your injuries. Then I can leave with peace of mind. You're leaving? Soyan's expression was a bit ugly. There were tears in her big eyes. Although Long Chen knew that this girl was very reluctant, there was nothing he could do about it. He nodded and said, I don't know yet, but there are still 2 months. Be good, Yen Air. Okay. Soyan bit her pink lips and nodded like a chick pecking rice. After chatting with the little girl for a while, Long Chen told her not to disturb him. Then, he returned to his room and prepared to practice the Azure the Arch Sky Raising Palm. Chapter 781. Compared to before, Long Chen's genuine vitality was much stronger now. The power he could control was also much stronger than before. Back when he was cultivating the Gold Emperor Heaven-covering seal, Long Chen was not very familiar with it. However, it was different now. He completely had the power to control these 3 powers. Therefore, he estimated that cultivating the Azure Emperor Heaven-raising seal would actually be easier than cultivating the Gold Emperor Heaven-covering seal. When the 5 Emperor seals were completely integrated, Long Chen would be able to see how powerful the combined power of the 5 Emperor seals would be. At the very least, it would be more powerful than the 3,000 star field. Long Chen could only use the 3,000 star field in a simple manner at the moment. He knew that if he wanted to activate the Emperor-level secret battle technique in the 3,000 star field, he would have to reach the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm or even the Sky Martial Realm before he could activate the secret battle technique in the 3,000 star field. After all, the 3,000 star field was an advanced Emperor-level weapon. The secret battle technique it contained would at least be advanced Emperor level. The power of the secret battle technique would probably be stronger than the combined power of the 5 Emperor seals. However, the 5 Emperor seal was not a part of the 5 Emperor's treasure. The legacy of one of the 7 lords was already so heaven-defying. The 5 Emperors' treasure that truly belonged to the 5 Emperors would definitely contain much more than the 7 brilliant Star Lords' legacy. However, Long Chen was currently focused on the wood soul crystal in front of him. The green wood soul crystal floated above his right palm. On his palm, 2 Emperor seals, 1 gold and 1 red, had already been successfully activated. The remaining 3 Emperor seals were still extremely dim. Under Long Chen's control, the wood soul crystal began to integrate into his palm and appear in his martial aperture. The intervention of the wood elemental power caused the metal and fire elemental powers, which had already reached a balance, to riot again. The 3 powers rioted even more violently, causing 3 rays of light to appear on Long Chen's arm. These 3 rays of light were competing intensely. However, Long Chen's genuine vitality was not what it used to be. Under his strong control, the 3 forces were gradually under his control. With the experience of the first and second time, and with such a strong Jin Yuan, everything was under his control. The 3 forces gradually reached a balance, forming a tripod, which appeared in the martial aperture of Long Chen's right palm. The 3 powers harmoniously mixed together in Long Chen's palm. The Azure the Arch seal in his hand also glowed with color and became lifelike. Now, it was still a dim gray the Arch seal. Only the mystic the Arch seal and the yellow the Arch seal were left. The 5 Emperor seals reminded Long Chen of his friends in the Wuxia Sage Court. I don't know if they are okay. After cultivating the Azure the Arch sky raising seal, Long Chen stood up and counted the time. In fact, almost 10 days had passed. Every 10 days, he would feed Soyan, the little girl, with his blood. Every time, Soyan would stare at him with wide eyes and suck on his hand with her smooth lips. Big brother, I'm full, Soi Ian said happily. There are still a few more times before I can feed you, little girl, Long Chen said helplessly. That's good. Big brother can still accompany Yen for such a long time. But every time passes so quickly. Yen hopes that the next 10 days won't come so soon. Looking at the somewhat disappointed girl, Long Chen did not know what to say. He had a lot of love debts along the way, but he really could not explain it. He had seen his fair share of women, and many of them were indeed very good to him. However, none of them gave him the kind of feeling that Ling Shi gave him. Thinking of this girl, Long Chen's fighting spirit burned fiercely in his heart. Cultivating the azure the arch sky-raising seal has passed another 10 days. This time, I'm going to rush towards the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. The 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm was much more difficult than the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Every stage of the Earth Martial Arts realm was much more complicated than the previous one, and the difficulty of cultivation was also much greater. Without the guidance of the Martial God Tablet, Long Chen would not be able to cultivate so fast. When he reached the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, even if he had the map of the Martial God Steel, it was impossible for Long Chen to advance one level every 10 days like before. He still couldn't do that kind of nature-defying level. Calculating the time, it had been no more than 2 years since Lingxi had left. Long Chen went from the reaching heaven realm to the peak of the Earth Martial Arts realm. It took him 2 years. This cultivation speed had already surpassed the first-class geniuses of the myriad lands. But he was still not satisfied. Because he wanted to compete with the geniuses of the imperial domain. The myriad lands was a small place after all. It was not a stage for Long Chen. On the day I rise, I will make the whole world tremble because of my existence. Those who look down on me, I will let them know who the real genius is. Looking into the distance, Long Chen grinned. Without any hesitation, Long Chen sat cross-legged and his mind entered the Martial God Tablet. He began to review the punching methods of the first 7 levels of the Earth Martial Arts realm. After successfully reviewing and filling in a lot of missing parts, he began to practice the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. In the Martial God Tablet, the figure practiced the fist skills more and more complicated. There were even many parts that Long Chen could not understand. However, Long Chen didn't give up. He studied it over and over again, even asking Bai Lan and the others for advice. He quickly progressed according to his plan. He had almost 60 days to comprehend this fist art. Moreover, there wouldn't be any disturbances. To him, this kind of tranquil environment was already very rare. He kept practicing, and when he had time, he would find Su Shui to spar with. Of course, Long Chen would not use his killing moves in this kind of competition. At this time, it was just a competition of fist skills in the Earth Martial Arts fist skill. Su Shui had reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, so of course, she could completely defeat Long Chen. During this time, Soi Yan also worked very hard. Before Long Chen broke through the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, she had already broken through the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Then, the two sisters became the people that Long Chen asked for advice. Just like that, under the envious gazes of countless people, Long Chen began a blissful life of cultivation with the pair of beautiful sisters. Under the careful guidance of the two sisters, as well as the guidance of the martial god monument diagram, Long Chen's improvement was tremendous. At the same time, Long Chen also familiarized himself with the use of the 3,000 star field. He once had the experience of using the blue dragon halberd, so he quickly figured out a lot of fighting skills in the 3,000 star field. More importantly, Long Chen learned to use the spear with his left hand. With the spear in his left hand and the handprint in his right, the 3,000 star field, and the 5 emperor seals, Long Chen's fighting strength increased to a terrifying level. Everything would wait for the day when Long Chen broke through the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Time always passed quickly when practicing. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. There were only about 20 days left before the 9-clan youth martial arts competition. After a month, Long Chen had almost reached the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm under all kinds of favorable conditions. In order to improve Long Chen's strength by a level, even Bai Lan personally guided Long Chen. In the practice of the Earth martial arts realm, it was very important to comprehend by oneself. However, if someone pointed out the right path, sometimes it would be a flash of insight. On this day, Long Chen was sitting in a small room. His mind was immersed in the martial god's tablet diagram in the Taishu realm. At this moment, the figure on the martial god's tablet diagram was moving his hands rapidly. The figure's movements were very fast. Sometimes, it was so fast that Long Chen couldn't even see it clearly. Fortunately, he had a lot of time to carefully study the complicated movements. Some movements were slow, but it was not easy to imitate them. The slower the movement, the more complex the mystery. The path of cultivation is extremely difficult. I really don't know how the people in the 3 great imperial regions cultivate. Is there really someone who can skip the 4 basic realms at birth? Maybe it's very possible. After all, the 4 basic realms have not been comprehended, and there is no martial spirit. There are only changes in the meridians of the body, the formation of 18 martial veins and 9 martial apertures. If they are born with these, they are destined to be much stronger than us. It could be said that the 3 martial realms were the official beginning of cultivation. The 3 martial realms were definitely not the end of cultivation. What would be after the 3 martial realms? Long Chen was looking forward to it. Compared to when he was in Biyao town, he felt that he was very small and weak. Today, he still felt that he was very small. On the path of cultivation, he was like an ant. He had just set foot on the journey. There were still many roads waiting for him in front of him. 4 basic realms, 3 martial realms. What would be next? Outside of the 3 great imperial regions, would there be other places that were even more terrifying? For Long Chen, there was a more important point. Where did his father, Long Qinglan, come from? Before his death, Long Qinglan once said that he was unhindered in the dragon sacrificial continent. From his words, it was obvious that his knowledge was much greater than Lingxi's. Where did Long Qinglan come from? There were still many mysteries. For example, the mysterious dragon Jade could actually suppress the ancestral dragon's essence blood. Just what kind of terrifying thing was that? Furthermore, why would Long Chen's primordial blood spirit dragon's essence blood appear in a mere high-grade yellow-ranked battle skill, Dragon Seal? Who was the one who placed the restriction on the Dragon Seal? Why would Long Qinglan appear in a small place like Biyao town? How did he lose his cultivation? Long Chen vaguely felt that Long Qinglan must know what this mysterious dragon Jade was. Chapter 782. While Long Chen was immersed in cultivation, he suddenly heard someone approaching hurriedly. Long Chen had already told Sui Yan to not let anyone disturb Long Chen when he was cultivating unless there was something important. Long Chen knew something might have happened, so he stopped cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. When he opened the door, Sui Yan was already standing in front of him anxiously. She quickly said, "Big brother, the people from the Divine Wind clan are here. They're looking for you. They're here." Long Chen was shocked. He thought about it. The news that he had taken Feng Jilin's painting of the martial god Steel and the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords had already spread out. It was normal for the people from the Divine Wind clan to come. Father and Uncle Lei are already confronting those people. That's why I'm here to tell you to be careful. They're coming for you. Don't go over. Father and the rest can handle it. Su Yan looked at Long Chen with concern. That's right. Long Chen smiled and said, "Since they're here for me, how can I stay here?" "Yan, stay here and don't go anywhere. I'll go meet them." Long Chen was no longer the same as before. The people from the Divine Wind clan dared to come here. The leaders of the 2 clans might be here already. Feng Jilin, as the person involved, should be here too. Wu Guanyu was probably with Feng Jilin. If Wu Guanyu was here, Mo Xiaolang must be here too. Long Chen already felt something. Mo Xiaolang was not far away from him. What? Sui Yan originally wanted Long Chen not to go. She didn't expect that after she told Long Chen would go instead. She quickly spread her arms and stood in front of Long Chen. She said, "Big brother, there are many people from the Divine Wind clan. They're all here for you. I think it's better if you don't go in case of danger. With my current strength, who can put me in danger? Besides, don't I still have your father to protect me?" Long Chen gently pulled her arm away and said with a smile, "All right then. I'll go with you." Sui Yan hugged Long Chen's arm. She was afraid that Long Chen would suddenly run away. Long Chen helplessly looked at the little girl and nodded in agreement. Even without Su Yan's reminder, Long Chen had a rough idea of their location. His silhouette flashed as he dashed towards that location. Very soon, they were within 1 mile of Long Chen. Through the observation of the soul-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen could sense that there were indeed many experts here. Among them, there were many familiar faces. Most importantly, Mo Xiaolang was here. Wu Guangyu, Feng Jilin and the others were also here. For Long Chen, a distance of 1 mile was just a blink of an eye. Soon, he arrived at the camp of the Thunder Clan and the Demon Clan. At this time, there were already many people gathered here. The 7 grand elders of the Demon Clan, the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan, and many disciples of the 2 clans. There were even many ordinary warriors watching from afar. Su Shui, Bailan, Lei Ji, and the others were all here. In front of them, there were people of the Wind Clan and the Divine Clan dressed in white or light green. From their long skirts, it was easy to distinguish their identities. The leader of the Wind Clan and the Divine Clan was a veiled woman. She gave Long Chen an oppressive feeling that was no less than Bailan. Beside her was a sage-like, righteous old man with a long beard. These 2 people were the patriarch of the Shen clan, Wu Lian, and the patriarch of the Feng clan, Feng Qing. Behind Wu Lian and Feng Qing were Wu Guangyu, Feng Jilin, and more than 10 warriors in the 8th and 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Mo Xiaolang, who had been separated from Long Chen for nearly half a year, was standing behind Wu Guangyu. Everyone else was looking at Wu Lian and Feng Qing. Only Long Chen was looking at Mo Xiaolang. At this time, Mo Xiaolang also saw Long Chen. His eyes instantly revealed a trace of excitement. However, thinking that there were other people here, the mature Mo Xiaolang quickly suppressed this emotion. The same was true for Long Chen. He carefully looked at Mo Xiaolang and found that Mo Xiaolang's aura was also much stronger. Previously, he was only at the 4th level of the King Realm, but now he seemed to have the strength of at least the 8th level of the King Realm, or even the 9th level of the King Realm. He was only 1 step away from the Emperor Realm. After coming here, Long Chen had never seen an Emperor Realm demon beast. However, in this huge archaic cemetery, there must be a lot of Emperor Realm demon beasts. It seemed that during this period of time, Wu Guangyu had used a lot of treasures to serve Mo Xiaolang. Seeing that Mo Xiaolang had become stronger and stronger, and that he was not under Wu Guangyu's control, Long Chen felt relieved. Here, only Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen could use the psychic beast language. Therefore, when Long Chen had just arrived, Mo Xiaolang used the psychic beast language to speak to Long Chen. "Big brother, I have heard some of your deeds. Your strength has increased a lot, and I have also reached the 9th level of the King Realm. I can take advantage of this opportunity today to leave Wu Guangyu and return to your side." Mo Xiaolang had probably stayed by that guy's side for too long. "How are you doing over there? Is there any danger to your life?" Long Chen asked softly. "Of course not. This guy treats me like a treasure, and he used a lot of fire attribute treasures to serve me. In the beginning, he used a hypnotic technique on me, thinking that he had subdued me, but he didn't know that everything was just an act." Long Chen thought for a moment. Now was not the time to kill Wu Guangyu. Long Chen had to find an opportunity to kill Wu Guangyu and bring Xiaolang back. At this time, the wind god lineage was obviously looking for trouble. If he let Xiao Lang return at this time, it would only aggravate the conflict between them. There are still more than 20 days left. I will participate in the 9-clan youth martial arts competition. After I defeat Wu Guangyu, we brothers will reunite again. Long Chen decided. Okay. Mo Xiaolang nodded. He could easily endure these 20 days, but he had a doubt in his heart. He had been staying by Wu Guangyu's side. He knew that Wu Guangyu was powerful, especially when he had obtained the inheritance of Emperor Green Lotus. Long Chen could defeat Wu Guangyu in the 9-clan youth martial arts competition. He would not say this doubt out loud. He knew that when the time came, Long Chen would have a way. This was his trust in Long Chen. Long Chen and Xiao Lang conversed in the language of spiritual beasts for only a short while. Long Chen looked at Xiao Lang for a while longer before shifting his gaze to the others. However, after seeing Xiao Lang, his determination to reunite with him became even stronger. In the finals in 20 days, he would definitely defeat Wu Guangyu and snatch Xiao Lang back. As for the others, when they saw Long Chen appear, they all looked at Long Chen. Many people were curious, but there was a particularly fiery gaze. Long Chen looked over and indeed, it was Feng Jilin. After experiencing the two major events, Long Chen was undoubtedly the person Feng Jilin hated the most. Stealing the martial god steel diagram and the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords was a small matter. Most importantly, Long Chen had stripped her clothes and seen her pure body. What happened that day had left an unerasable shadow in Feng Jilin's heart. Even today, Feng Jilin could not stop thinking about that day. She had endured for such a long time. She wanted to skin Long Chen and pull out his tendons. Feng Jilin's eyes were about to spit fire. She took 2 steps forward and was about to attack when Wu Guangyu grabbed her arm and whispered into her ear, "Jilin, do you hate him? I'm going to be your husband soon, so let me kill him." Feng Jilin's eyes were about to explode with rage. She took 2 steps forward and was about to attack him when Wu Guangyu suddenly grabbed her arm and whispered into her ear, "Jilin, you hate him, right? I'm going to be your husband soon, so let me kill him." As Wu Guangyu spoke, his hot breath blew into her ear. The numbing feeling made Feng Jilin blush. However, when she thought about how Long Chen had made her feel the same way back then, the desire in her heart quickly disappeared. "Jilin, what's wrong?" asked Wu Guangyu. I'm fine," Feng Jilin said hurriedly. Then, she stared fixedly at Long Chen and said through gritted teeth, "Today, I'll definitely take his life and the legacy of the 7 brilliant star lords. They're all mine." "All right. Don't worry. Your grandfather and my mother are currently negotiating with the Thunder Demon clan." A gentle smile appeared on Wu Guangyu's handsome face. He looked at Long Chen and carefully examined the young man who had once escaped from him. What surprised him was that the young man's vital energy had already reached the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He's improving so quickly. It must be because of the Martial God Tablet. I didn't think that I would carelessly let him go back then. He's actually already at such a level today. However, for a person with no background to come to the primordial graveyard and obtain such a valuable treasure, isn't that purely seeking death? His eyes flashed with a hint of bloodlust. He suddenly remembered that Mo Xiaolang used to belong to Long Chen. He quickly turned around and saw that Mo Xiaolang was looking at him loyally and didn't look at Long Chen. Now that he was here, he felt much more relieved. That beast taming method was taught to me by the person who is the best at taming demonic beasts. He has tamed tens of thousands of demonic beasts, so there shouldn't be any problem. This sun-devouring demonic wolf is so nature-defying. If I let him reach the Emperor level first, he can add a very powerful force to the clan. His growth is also my growth. However, it is really difficult to find a treasure that can let him reach the Emperor level. At least, I have searched the entire Xuanhua domain. Chapter 783. At this point, Feng Qing paused for a moment before continuing. Our wind god's bloodline has come here today to take away this brat who stole our wind clan's treasure. I hope that Brother Bai and Brother Lei will not stop us from capturing Long Chen out of consideration for the relationship between the lightning demon bloodline and wind god's bloodline. I, Feng Qing, thank the two of you. After saying that, Feng Qing didn't ask for Bai Lan or Lei Ji's opinion. He was about to capture Long Chen. He was a heaven martial realm cultivator, so capturing Long Chen was naturally a piece of cake. Feng Qing had completely disregarded Long Chen's previous relationship with the Thunder Demon clan and even said that Long Chen had stolen something from the Wind God's bloodline. If that was really the case, Bai Lan and Lei Ji really had no right to interfere in this matter. After all, for the sake of an insignificant person, it would cause conflict between the two great forces, or even cause them to fight to the death. Hearing Feng Qing's words, everyone looked at each other and kept quiet out of fear. Long Chen had just arrived and heard Feng Qing's words. Before Feng Qing could do anything, he immediately burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that his waist bent. He didn't give any face to Feng Qing at all. The people from the Wind clan looked at each other. Was Long Chen not afraid of death? After Feng Jilin returned, she told Feng Qing about the martial god steel painting and the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords. Feng Qing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Feng Jilin was his most trusted granddaughter. Normally, she was more talented than Long Chen. Long Chen had never made any mistakes. She had been presented with 2 great opportunities, but she had failed repeatedly in front of 2 great treasures. Furthermore, she had lost to a nobody who was weaker than Feng Jilin. Hearing this, Feng Qing, who never scolded Feng Jilin, also scolded her ruthlessly. A gargantuan opportunity to rise was placed in front of the Feng clan. Yet, that idiot Feng Jilin had given it to someone else. How could Feng Qing not feel resentment and vomit blood? He mobilized the entire Feng clan's troops to search through the glazed gold region and other places. In the end, he found out that Long Chen had actually arrived at the Cyanwood Heaven City. The Cyanwood Heaven City was the headquarters of the Thunder Demon lineage. That was why Feng Qing joined hands with the God clan to kill their way there. They spent a lot of time on the journey. Brat, what are you laughing at? Feng Qing stopped what he was doing. He carefully sized up the hateful little fellow as a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Feng Qing had to admit that this nameless pawn, who he had never met before, was the person he hated the most in his life. As for the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm, that strength was nothing in front of Feng Qing. He could kill Long Chen at any time. But why was this brat laughing? Long Chen took a breath. Under the gazes of the crowd, he calmly looked at Feng Qing and said, "The treasures of heaven and earth belong to the virtuous. The martial god steel diagram and the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords belong to heaven and earth. I fought with Lady Feng Jilin and she was no match for me, so she lost to me. I obtained the 2 great treasures and they belong to me. Clan leader Feng is a clan leader, a person of indomitable spirit. He is also the person that I, Long Chen, worship. I didn't expect your words to be so shameless. You said that the 2 great treasures belong to your Wind clan. It really opened my eyes. I laughed my teeth off and felt ashamed. According to what you said, all the treasures in the primordial graveyard belong to your Wind clan. Whoever obtains it is the same as stealing from your Wind clan." The more Long Chen talked, the more he laughed. Feng Qing's expression became uglier and uglier. Indeed, Feng Qing's words were indeed shameless. But even so, who would dare to say it? Did they want to die? However, Long Chen was such a freak. Even if he dared to say it, what could Feng Qing do to him? Hearing this, the crowd began to discuss in low voices. Feng Qing's expression was already somewhat dark. He stroked his long beard and said, "Brat, don't misunderstand what I mean. The martial god steel diagram and the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords were obtained by my Wind clan first. You, Long Chen, came to steal them. You're just a nobody, yet you dare to steal from my Wind clan. If this gets out, my Wind clan will lose all face. If you still want to live, hand over the martial god steel diagram and the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords. For the sake of the 2 clan leaders, I can let you live. If you insist on going about things the wrong way, don't blame me for taking your life here. Feng Qing was clearly taking advantage of the fact that Long Chen had no background. That was why he could say such words. When he threatened Long Chen, he had already secretly used his Heaven Realm domain. The power of the domain attacked Long Chen and very quickly surrounded Long Chen. A huge force acted on Long Chen's body. Long Chen had a vague feeling that if he did not agree, Feng Qing would use the power of the domain to take his life. Long Chen could already feel that the power of the domain was extremely great. Although it was not as great as the power that had suppressed Long Chen in the 7 brilliant star tomb, it was already very terrifying for him. After speaking, Feng Qing's domain enveloped Long Chen. With a thought, a huge force immediately surged towards Long Chen. It was as if countless mountains were pressing down on him. Long Chen immediately felt like he was suffocating. Fortunately, he had cultivated the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords. Otherwise, his bones and muscles would have been crushed. Long Chen's expression immediately became extremely ugly. Even though the pressure of the domain came from all directions in an attempt to crush Long Chen's body, Long Chen did not retreat at all. Feng Qing's use of the power of the domain actually meant that he had already publicly attacked Long Chen in front of everyone. Bailan and Lei Ji's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Seeing that the negotiation had failed, they were about to make a move. However, they did not expect Long Chen to wave his hand at them and say, "Wait." Clearly, Long Chen wanted to test the power of Feng Qing's domain. Feng Qing was the same as Lei Ji, only in the first heaven martial realm. Their domains were the weakest. Even though Feng Qing had used all his strength, Long Chen could still feel a monstrous pressure pressing down on his body from all directions. It was trying to slow down his movements or even destroy his body. However, this was not enough to defeat Long Chen. Seeing that under Feng Qing's domain, Long Chen could only rely on the strength of his body to stand firmly, the crowd was astonished, especially Feng Qing. He knew how much strength he had used, but at that moment, he saw that Long Chen was still clenching his teeth and was even looking at him with disdain. Young people always try to be brave. If that's the case, I'll break your leg first. Feng Qing sneered in his heart. Since Bailan and Lei Ji did not care, he could be even more unscrupulous. At that moment, he increased his strength and activated the power of the domain he was familiar with to the maximum. Boom! The surrounding trees were crushed. Even though the crowd did not feel the power of the domain, they could already feel the suffocating power. They looked at Long Chen and were astonished to find that Long Chen, who was completely suppressed by Feng Qing's domain, was still standing there. Even though his veins were bulging and his body was covered in sweat, he was still standing. He did not even bend his knees. How is this possible? Kneel. Feng Qing was shocked. He activated his final strength. The power of the domain was greatly related to the martial spirit. At that moment, Feng Qing was using his martial spirit to its maximum output. He wanted to use that to make Long Chen kneel. Otherwise, if he, a Heaven Realm expert, was unable to make Long Chen kneel, it would be too shameful. Pow! Long Chen stepped on the ancient tree below Cyanwood City. At that moment, a part of the ancient tree had caved in. However, Long Chen was not affected in the slightest. Even though all the muscles in his body had tightened and he could not move at all, Long Chen still looked at his opponent with a very proud gaze. Not to mention kneeling, Long Chen could even speak with that domain of this level. It wasn't that Feng Qing's domain was not powerful enough. It was that Long Chen's 7 glorious star body was a mid-level royal level body refinement battle skill. Even the patriarchs of the god and demon clans might not be able to compare to Long Chen in terms of body refinement battle skills. The strength of the seven glorious star body was unimaginable. So, if Feng Qing wanted to use his domain to suppress Long Chen, it was simply a slap to his own face. Patriarch Feng, can you use a bit more strength? This bit of strength is not even enough to scratch an itch. As the Grand Patriarch of the Feng clan, why do you only have this little bit of strength? Don't tell me you spent your strength on other things? I can see that you're not young anymore. It's better to indulge yourself in matters of wine and women. Otherwise, you'll die on a woman's belly in the end. Long Chen endured the enormous pressure and said a long string of words. Soon after, he burst into laughter. Among the people present, he was the only one laughing. The faces of the Divine Wind clan darkened. As for the Thunder clan, when they understood what Long Chen meant and saw Feng Qing's blackish-purple face, they burst into laughter. The mocking laughter that could topple mountains and overturn seas caused Feng Qing's heart to burn with rage. As the patriarch of a clan, he was being mocked like this. He had used the domain that the Sky Martial Arts realm was most proud of, but even Long Chen couldn't do anything about it. Feng Qing had lost all his face today. Long Chen, go to hell. At this critical moment, Feng Qing could only use bloody methods to save some face for himself. The blow that Long Chen had given him was too great. Long Chen wanted to endure Feng Qing's domain for a reason. He vaguely felt that this suppressive power would be the key to him breaking through to the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm. He decided that after they left, he would definitely let Bailan or Lei Ji use their domains to train himself. But now that Feng Qing was charging towards him, Bailan and the others could also attack. Long Chen had no worries. Chapter 784. Feng Qing's domain was quickly broken by Bailan's attack. Seeing Bailan and Lei Ji standing in front of him, Feng Qing was shocked. Even though he was furious at Long Chen, he had no choice but to suppress it and stop his attack. Only now did the atmosphere truly become tense. Everyone had guessed that there would be a conflict between the Wind God's lineage and the Lightning Demon lineage, and it was indeed so. At this moment, seeing that Bailan and Lei Ji had finally made their move, Feng Qing woke up from his previous rage. After being the patriarch for so many years, he knew the principle of being calm. At this moment, Bailan and Lei Ji clearly had the intention of protecting Long Chen. What do the two of you mean by this? This Long Chen snatched something from my Feng clan. Could it be that the Thunder and Demon clans are also coveting the treasures of my Feng clan? Feng Qing calmed down and gloomily looked at the patriarchs of the Thunder and Demon clans. Bailan smiled faintly, "We're not coveting the treasures of your Wind clan. How would we dare to covet your Wind clan's formless whip? But there's one thing you should understand. First of all, this is Cyanwood Heavenly City. We're not idiots. We've come to the primordial cemetery to fight for the treasures. These treasures don't belong to anyone. If your Wind clan could snatch the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance, it would naturally belong to you. But Brother Feng is saying that the martial god Steel Diagram and the other treasures originally belonged to you. Do you think we're all idiots?" Feng Qing froze. His words were only meant to bully Long Chen so that he could act as if he was in the right. However, Bailan, as someone with the same status as him, had actually exposed him, not giving him any face at all. Feng Qing and Wu Lian exchanged glances. They knew that Bailan's determination to protect Long Chen was already very great. "Brother Bai, are you going to disregard the friendship between the Wind God's lineage and the Lightning Demon clan and insist on protecting this nobody?" Wu Lian, the clan leader of the God clan, who had been silent all this time, said with a cold voice. "Who said he's a nobody? Who can tell me who this Long Chen is to me, Bailan?" Bailan chuckled, turned around, and loudly asked the people of the Thunder clan and Devil clan. "Long Chen is the patriarch's son-in-law." "Yes, son-in-law. He is Princess Sushua's husband." "Long Chen is a member of our demon race, not a nobody." "Yes, he is the son-in-law of our demon race." There were even people who directly stated Bai Lan's intentions. After a series of hubbub, practically every member of the Thunder Tribe and Devil Tribe raised their arms and said the words son-in-law and son-in-law. From this, it could be seen that they had already accepted Long Chen. It wasn't just the Thunder clan. Even the people of the demon race who had previously hated Long Chen felt admiration and respect for Long Chen's tyrannical strength. This was a world where the strong were revered, and the strong deserved the corresponding respect. The current Long Chen was undoubtedly an expert in the demon race and Thunder clan. Moreover, Long Chen had only used the 7 glorious star physique to resist Feng Qing's domain, greatly relieving the anger of the demon race and Thunder clan. They couldn't thank Long Chen enough. Bai Lan turned around with a smile and said, "I believe the two of you understand." As he spoke, Bai Lan extended his arm and intimately placed it on Long Chen's shoulder. He smiled and said, "The marriage between my daughter Sushue and Long Chen has already been decided. This is something that the entire world knows. I'm sure you all know this as well." In other words, Long Chen is not only a member of the demon race, but also a relative of mine. At this point, Bai Lan's expression turned solemn. His expression suddenly changed and a murderous aura emitted from his body. He coldly looked at the people from the Divine Wind bloodline and said, "Brother Feng, I will now clarify the 2 issues you mentioned earlier. First, Long Chen is correct. Heavenly treasures belong to the virtuous. Before anyone truly obtains a treasure, no one has the right to say that they are the owner of that treasure. This is something that even children understand. Brother Feng, don't try to coax me. Second, Long Chen is my son-in-law, not some nameless nobody. Brother Feng, in my territory, directly attacking my relative, isn't that not giving me face? Do you think I, Bai Lan, am easy to bully?" As he spoke, Bai Lan released his demonic aura. This was a dignified killing intent. Aside from the 2 patriarchs of the Divine Wind bloodline, everyone else from the Divine Wind bloodline could only retreat in fear. Bai Lan didn't stop. His gaze finally landed on his old rival, Patriarch Wu Lian of the Divine Wind bloodline. He continued, "As for you saying that I don't care about the friendship between the Divine Wind bloodline and the Thunder Demon bloodline, then let me ask you. You came to my territory to cause trouble and even attacked my relative, completely disregarding my Thunder clan and the demon race. Is it me, Bai Lan, who doesn't care about friendship, or is it you who doesn't care about friendship? I'll say it here, who's right and who's wrong, everyone has their own judgment. If you still don't want to give up, then don't blame me for being impolite. My demon race only has heroes who die in battle, not cowardly trash. If you want to fight, then bring it on. We'll kill one, we'll kill a group." The last word, group, erupted the power of Bai Lan's domain. Bai Lan's domain power was much stronger than Feng Qing's. Among the wind gods' lineage, only Patriarch Wu Lian didn't retreat. However, the fierce wind still caused her clothes to flutter. "Yes, if you want to fight, then we'll fight. My Thunder clan and the demon race are all men of indomitable spirit, unlike some people who only know how to bully the weak and bully others. Come, if your Divine Wind bloodline and the Wind bloodline want to fight, then we'll keep you company. If you want to fight, then hurry up and do it. If you don't want to fight, then scram. They're all cowards. The patriarchs of the Divine Wind bloodline don't even have the strength to submit to a youth who's not even 20 years old. This is truly an eye-opener." The people of the Thunder Devil tribe and the Thunder Devil tribe followed Bai Lan's words and began to mock Bai Lan. For a time, the people of the Wind Divine tribe wore ugly expressions. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 chiefs had not given the order, they would have already made their move. With so many people supporting him, Long Chen felt warmth in his heart. At this moment, he looked in the direction of the Wind Divine bloodline and laughed loudly. "Don't be so loud. Be careful not to scare them. The Wind Divine bloodline is just a group of people who are no different from women. Even the patriarch is a woman. What courage can they have? Even if they were 10 times more courageous, they wouldn't dare to attack. Long Chen's words were especially grating on their ears. Everyone from the Wind God's lineage was so angry that they almost exploded. They were all looking over with red eyes and anger. In Long Chen's vision, Feng Jilin and Wu Guanyu's desire to fight was especially strong. They looked like they wanted to eat Long Chen alive. Wu Guanyu stood beside Feng Jilin and glared at Long Chen. In his memory, Long Chen had been a difficult character to deal with from the start. However, Long Chen's strength had been too low back then, so he hadn't had any interest in killing Long Chen. This kid seems to be a fugitive. Wu Guanyu had a good temperament. Although he was angry at the other party's mockery, he quickly concealed it. If they really wanted to make a move against Long Chen, today was clearly not a good time. At this time, the people from the Wind God's bloodline didn't move. They were all waiting for Wu Lian and Feng Qing's orders. Under the veil, it was impossible to see Wu Lian's expression. At this time, Feng Qing and Wu Lian were standing together. Feng Qing was the one being mocked, so he was more embarrassed than anyone else. Sister Wu, look, today is not the time to make a move. Since Bai Lan has already made it clear, there's no need to say anything else. In 20 days, we will all go to the eternal battlefield. When the time comes, we will make the Thunder and Demon clans pay 10 times the price for today's humiliation. With you here, the 7 brilliant Star Lords' inheritance will definitely be secured. Feng Qing nodded and said, You can already control the Azure Lotus. The power of the Azure Lotus is not much weaker than the 3,000 star domain of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Plus, is in the 9th tier of the Earth Martial Realm and has many magical treasures. I heard that Long Chen killed Sityu. Feng Qing calmed himself down at the thought of this. He suppressed the anger in his heart and sneered, I didn't expect the Thunder Demon clan and the Thunder Demon clan to only know how to talk. What an eye-opener. In that case, there's nothing else to say. The 9 clans youth competition is in 27 days. With that, he looked at Long Chen and said, You've offended my Wind God's lineage today. I hope you have the strength to match it in the competition of the 9 races of youths. Don't lose too badly when the time comes. We can't interfere in this battle, so if you lose the 7 brilliant Star Lords' legacy, you'll lose it all, Long Chen smiled. Don't worry. The 7 brilliant Star Lords definitely won't lose it. However, you have to remind your granddaughter, Feng Jilin, not to lose her virginity. Virginity. When Long Chen said the word pervert, the people of the Wind God clan and the Wind God clan had the urge to vomit blood. As for the people of the Thunder Demon clan and the Thunder Demon clan, they naturally worshipped him. In their eyes, Long Chen was simply too talented and too bold. In the myriad lands, only Long Chen would dare to say such words. Among the Wind God clan and the Wind God clan, the ones who felt the most like vomiting blood were Wu Guanyu and Feng Jilin. Feng Jilin was Wu Guanyu's fiancée, yet Long Chen was so brazen as to threaten her chastity. As a man, who could tolerate his fiancée being threatened like this? Chapter 785. Go to hell. Feng Jilin didn't say anything. The shapeless whip in her hand flew towards Long Chen. She was very fast because of her anger. Of course, Bai Lan and the others could stop it. However, they didn't help. After all, Long Chen could stop such a small attack. The shapeless whip was something that scared Long Chen. But now, it wasn't so scary anymore. With the 7-element star body and Long Chen's senses, he reached out his hand and grabbed the whip. There was a clap. The power of the invisible whip was not to be underestimated. Although Long Chen had managed to grab hold of the invisible whip, a few small cuts had appeared on his palm. Of course, these cuts were not a big deal to him. He would recover in a short while. As he grabbed the invisible whip, Long Chen sneered and exerted force. Feng Jilin let out a scream as she was pulled into the air by Long Chen. An irresistible force came from Long Chen's arm. Feng Jilin's body shook violently. Since when did this kid become so strong? Feng Jilin was stunned. The formless whip was the treasure of the Feng clan. Of course, she couldn't let go of it. She was holding it tightly. Just as she was worrying, Wu Guanyu hugged her waist from behind. His huge strength was applied to her waist, and he carried her back. Idiot. When the opponent's strength reached its peak, Long Chen loosened his grip. Wu Guanyu and Feng Jilin fell together. Of course, they didn't really fall, but it was embarrassing enough. Go away. Feng Jilin had a bad temper. It was the first time she was hugged by Wu Guanyu like this. She felt hot. In public, she was shy, so she pushed Wu Guanyu away. Wu Guanyu stood up. His eyes were cold, but he didn't say anything. However, from his eyes, one could tell that he was angry at Feng Jilin for not giving him face. He just didn't show it. The geniuses of the Wind Clan and the God Clan were easily fooled by Long Chen. Long Chen's performance today was heaven-defying. The geniuses of the Thunder Clan and the Demon Clan looked at him with admiration. Long Chen, how are you? Big brother, are you okay? Sushua and Suyen, this pair of sisters, were on the same level as Feng Jilin in terms of appearance. Compared to Feng Jilin's cold arrogance, Sushua was sexy and seductive, while Suyen was fresh and refreshing. At this moment, the two sisters were standing on Long Chen's left and right, asking about his well-being. Their faces were full of concern. Long Chen was able to enjoy the blessing of having two wives. The three of them lived in harmony. They were a perfect couple. Compared to Wu Guanyu and Feng Jilin, it was a huge contrast. Wu Guanyu was angry. All right, don't embarrass yourself. I'll see you in the eternal battlefield. Seeing this, Wu Lian didn't have any expression. She led the people of the God Clan and Wind Clan and left. Feng Jilin didn't teach Long Chen a lesson, nor did she take back what belonged to her. She was very unwilling. However, even if she dared to disobey Feng Qing's order, she didn't dare to disobey Wu Lian's order. She knew how terrifying that woman was. So, they could only look at Long Chen with hatred and leave with their tails between their legs. Soon, the people of the Wind Clan left the Cyanwood Heavenly City. After they left, Bailan told the spectators to return. All along, the people of the Lightning Clan and Wind Clan had been hostile towards the people of the Wind Clan and Wind Clan. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, the Wind Clan and Wind Clan were known as the representatives of justice. They had instilled the idea that the Lightning Clan and Demon Clan were evil to the people of the Myriad Kingdoms domain. But today, Long Chen was able to make them eat a huge turtle. Most importantly, after being repeatedly humiliated by Long Chen, they could only swallow their anger and leave. This feeling was truly too great. Their favorable impression of Long Chen also gradually rose. They suddenly discovered that this youth who had suddenly risen up had a very cute side to him. Even though there were two princesses surrounding him, the others didn't feel any jealousy. Under Bailan's orders, they gradually left. Only the people of the Lightning Clan and Wind Clan were left. That woman Wu Lian left so decisively. This means that she's really angry. If she stays here, she'll probably make a move. Long Chen, Long Chen, you're really not simple. I've been confronting Wu Lian until now, and only you can make her angry. Bailan didn't seem to be nervous at all as he chuckled. Other than him, the expressions of the others were more solemn. Lei Ji continued, that woman Wu Lian is very terrifying. She's a genius and a pervert through and through. Don't be fooled by the fact that she's a woman. In terms of temperament and methods, there really aren't many people who can compare to her. Long Chen, you've been targeted by her. You better not leave the two of us, or else it'll really be troublesome. That woman is very powerful. Even Lei Ji's evaluation of him was so high. Long Chen firmly remembered it. Of course, if he were to do it again, he would still do the same. Mo Xiaolang left again. However, knowing that Mo Xiaolang was safe and had obtained a lot of benefits, Long Chen felt a lot more relieved. Next, he just needed to cultivate seriously and strive to break through to the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Dad, that Wu Guangyu is in the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. He also has a magic weapon of the same level as Big Brother, the magic sword, Green Lotus. Today, Big Brother made them angry. When you go to the eternal battlefield, will he kill Big Brother? Soi Eon had been thinking about this question. At this moment, she hurriedly asked. Her small eyebrows were knitted, which was quite cute. This was indeed a problem. Although those elders knew that Long Chen was very strong, Wu Guangyu was obviously even more powerful. Today, they had already become enemies with him. With their characters of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance, if there was a chance in the eternal battlefield, they would definitely not let Long Chen go. Bai Lan looked at Long Chen with a smile. This question needed to be answered by Long Chen himself. Long Chen smiled and said, don't worry. They're all idiots. No matter how strong they are, they're no match for your big brother. When the time comes, I'll catch them and line them up in a row. I'll make them raise their butts and let you hit them in one round. Soi Eon burst into laughter. The worry in her heart disappeared. She laughed and scolded, Big Brother is so bad. At this point, it was time for everyone to go back. However, Long Chen had figured out a new cultivation method, which was to use the domain to temper himself. After he told his idea to Lei Ji and Bai Lan, they were very willing to help. Lei Ji laughed, Brother Bai is abnormal. If his domain was released, it would be enough to crush you to death. Let me do it. Under my control, you can at least practice your punching skills. There are still more than 20 days left. From today on, I will use the domain to help you cultivate. Then, many thanks, Patriarch Lei. Long Chen said gratefully. Don't be so distant. Just call me Uncle Lei. In any case, you will have to marry both of old Bai's daughters. Lei Ji said with a smile. Long Chen was speechless. He knew that Lei Ji was joking, so he didn't take it seriously. Alright, I am just scaring you. You have seen today, the wind and divine races are incomparably arrogant. They directly came to our door to ask for something. If we don't show them our strength, they will really think that we are easy to bully. However, the conflict between the two sides will be resolved one day. That is in the 20 days of the eternal battlefield. You are still not Wu Guangyu's opponent. For the glory of our thunder and demon races, you have to work harder. Long Chen nodded and then asked, where is the eternal battlefield? The primordial cemetery is divided into 5 domains. If the primordial cemetery is a circular area and the 5 domains are fan-shaped, then the eternal battlefield will be the center of the circle. This is a barren land that has nothing to do with the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. However, the area is not big. Our 9 clans youth martial arts competition will be held here. Lei Ji explained. Long Chen then understood. In the following days, Long Chen and Lei Ji mingled together. Under the suppression of his domain, Long Chen really found a fast way to cultivate. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Very soon, Long Chen had already treated Soyan's injuries for the last time. After today, Soi Eon had truly recovered. However, the person who injured her was still a mystery. Who were these 6 mysterious people? They were so powerful. How did they come to the primordial cemetery? What was their purpose here? What sort of power was operating the primeval cemetery under? Everything was unknown. Long Chen was clear about his goal. He wanted to go to the 3 great emperor domains. However, where was the passageway to the 3 great emperor domains? In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since he came to the primordial cemetery. There was still half a year before the primordial cemetery closed. If Long Chen couldn't find the passageway in this half a year, he could only go back. Of course, he was absolutely unwilling to go back. Big Brother, Yen, has already recovered. Are you going to leave? Soy Eon pulled the corner of his clothes. Her eyes were glistening with tears. Who said that? There is still half a year before the primordial cemetery closes. Long Chen patted her tender face and said with a smile. NN, I thought you went to find big sister Lingxi. Soy Eon said with a smile. Although he didn't leave, Long Chen had to make a trip to the eternal battlefield. On this day, it was time to set off. A portion of the experts from the Thunder and Devil race stayed behind to guard the Cyanwood Heavenly City. The others followed by Lan to the eternal battlefield. Because Soy Eon was young, it wasn't convenient for her to go. She was also left behind in the Cyanwood Heavenly City. As for Su Shui, because she had to fight, she stayed with Long Chen. There were also the 3 Devil Race sect elders and a few of the 7 Sons of Thunder. Chapter 786. The 2 contestants from the Thunder clan were a pair of brothers. They were the sons of Lei Ji. They were a bit older than Long Chen and Su Shui. Although they looked to be in their 20s, their actual age was close to 40. When one reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, their lifespan would increase as well. When they reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, they would basically have a lifespan of nearly 500 years. So, although they were already 40, they could only be considered as part of the younger generation. The age limit for the martial arts competition of the 9 clans was also below 40 years old. Generally speaking, before 50 years old was the best time to cultivate. After 50 years old and above, if one had not broken through the Sky Martial Arts realm and reached the Sky Martial Arts realm, it would actually be more difficult to break through to the Sky Martial Arts realm in one go. For example, the elders of the 8 major sects had actually reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm for a very long time. However, they had long lost the opportunity to break through to the Sky Martial Arts realm. For example, the elders of the 8 major sects, although their lifespans were very long, their potential had already determined their ultimate strength. The 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm was their ultimate strength. On the path of cultivation, if one did not advance, they would fall back. Their usual cultivation could only maintain their strength and not regress. As for further improvement, it required a lot of luck. For example, Long Chen's inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords was a luck. Sitayao also saw the opportunity of the Sky Martial Arts realm, which was why he was so desperate. At that moment, 2 tall and strong youths who looked to be in their 20s stood in front of Long Chen. In the Cyanwood Heavenly City, it was the first time that Long Chen saw the 2 of them. The 2 men were not twins. Their age was about 3 or 4 years apart. However, their cultivation was at the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. As the sons of Lei Ji, it was actually not strange for them to reach the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm at this time. In the other clans, there were some people who had reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm before the age of 40. However, there was a difference in cultivation between those who had reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Undoubtedly, the 2 men in front of them had received the teachings of Lei Ji. No matter if it was cultivation or fighting ability, they had reached a very high level. The 2 of them had a slight difference in physique. The man who was slightly taller and thinner was the older brother of the 2 brothers. At this moment, he smiled at Long Chen and said, "I am Lei Wen. Lei Wu and I were training outside and just came back a few days ago. It was only in these few days that we heard of your name. We brothers admire your strength." The taller and stronger man smiled and said, "You're right. You're only in the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, yet you killed 2 cultivators in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. You even broke through the siege of the 7 sons of the Thunder clan. We 2 brothers admire you a lot. Many thanks for the compliment." Lei Wen and Lei Wu's personalities were similar to Lei Ji's. They were the kind of people who were easy to get along with. Don't compliment him anymore. He might become arrogant and lose everything in the eternal battlefield, said Su Shui, smiling. Su Shui smiled tenderly at the side. She wore a black muslin dress and looked very sexy. A large area of her snow-white chest was revealed and was very eye-catching. Seeing such an alluring Sushua, Lei Wen enviously looked at Long Chen and said, I really envy you, to have such a beautiful girl as Sushua as your wife. You should know that this is the dream of us brothers, but I didn't think it would benefit you. These words made Sushua blush, and her plump earlobes turned red. After saying that, under the lead of Bailan and the others, Long Chen and the others stepped onto the path to the eternal battlefield. Behind Long Chen, Soi Eon blankly watched him leave. Her sparkling eyes were already filled with tears. It had been 3 months since Long Chen came to the Cyanwood Heaven City. In these 3 months, Long Chen had undergone an incomparably huge transformation. As for how much he had increased, only he himself knew. From a nobody entering this place, when he came out, Long Chen was already a grand character whose name was known throughout the entire primordial cemetery. Especially during the conflict with the wind god's lineage, due to his audacity and valiance, his reputation had already spread far and wide. The eternal battlefield was at the center of the 5 regions. Under the lead of Bailan and Lei Ji, a group of more than 10 people flew towards the eternal battlefield. Other than Long Chen, the people who could participate in this group were basically all in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Everyone's speed was very fast. All of them moved forward in the quiet forest. Normal cultivators would not be able to see their figures clearly. They could only feel shadows passing by. On the way, no one stopped. No matter if it was monstrous beasts or spiritual medicines, they could not stop their steps. After all, people on Bailan's level looked down on normal spiritual medicines. True treasures would not randomly appear in this forest. As for powerful monstrous beasts, Long Chen had not met them yet. On the way, there were quite a few small monstrous beasts. But basically, monstrous beasts with a bit of intelligence would immediately escape after smelling the aura of Long Chen and the group of powerful cultivators. On the way, Bailan and Lei Ji walked at the very front. Lei Ji's sons closely followed their father's footsteps. At that moment, Lei Wen came behind Lei Ji and asked softly, Father, Brother Long Chen cultivated under your domain for more than 20 days. Did he break through to the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm in the end? Lei Ji said with a smile as he walked, What do you think? Lei Wen was startled. He smiled bitterly and said, How would I know? The late stage of the Earth Martial Realm, the more you cultivate, the harder it is to break through. Even if you have the Martial God Tablet, I don't think it's easy. I don't believe that Long Chen broke through so many levels in a short period of 3 months. When I went from the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm to the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm, it took me a full 3 years. Lei Ji said, Idiot, what you can't do, doesn't mean others can't. You know the power of my domain. Under my full power, he persisted for more than 20 days and didn't even frown. This kind of person, do you think he will be far from success? Lei Wen thought for a while and thanked his father. Then, he went back and walked side by side with Lei Wu. The 2 brothers looked at each other and a trace of admiration appeared in their eyes. At that moment, Long Chen was still being surrounded by the crowd. Although his true chi wasn't as strong as everyone else's, he had the advantage of the 7 glorious stars' body. On the ground, Long Chen's speed wouldn't be slower than anyone else's. As time passed, they would soon arrive at the eternal battlefield. Long Chen raised his head and looked in front of him. He had a feeling that Xiao Lang's chi was getting closer and closer to him. This time, Long Chen wanted to completely rescue Xiao Lang. At the same time, he wanted to give Wu Guanyu a very precious gift, death. In Long Chen's heart, he had already given Wu Guanyu a death sentence. When they had just entered the ancient graveyard, Wu Guanyu had taken away Xiao Lang and almost killed Long Chen. Long Chen would never forget this hatred. At that time, he didn't have the strength, but now it was time for him to make a comeback. Long Chen, do you have the confidence to deal with Wu Guanyu? Su Shui suddenly asked from the side. Long Chen looked at the enchanting young man and chuckled, It's still too early to say this. You just have to wait and see. However, what is the format of the 9 Clans Youth Martial Arts Competition? Previously, Long Chen had been busy with cultivation. Now, he really thought of the format to ask. Among the 9 clans, each clan will send 2 young experts under the age of 40. There are 18 people in total in the 9 clans. In this martial art competition, only one champion will be decided. Only the champion is the most important. Otherwise, even if he is the runner-up, it will be useless. Only the champion can get one of the Yellow Emperor's keys in the hands of the long-bearded man to enter the 5 Emperors' secret realm. For any clan or any influence, one quota may affect the final ownership of the real treasure. That's right. So that's how it is. 18 people, how will the champion be decided? Will they fight one by one? Long Chen asked curiously. It's not like that. This competition is divided into 2 rounds. First, 10 people will be eliminated in the first round. Only then will the remaining 8 people fight one by one. Long Chen asked, then how will the 10 people be eliminated? What is the format of the first round? Since he started cultivating, Long Chen had experienced many competitions. Interestingly, many of the battles were also divided into 2 rounds. This first round is more like a game than a competition. Speaking of this, Su Shue's face was a bit heavy. Her willow-like eyebrows were slightly knitted, which was quite beautiful. How is it a game? It's very dangerous. Long Chen asked. Dangerous, very dangerous indeed. For us, this first round is very disadvantageous. This first round is set by the 5-Element Alliance. It benefits them the most. Su Shue said disdainfully. She paused for a moment and then continued, in the center of the eternal battlefield, there is a barren nameless city. It is a vast ruin. At the beginning, the 18 of us will be arranged into the ruins. There is a natural maze in the ruins. Even those who are familiar with the place will get lost. We will be arranged to enter the ruins separately. In this huge city, we will meet randomly and fight randomly. There will definitely be winners and losers in the battles. When there are only 8 people left in the ruins, the first round will end. Long Chen was shocked and asked, "Little girl, are you saying that 10 people must die in the first round?" Chapter 787. Divine Space Talisman. Long Chen noted it down. The good thing about this battle is that there won't be any casualties. There are also many obvious areas. Think about it, there are a total of 5 races in the 5-Element Alliance. In other words, there will be a total of 10 participants. As long as these 10 people meet each other in the ruins, they will form a group and become allies. In the end, the 10 people from the 5-Element Alliance will gather together and wipe out the others. How can we be their opponents? That's right. In the Wind Gods faction, there is someone like Wu Guangyu that they are afraid of. Maybe they are a little afraid of him, but our situation is different. So, when we reach the ruins, we must first learn to be patient. The bird that pokes its head out will be shot. If we keep a low profile, we might have a chance to enter the top 8. Trapping the 18 people in a place with a natural maze was a good idea. Long Chen knew his current strength, so he was quite confident. He was not afraid of the battle in the ruins. You are a little stronger than me. You must hide well. If I lose to the 5-Element Alliance and Wu Guangyu, the hope of the demon clan will be in your hands. Su Shue's charming eyes were shrouded with a trace of worry. That's enough. It hasn't happened yet. Don't worry. Your father said that this time, they're mainly here to see me. You can go and be a bystander and let others admire your beauty, Long Chen said with a smirk. Annoying. Su Shue looked at him with a rebuke. Long Chen stopped smiling and continued to ask, the remaining 8 people will fight against each other. There will be a total of 3 battles and the champion will be decided. Am I right? You are right. Even if you enter the top 8, you will have to go through 3 battles. one battle at a time. At that time, how long you can last will depend on your luck and strength. 8 would advance to 4, 4 would advance to 2, and finally, 2 would decide the victor. Long Chen calculated. If he was lucky in the ruins and only met one opponent, he would probably have to fight 4 times in a row. With Bai Lan and Lei Ji keeping watch, nothing happened along the way. Soon, Long Chen sensed that they were about to leave the Greenwood domain. The eternal battlefield was in the center of the 5 domains, outside the Greenwood domain. Theoretically speaking, as long as one walked in the right direction along the boundary between the 2 domains, they would be able to reach the eternal battlefield. After 7 or 8 days, they finally arrived at the eternal battlefield. Rumor has it that the eternal battlefield is the place where the 5 emperors led the experts of the Myriad Kingdom domain to fight against the invaders. Rumor has it that there are countless corpses here, a sea of bones. However, these are just rumors. The eternal battlefield is a barren land with nothing. Lei Wen and Lei Wu were walking beside Long Chen. Lei Wu happily explained to Long Chen. He didn't seem nervous at all. Although the Sea of Bones doesn't exist, the battle that led to the fall of the 5 emperors in the Middle Ages still exists. We know the identity of the mysterious invaders who fought against the 5 emperors. They are from the 3 great emperor domains. To us, the War of the 5 Emperors in the Middle Ages was a vigorous defensive battle. However, to the 3 great emperor domains, it was just a small interlude. Long Chen didn't understand this secret before. Only now did he know that the war that happened in the 10,000 kingdoms in the Middle Ages was actually like this. Long Chen thought that it was an internal conflict, but it turned out to be experts from the sovereign domain. For the Myriad Kingdoms domain, the sovereign domain was too powerful. Therefore, even now, the Myriad Kingdoms domain was still under the control of the sovereign domain, and the 5 emperors had already fallen. In fact, this meant that the Myriad Kingdoms domain had already lost the battle back then. The experts of the 3 sovereign domains were not people that a few divine martial realm experts could contend against. In this way, Long Chen was even more suspicious of the mysterious people who appeared in the ancient cemetery. He doubted their identity, who they were, and why they came here. All of this was a mystery. Hearing this, Long Chen suddenly became curious about the eternal battlefield. After a period of hurrying, he finally arrived at the eternal battlefield as he wished. After passing through the dense forest, a barren land appeared in front of Long Chen. This kind of barren land was actually a kind of desolation. The environment wasn't bad, but it was full of desolation and there were no signs of human habitation. Gusts of cold wind swept through this barren land. The sky was covered with very low gray clouds. In front of him were some almost withered grass, and in the distance, yellow sand filled the sky. This was the eternal battlefield. In the air, Long Chen smelled a smell of blood, and also some smell of rusty steel. He didn't know whether this smell came from somewhere else, or it originally existed here and existed here for countless years. Looking into the distance, Long Chen's hands suddenly shook as he looked at the barren land. The 5 emperors' seal in his right hand trembled slightly, as if he had come to a familiar place. Through the seal, Long Chen seemed to feel a blurry image appear in his mind. In his mind, there was naturally a vast battlefield. The outline of the battlefield was exactly the same as the scene in front of him. However, the scene was filled with countless massacres. There were densely packed warriors, splattering blood everywhere. Weapons and flesh had fallen to the ground. There were corpses everywhere, and rivers of blood flowed everywhere. Over a dozen shining figures stood above the crowd. Among them was a person who wielded a starlight spear and was covered in resplendent starlight. He was without a doubt the 7 brilliant Star Lord. As for the others, they were one of the other 7 lords. Above the 7 lords, there were 5 figures bathed in 5-colored light. They must be the famous 5 emperors of the past. The 5 emperors of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth had extremely high statuses in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. They were almost equivalent to the ancestors of the human race in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. This image flashed through Long Chen's mind. Long Chen only took a glance at it before it completely disappeared. He didn't see if it was the 5 emperors. However, when the image disappeared, Long Chen took a quick glance and seemed to see the enemies of the 5 emperors. It was a group of people in black. They came from the distant horizon, and a terrifying killing intent radiated from them. Long Chen's body trembled. He remembered that Su Yan had also been injured by those black-clothed men. Could it be that these black-clothed men were the ones that appeared in the medieval era? They were the mysterious invaders. Why did they appear here now? Long Chen felt that he had already grasped the clues of the matter. He vaguely felt a little uneasy, especially when he saw that the enemies of the 5 emperors were also black-robed men. However, he felt a little helpless. After all, he was still not a match for them. Those black-robed men were at least at the level of lightning pole. Their existence was like a thorn in Long Chen's side. This game in the primordial cemetery was probably planned by them. Why would they plan such a game, and what's their goal? Long Chen couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. They actually planned such a game. If the game reaches the end, they'll definitely appear. The ultimate treasure of the primordial cemetery is the legendary treasure of the 5 emperors, and we're also fighting for the Yellow Emperor's key now. Could it be that these people's goal is related to the treasure of the 5 emperors? This time, Long Chen was only guessing. He couldn't be sure. At this moment, he was only stunned for a moment, but he had already thought of many things. Long Chen, what are you thinking about? Let's go. The place where we and the other 3 forces are gathering is outside the ruins of the city. The other 2 forces are closer to here. Tomorrow is the start of the war in the eternal battlefield. I guess they've already arrived. Soi Ian whispered in Long Chen's ear. Long Chen smiled and followed the group. Oh yes, Long Chen, why haven't I seen this cat of yours before? Looking at the furry kitten, Su Shue's heart was suddenly hit. At this moment, her eyes were shining with motherly love as she looked at the kitten on Long Chen's shoulder. I picked it up on the road as a pet. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Long Chen said with a mischievous smile. Really? Su Shue's eyes quickly lit up. Her eyes glowed as she stared at the black furry kitten. She said softly, "Good baby, come to big sister's arms." Women never had any resistance towards cute pets. Kitten's eyes widened. Under the other party's enticement, he had no resistance at all. He immediately scurried to Su Shue's chest. Without saying a word, he stretched out his furry claws and grabbed towards Su Shue's towering plump breasts. Just as he was about to succeed, Long Chen reacted quickly and pulled him back. Stinking brat, what the hell are you doing? This god was almost able to touch this beauty's boobs. You ruined this god's good thing. You're asking for a beating. In Long Chen's palm, kitten stared at Long Chen with its big eyes. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws in a threatening manner. Unfortunately, Dream Demon only knew illusion techniques. Its strength couldn't even compare to a normal demonic beast. It couldn't escape from Long Chen's hand at all. Once I don't discipline you, you'll lose my face. Long Chen laughed and directly stuffed it into the Great Void Realm. Although Kitten was unwilling, it wasn't as strong as Long Chen. Bastard, you must be jealous of me. I am a suave and handsome man. I was the most handsome man in the demonic beast world back then. No beautiful woman could escape from the palm of my hand. No matter if they were human or demonic beast, I would gladly accept them all. Today, this beautiful woman came to my door and wanted to be with me, but you stopped me. You despicable person, you should be cut into pieces. Chapter 788. Thinking of what had just happened, Su Shue blushed. She was too embarrassed to look at Long Chen again, so she changed the topic and said, that cat should be the Dream Demon. When you fought against Sitayu, I saw it. This demon is actually very terrifying. If you haven't reached the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm, it's very difficult for your martial spirit to resist its power of illusion. Also, your dream demon is still in its infancy. In the future, it will definitely be even more powerful. Long Chen curled his lips and said, I'm not counting on that. But to be able to speak the human language is something that ordinary heaven-rank demonic beasts can't do. I wonder if this dream demon will become a king-level demonic beast one day. When that time comes, he will definitely be very cute. Speaking of this, Su Shui suddenly thought of something and said, Right, Long Chen, I heard that when you came to the archaic cemetery, there was a demon wolf with you. At that time, Wu Guangyu took away your demon wolf. Now, that demon wolf already has the strength of a grade 9 king-level demon. After Long Chen became famous, some of the things that happened before were gradually known by everyone. The oath that he made in front of Wu Guangyu to kill him also spread. Many people already knew about it. Indeed. That demon wolf can't be said to be my pet. It's my brother. Long Chen lowered his head and said gloomily. It's in Wu Guangyu's hands. Since it obediently stayed by his side, it must have been tamed. I lost a brother for nothing. I'm sorry, my words made you sad. As she spoke, she saw that Long Chen's face didn't look good, so Su Shui hurriedly said. Long Chen smiled. It was a cold smile. Long Chen smiled coldly and said, It doesn't matter. In a few days, Wu Guangyu will regret it. The murderous aura in that smile made Su Shui a little panicked. She couldn't understand Long Chen's confidence. You must be careful. I believe you will succeed. The girl's eyes flashed with a strange light as she said firmly. But the most important thing is to survive, she added. And at this moment, they had more or less arrived at their destination. Long Chen raised his head and looked ahead. At this moment, there was an abandoned city in front of them. There were broken fences and broken walls everywhere. There were collapsed buildings everywhere. This city should have been very large, at least twice the size of the Cyanwood Heaven City. The Cyanwood Heaven City was still very well preserved, but this city had completely decayed and was covered in rust. The enormous glazed gold city, the Cyanwood Heavenly City, the Tianyi Water City and so on were all related to the elements of the 5 great domains. However, this ruin was the most ordinary type of city. From far away, a decaying smell came from the front. Everyone quickened their pace towards the direction of the city. Very quickly, they arrived at their destination. After going around the city, there was another wilderness in front of them. In that wilderness, there were 2 powerful auras soaring into the sky. There were 2 groups of people standing there. They were undoubtedly people from the Wind God's lineage and the 5 Elements Alliance. The martial arts competition of the 9 clans was a grand event among the 9 clans. In the past, it was held in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. This time, because of the opening of the primordial cemetery and the influence of an independent expert, Long Shuka, they chose to hold it in the primordial cemetery. In the past, there were at least hundreds of thousands of spectators in the martial arts grand tournament. This was the grandest event in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, and many people felt proud to be able to watch such a grand event, not to mention personally participating in the tournament. There were billions of people in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, but only 18 people could participate. Among these 18 people, which one of them wasn't an absolute genius? The true geniuses of the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain were not people that the small fries that Long Chen had met before could compare with. But this time, because it was related to the secret manual of the Yellow Emperor's Key, the 9 clans not only did not spread the news, they also forbade outsiders from entering the eternal battlefield. The people who should be present for this martial arts competition had already arrived. There were 10 people from the Thunder Demon clan and a dozen from the Wind God clan. As for the 5 Elements Alliance, because there were 5 major clans in total, they had more people. There were more than 30 of them. Among the 9 clans, the God clan and the Demon clan were the strongest. In the 5 Elements Alliance, each clan's strength was about the same as the Wind God clan and the Thunder Demon clan. At this moment, many enemies met, and many sparks instantly flew. Long Chen was very calm. He looked ahead and followed by Lan and the others, heading straight for his position. At this time, many people had already gathered their curious gazes on Long Chen. The people from the Wind God clan, Wu Guangyu, Feng Jilin, and the others all arrived. Their hatred for Long Chen was naturally incomparable. The Five Elements Alliance was also curious about this young man who had suddenly appeared, defeated Feng Jilin, and even obtained the 7 brilliant Star Lords' inheritance. In theory, Long Chen still wasn't a member of the 9 clans. The young people of the 9 clans were very familiar with those at the same level as them. For Long Chen to be able to stand here, it could be said that he had appeared out of nowhere, a new force to be reckoned with. They were the future pillars of the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Every single one of them was a transcendent existence. Among the 18 of them, there were only 1 or 2 who hadn't reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Even if they hadn't reached the 9th level, they would still have very powerful skills. For example, Feng Jilin, with her formless whip and 1,000-hand imprint, she was already very strong. Moreover, it had already been more than 20 days. Who could guarantee that Feng Jilin hadn't broken through? After all, Long Chen wasn't the only one improving in this world. Long Chen's only perception was on Xiao Lang. At this time, Long Chen was communicating with Xiao Lang in the language of spiritual beasts. Big brother, you must be anxious from waiting. It's almost time. You stay here first. After I take care of some obstacles, we brothers will once again dominate the world. Xiao Lang was overjoyed. All right, I'll wait for you. Long Chen kept walking forward. No one knew that he had communicated with Xiao Lang. Kitten had taught Long Chen the language of spiritual beasts, so ordinary people really couldn't understand it. They didn't even know that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had communicated with each other. The 3 factions all came to their own positions, facing each other. In fact, this was all flat ground. There were no positions to speak of. Everyone was standing. The Thunder Demon tribe had arrived. Not all of them were here. There was an even more important person, the witness of this competition and the person who would be given the prize, Long Shuka. From his name, one could guess that this guy had a very long beard. More importantly, he was in the 2nd level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Long Chen roughly estimated the number of people who came to the archaic cemetery. There were a dozen or so people who reached the Heaven Martial Arts Realm. 2 from the Thunder Demon clan, 2 from the Wind God clan, 6 from the 5 Elements Alliance, and the last one was this Long Shuka. There were only 4 people in the 2nd level of the Heaven Martial Realm, Wu Lian, Bailan, Long Shuka, and the last one was the old man from the 5 Elements Alliance. Long Chen's eyes slightly searched through the 5 Element Alliance's group, and very quickly, he saw the old man who was surrounded by the crowd. Before, on the astrolabe, no matter if it was the old man or the long-bearded man, Long Chen did not see either. Long Chen had already heard about the old man before. Heaven Realm experts could live for a very long time. That old man looked old and clumsy, but actually, he was already 700 or 800 years old. He was an old monster that had existed in the 5 Element Alliance for a very long time. His reputation was outside, and his seniority was very high. The several generations in between had died after 500 years because their cultivation wasn't high enough. That old man had long golden hair, but because of his old age, even his golden hair had turned white. His golden pupils had lost their luster and became very turbid. But if one looked down on him because of that, one would be gravely mistaken. He had lived for so many years and hadn't died. He definitely had many tricks up his sleeves. His battle experience was also very shocking. In theory, Bailan and Wu Lian each had the inheritance of one of the 7 lords. Even though they were all in the 2nd level of the Heaven Martial Realm, in terms of fighting strength, they should be a bit stronger than the other 2. Of course, that was only in theory. Long Chen didn't know the specifics. The Thunder Clan and the Demon Clan were the last to arrive. Before, the Wind God Clan, the 5 Elements Alliance and the Wind God Clan had already fought against each other many times. None of the three forces were willing to give way to the other. That was why they were still in a tripartite situation. Long Chen knew most of the people from the Wind God clan. He looked at the people from the Five Elements Alliance. Even though the Five Elements Alliance had a lot of people, they didn't have people with outstanding talents like Bailan and Wu Yan. The five patriarchs weren't young anymore and they were showing signs of old age. That proved that their potential had already been exhausted. Unlike Bailan, it seemed that he still had room to grow. Long Chen had already seen the five patriarchs of the Five Elements Alliance. He looked at the juniors of the Five Elements Alliance one by one. Behind each patriarch, there were two disciples who weren't weak. They were both under 40 years old. As for strength, very few of them were in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. In terms of cultivation level, Long Chen was the lowest. Among the 9 clans, there was basically no clan that was weak. Even though the god Wuxia Sage dynasty was also known as one of the 10 sacred dynasties, compared to the 9 clans, it wasn't even on the same level. These 10 young cultivators are even stronger than Sushua. The weakest is probably only a bit weaker than Lei Wen and Lei Wu. None of them are easy to deal with, thought Long Chen. Among the two forces, many people were looking at Long Chen. After all, he was a famous person. Chapter 789. Absolutely. However, we do not know whether or not his strength will be able to reach that level. To the people of the Five Element Alliance, Long Chen was something new. The 10 strong cultivators of the Five Element Alliance were glaring at their opponents. In terms of numbers, the Five Element Alliance had already won. The Jin clan was the head of the Five Element Alliance. Only the Jin clan had left behind an old man of the second Tian Qi layer. At that moment, that old man called Ancestor Jin looked at Bailan and said in a deep voice, "Brother Bailan, long time no see. You still look the same." Bailan smiled and replied, "Brother Jin is the same. The older you get, the more confident you become." Ancestor Jin chuckled and glanced at Long Chen. He said, "Brother Bailan, your luck is still as good as before. However, it seems like the younger generation of the demon clan isn't working hard enough. Surprisingly, they need outsiders to fill their vacancies. If the demon clan doesn't have enough people to participate, they can come to the Five Element Alliance. Many of our young men are fighting hard for a spot." Ancestor Jin had just said a few polite words, but his next sentence was filled with ridicule. Bailan's expression didn't change. He solemnly pushed Long Chen and said, "Brother Jin, you misunderstand. This is my son-in-law, Long Chen. As for his strength, Brother Jin will know very soon." When he was in the 5th Tian Qi layer, he took away some clan's mysterious gold soul. The mysterious gold soul was a very famous treasure of the Jin clan. They used the golden eyes of Nirvana and the mysterious gold soul to increase their strength by several times. Such an important treasure had been taken away by Long Chen. They didn't even have the time to beat their chest and stamp their feet. Bailan's words made the faces of the Jin clan turn black. Ancestor Jin wanted to ridicule Bailan, but he didn't expect to be countered by Bailan. Unable to keep his face, he angrily snorted and said, "The mysterious gold soul is only temporarily kept by a little thief. In a few days, it will return to my Jin clan. If you don't believe me, you can ask the 2 geniuses of my Jin clan, especially my direct disciple, Jin Ling." As soon as he finished speaking, a young man flashed out and stood next to Ancestor Jin. This man's body shape was similar to Ancestor Jin's. They were both thinner and had bronze skin. He had short, golden hair that stood up like steel needles. His golden eyes were like the stars in the sky, bursting with dazzling light. In fact, the Jin clan was famous for body refinement. Many of the men of the Jin clan were even stronger than the men of the Lei clan. However, that young man named Jin Ling wasn't like that. His eyes were ice cold, just like a piece of cold metal. Nobody could see any emotion in his eyes. That guy's strength is at the 9th layer of the Earth Chi layer. As Ancestor Jin's direct disciple, he must have many tricks up his sleeves. Moreover, he has a lot of murderous Chi on his body. I guess he has killed as many people as I have. He's more terrifying than Wu Guangyu. Even though Wu Guangyu's talent is extraordinary, his battle experience is not as good as mine. He's also not as tough as Jin Ling, thought Long Chen. Ancestor Jin clearly wanted Long Chen and Jin Ling to confront each other. Jin Ling glanced at Long Chen and said to Ancestor Jin, "Teacher, my opponent is not him. My opponent is in the Shen clan." After saying that, he took a few steps back and stood behind Ancestor Jin. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. "What should I do? My disciple doesn't put your son-in-law in his eyes at all. That child has been rebellious since he was young. He doesn't like to lie. I can't control him." The old man continued to chatter. Long Chen and Bai Lan looked at each other and smiled. They didn't care about that old fool. It was fine that he was old, but he still talked so much. It was as if he was afraid that others couldn't see him. This Jin Ling was indeed like a cold-blooded killer. He didn't put Long Chen in his eyes. Long Chen didn't feel anything. The reason why he participated in the martial arts competition was partly because of Bai Lan's favor, partly because he wanted to kill Wu Guanyu for revenge, and partly because he wanted to enter the Five Emperors' mystery realm. His and Jin Ling's target was obviously Wu Guangyu, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the world. Wu Guanyu's strength was originally on the same level as Jin Ling. In addition, Wu Guanyu had obtained the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor Lord. He also had a high-grade Emperor-class super divine weapon, the Divine Sword Green Lotus. Among the younger generation, he was basically invincible. The three factions looked at each other and didn't say anything. However, the smell of gunpowder between them was getting stronger. Long Chen retreated to the middle of the crowd and waited for time to pass. Seeing Long Chen close his eyes and calm down, Lei Wu and Lei Wen hurriedly asked, "Brother Long Chen, aren't you nervous?" In their opinion, Long Chen had offended quite a few people. Not only had he stolen the Gold Clan's mysterious gold soul, he had also offended the Wind God Clan. He should be very nervous. Even they were a little excited and nervous in the face of such a grand competition. Long Chen smiled and said, "It's just death. What's there to be nervous about? Anyway, even if I, Long Chen, die, I will drag a few down with me." He said this casually, but it made the two brothers' hair stand on end. Lei Wen stared blankly for a moment before he smiled and said, "Brother is really heroic. You're a model for us to learn from. I'll just say one thing. Tomorrow, when we enter the ruins, if we meet, we must take care of each other. If the four of us from the Thunder Clan and Demon Clan are lucky enough to gather together, then that would be great. No matter who comes, the four of us together would be invincible." "Of course," Long Chen said with a smile. In any case, no one was allowed to kill in tomorrow's battle. Long Chen had the spirit-devouring demonic eyes, so no one would be able to find him. For the first round of battle, Long Chen would enter and wander around. When 10 people came out, he would have successfully advanced. However, since Su Shui and the Thunder Brothers were inside, Long Chen naturally couldn't ignore them. At the crucial moment, he still had to take action. "Then, the four of us have an agreement." Lei Wen laughed. Time slowly passed, but everyone was extremely patient, so they didn't find it troublesome to wait. The long-bearded guest should arrive in another 2 hours. He should be the one who gave us the divine space talismans. As long as we carry the divine space talismans with us, we will be able to enter. Beside Long Chen, the graceful Su Shui whispered in his ear. "Are the divine space talismans very precious?" "That's natural. Only the 3 great imperial regions have specialized talisman masters and alchemists. Only talisman masters can inscribe talismans. Our myriad kingdom territories' talismans are all passed down from the 3 great imperial regions. Of course, there are some simple talismans that we can imitate. As for this divine space talisman, it has a life-saving effect. Only people from the 3 great imperial regions can create it. It's extremely precious. If the 9 great races hadn't given the long-beard guest enough treasures, he wouldn't have been willing to part with it, explained Su Shui. If you wear these divine space talismans, as long as you receive injuries that surpass your limits, they will automatically ignite. It is indeed a miraculous item. However, can Heaven Realm cultivators use them? Long Chen knew that the stronger one was, the more important one's life was. If these divine space talismans could be used, then wouldn't many experts be able to obtain many divine space talismans and never die? Of course not. Only those under the 9th level of the Earth Realm can use them. If it was a powerful Heaven Realm expert, they would be able to destroy the divine space talisman with a single attack and then injure their opponent. Su Shui said. Everything had to be balanced. For example, the divine space talisman. The only thing Long Chen had seen that wasn't bound by the rules was the sun-devouring monstrous wolf. In theory, Mo Xiaolang could endlessly devour divine space talismans. The more he devoured, the more powerful he would become. Every time he devoured, he would evolve in all aspects. After saying a few words to Su Shui, in front of everyone's expectant gazes, a cultivator wearing plain clothes finally staggered onto the stage. He was also an old man. He looked extremely ordinary. His hair and eyebrows had already turned gray. The most prominent thing about him was that he had a gray beard that was over half a meter long. It was even neater than his hair. It was shiny and shiny. Adding on his rosy and smooth face and his brilliant smile, his entire person was filled with a sense of happiness. I've made everyone wait for so long. It's all because that bitch is too good at twisting around. She made my waist and back ache. When I walk, my legs are sore. That's why I was delayed. You can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame that bitch for being too unrestrained. As soon as he arrived, the old man called long-bearded guest started laughing. Everyone's face darkened. This long-bearded guest's reputation wasn't small in the Myriad Kingdom territory. He was a hidden expert who played around. His personality was straightforward, and he loved wine and women. He was still lively at such an old age, making people envious. Brother Bai, you are still so handsome and extraordinary. Brother Jin's prestige is still the same as before. And that little girl from the Wu family, she is getting more and more alluring. Does your divine race still need a slave? Can this old man go? If I can serve that little girl from the Wu family, this old man is willing to die. As soon as he arrived, the long-bearded guest jumped up and down and talked non-stop. In the end, he sized up the god race patriarch Wu Lian with a burning gaze. If Senior Long-Bearded is willing to become a guest elder of my god race, apart from me, there will be many beauties in my god race who will be willing to serve Senior. Wu Lian said calmly. Really? The long-bearded guest's eyes lit up. Then he said, but this old man feels that they are all tasteless. In this world, only that Wu family girl can captivate me. Chapter 790. The Long Shuka wasn't angry at Wu Guangyu's angry words. He smiled and looked around. Since everyone is here, let's get ready to start. All 18 of you come out. Let the old man see how brilliant the young geniuses of the 9 clans are. The 18 people who were going to participate in the competition asked their patriarchs for permission and then walked to the Long Shuka. Long Chen, Su Shui, Lei Wen and Lei Wu were there. There were 4 people from the Wind clan. Besides Feng Jilin and Wu Guanyu, there was a man and a woman. The man was a strong young man from the Feng clan. He was about the same age as Lei Wen. The woman was from the God clan. She was about the same age as Lei Wen. She was in her 30s. It was actually quite difficult to reach the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm before the age of 30. The 8 great patriarchs of the Demon clan were all over 100 years old. When they had reached the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, they were probably over 50 years old. Wu Guangyu and Feng Jilin were engaged. The man and the woman were standing together, holding hands. They must have gotten married. The woman from the God clan had married the man from the Feng clan. The man and the woman were both in the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. With Wu Guangyu and Feng Jilin, they were very strong. The Five Elements Alliance, led by Jinling, had 10 people. They were all in the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. They were very strong. Wow, the quality of the contestants this time is very high. At least much higher than the previous ones. The Long Shuka looked at the 18 people in surprise. He looked at them one by one. When he saw Feng Jilin, his eyes lit up. He commented on Feng Jilin in a low voice. When he knew that Wu Guangyu was about to attack, he looked at Su Shui. Su Shui's body was more graceful than Feng Jilin's. The Long Shuka looked at her and couldn't move his eyes away. Su Shui was smart. She smiled and moved behind Long Chen so that the Long Shuka couldn't see anything. This kid. Only then did Long Shuka look at Long Chen. He said with great interest, could this kid be the Long Chen that everyone was talking about? The one who obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords? Yes, I am. Long Chen cupped his hands. This Long Shuka was a powerhouse, and he was the host of this martial arts competition. There was no benefit in offending him. Wu Guangyu was very impolite to this old guy, but Long Chen was very polite. This gave him a good impression. The old man nodded with satisfaction and said, not bad, not bad. Work hard. Cut the crap, old fart. Hurry up and take out the God Space Talisman. Wu Lian, the patriarch of the God clan, said in a cold voice. Air. Right at this moment, Long Shuka suddenly became shy and said, I prepared 18 godly void talismans earlier, but I gave 2 of them to a good friend of mine when I came to the primeval cemetery. What? Bailan, Wu Lian, and the others all had ugly expressions. This Long Shuka was crazy and had never been reliable. They didn't expect him to give away the godly void talisman that was related to the martial arts competition. He was too much of a bastard. Long Shuka, how can you do this? There are 18 of us participating, but you only have 16 godly void talismans. Doesn't that mean that 2 of us can't participate? Our quota has already been decided. Who wants to withdraw? Wu Lian said with an ugly expression. No matter what you say, you have to take responsibility for this. Otherwise, the strength of our 3 races will not let you off, Ancestor Jean said unhappily from the 5-element union. The 5-element union had a total of 10 people participating. If they had to lose 2 people, the God clan and the Demon clan would obviously not be willing. In the end, it was very likely that the 5-element union would lose people. For the 5-element union, this was a loss. Why don't we change the competition rules? It's such a waste to use the godly void talisman. Long Shuka said awkwardly. Absolutely not. Changing the competition rules at the last minute will greatly affect the result. Who would be willing to suffer such a loss? Bailan frowned and said indifferently. At that moment, Long Shuka couldn't do anything. The higher-ups of the 3 great powers were a bit angry. Long Shuka wasn't serious, so Wu Lian wouldn't argue with him. However, such an important matter like the great martial arts competition was treated so casually. He clearly didn't put the 3 great powers in his eyes. The 3 great powers wouldn't allow the 5 Emperor Key to be taken away by other powers. Especially Long Shuka, who didn't have any influence. If he hadn't been willing to give up the quota for the Yellow Emperor's Key, the 3 great powers would have already secretly attacked him. Of the 4 experts in the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm, the weakest should be that Long Shuka. Being glared at like tigers watching their prey, Long Shuka smiled and said, how about this? Among the 18 people, those who are confident enough to enter the top 8 and believe that they will not be hurt or killed will not use the God Space Talisman. I think Wu Guangyu of the God clan will not use the God Space Talisman. He has the inheritance of Green Lotus Emperor. Among the 18 people, who can give him a fatal wound? No, said Wu Lian hurriedly. Although she knew her son was the strongest, she couldn't accept it. Why did everyone have a godly void talisman and her son Wu Guangyu didn't? Wu Lian objected, so the people of the God clan objected too. However, at that moment, Wu Guangyu waved his hand and said, "The godly void talisman is useless to me. I don't need it. If I don't have one, that's fine too. But I have a condition." Long Shuka had found hope, so he asked, "What is it?" Wu Guangyu found Long Chen in the crowd, smiled and said, "There are 16 godly void talismans in total. There must be 2 people who don't have one. One of them is me, and the other one, I hope it's him, Long Chen." Everyone was in an uproar. Wu Guangyu's intentions were clear. He wanted to kill Long Chen in the ruins while Long Chen didn't have a godly void talisman. After all, he wouldn't be able to kill Long Chen if he had one. The people of the Lightning Demon tribe obviously objected. Even Su Shui didn't agree. She hurriedly glared at Wu Guangyu and said, "That won't do. It's not fair. Wu Guangyu, don't you want to attack Long Chen in the ruins and steal the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy? That won't do." Wu Guangyu smiled coldly and said, "Why not? In the past years of the martial arts competition, apart from the first round, life and death are not allowed. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. This is the rule passed down by the elders. Even the patriarchs of the various clans cannot interfere. The weak should be killed. Could it be that Long Chen has already admitted defeat to me?" Su Shui was stunned and scolded, "You despicable person." Feng Jilin was furious that her man was scolded. Su Shui was as pretty as her, and women were easily jealous. Su Shui was basically her most important imaginary enemy. She mocked, "Who's despicable? The one who stole the martial god steel diagram and the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy is the truly despicable one. He has no real power and only knows how to play tricks. Only you, Su Shui, would like such a weakling. If it were me, I would have thrown this useless man to God knows where." Feng Jilin's words made Su Shui angry, but it made Long Chen laugh. Long Chen laughed for a while and attracted everyone's attention. Then he said, "Don't you think it's funny? Of course, the interesting things that happened between us in the 7 brilliant star tomb will be a wonderful memory, Feng Jilin." Long Chen's words immediately caused countless questions to appear in everyone's hearts. They all began to guess what exactly had happened between the two of them. Among them, the one who suffered the most was Wu Guangyu. Feng Jilin was his fiancée, and also the woman he coveted. What did Long Chen's words mean? He even thought back to when Feng Jilin had come out of the star tomb. Her clothes were in a mess. Don't listen to him. This scoundrel is just a useless person who only knows how to talk. Feng Jilin was angry. Thinking about what happened that day, she wanted to kill Long Chen right now. However, she knew that the angrier she was, the more people would think that Long Chen was telling the truth. So, she could only speak in a calm tone. Wu Guangyu was doubtful. He thought about how Long Chen was weak and how Feng Jilin didn't look like she had been raped. Only then did he feel relieved. Don't talk about those useless people. Long Chen, let me ask you, without using the godly space talisman, do you dare or not? Wu Guangyu used a cold voice to stop the others from talking. He didn't want to be seen as a man who was cuckolded. That would be worse than killing him. Everyone's eyes were focused on Long Chen. Long Chen quieted down. He didn't think and just said one word, "I dare." That's it. Huh, the two of you are brave geniuses. You have helped me out of the crisis. I will not treat you badly. Next, I will put the godly space talisman on the others. As soon as Long Chen agreed, Long Shuka hurriedly started. He was very fast, like a gust of wind sweeping past the crowd. When he returned to his original position, everyone could see a dark yellow talisman flickering on their foreheads, except for Long Chen and Wu Guanyu. The talisman flickered gently, emitting a kind of protective power. Then, it gradually disappeared. The feeling of the godly space talisman is not bad. It is like wearing a layer of armor. But Long Chen, you really didn't take the risk just to fight back. Chapter 791. Don't worry. We don't know who will win yet. Long Chen smiled indifferently. He's too confident. I don't know whether he has reached the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm or not. He doesn't want to say it. He likes to make people worry. Really? She was speechless about Long Chen's mysteriousness. Lei Ji touched Bai Lan's elbow and said, "Brother Bai, is it okay for Long Chen to do this?" Bai Lan smiled and said, "He knows what he's doing. Don't worry about him." At this time, Long Shuka had separated Long Chen and the others and sent them into the ruins from 18 different directions. There was a natural maze in the ruins. Although there was no fog, it was difficult to tell the direction. Ordinary people couldn't even walk out of the maze, let alone go to the designated place to meet the others. Long Chen walked into the ruins from one direction under Long Shuka's arrangement. At this time, he couldn't see the others. The ruins attracted his attention. There were dilapidated fences and walls everywhere. The surrounding houses were very tall. After arriving here, Long Chen found that there was a force binding him, preventing him from flying. If he could fly, the people of the 5 Elements Union could quickly meet up. Long Chen temporarily called this place Maze City. As expected, there is a natural maze here. Even if I walk straight ahead, I will still go astray. Moreover, the surroundings here seem to be very different, but in fact, there are many similarities. There is no way to mark this place. In other words, in this Maze City, one could only rely on luck. If they met an opponent, they would definitely run into each other. This little maze won't be a problem for me. However, your soul-devouring demon eyes can see people within a 1-mile radius, so you can do it yourself. There's no need to trouble me. The kitten said arrogantly. Kitten, can you see what the ruins were like before? Long Chen asked, looking around carefully. In order to save you, this god doesn't have much magic power left. This god can't find out. Long Chen knew that this guy only knew how to boast, so he didn't have much hope for him. Instead, he moved forward in the ruins while looking around. He had the spirit-devouring demon pupil, so he actually had a lot of initiative here. The only person Long Chen wanted to kill was Wu Guanyu, so he wasn't in a hurry. If there's anything strange about this Mi Cheng, the people from the 9 great clans would have turned this place upside down. However, I still find it a little strange. This Maze City was situated at the center of the entire primeval cemetery. In such a special location, it ought to be a very crucial place. Using the soul-devouring demonic pupil, Long Chen could see the other 17 cultivators from a mile ahead. It was a time filled with killing intent. Once they met, it would probably be a life-and-death battle. With the Divine Void Talisman, they would definitely not show any mercy when they fought. As for Long Chen, he wasn't wearing a Divine Void Talisman at all. So, he was still in danger. This Mi Cheng was a lot bigger than Cyanwood Sky City. Furthermore, they couldn't find the direction. It was actually not easy to meet a single person here. But as time passed, they would eventually meet others as they wandered around. Long Chen didn't plan to take the initiative to attack. So, 2 hours after he entered, he saw a youth from the water race with the soul-devouring demonic pupil. However, he didn't attack him and instead circled around him. Although he had offended the gold race and took away their profound gold soul, it was better to have as little hatred as possible. Only in a situation where he had no other choice would Long Chen choose to attack. About 2 hours after they entered, the battle had already begun. Long Chen could vaguely hear the sounds of fighting coming from the direction where they came from. Whatever. I'll go help Sushue and the others first. Don't get bullied by others, especially the people from the Five-Element Alliance. There are more than a dozen of them. After making up his mind, Long Chen went towards one of the directions. The direction kept changing, just like when he was in the Nine Hells Morning Soul Land. He couldn't find the right direction at all. However, Long Chen had the soul-devouring demonic pupil. Even if he wandered around, he could still find the person he needed to find. About another hour passed and Long Chen heard the sounds of fighting near him. Using the soul-devouring demonic pupil, he felt a familiar aura. It's a brother from the Lei clan. After realizing that it was between Lei Wen and Lei Wu, Long Chen quickly followed. He had already noticed that there were two people attacking Lei Wen. Two warriors in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm against one warrior in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Lei Wen would definitely be at a disadvantage. Long Chen didn't say anything and arrived behind those two people with a whoosh sound. Judging from their hair color and attire, one of the two young warriors of the Five-Element Union was from the Fire race, while the other should be from the Wood race. The Fire race's warriors were proficient in fire-attributed attacks, while the Wood race's warrior had powerful life battle skills as well as all kinds of mystical battle skills. They were both in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. The one they were attacking was Lei Wen. Under their siege, Lei Wen was already in danger. He had been hit several times with the help of the Godly Space Talisman. If the Godly Space Talisman exploded, he would be transported out. Lei Wen was facing Long Chen, so he was the first one to see Long Chen. The warriors of the Fire race and the Wood race didn't see Long Chen. At that moment, Lei Wen looked surprised, but he quickly hid it. He wanted Long Chen to launch a sneak attack without the other party knowing of his existence. Long Chen smiled coldly and used the Big Dipper steps. He was like a light whirlwind, quickly flashing behind the warriors of the Fire race and the Wood race. Suddenly, starlight appeared on his body and gathered in Long Chen's palm. In a short moment, the 3,000 star field was formed in Long Chen's hand. The moment it was formed, Long Chen had already pierced the 3,000 star field in his hand towards the back of his opponent's heart. At that moment, the warrior of the Fire race finally reacted. He was extremely shocked. He suddenly turned his head and saw Long Chen and the 3,000 star field. Sneak attack, lowly person. The warrior of the Fire race cursed angrily. He could only pierce his finger in a very short time. Suddenly, a flaming sword chi came out of his fingertip and collided with the tip of the 3,000 star field. He was a warrior in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, so his chi was better than Long Chen's. Therefore, he believed that he could shake off Long Chen's precious 3,000 star field. That's it? Long Chen smiled faintly. He exerted his chi and his 3,000 star field turned into a starlight. It pierced through the warrior's palm and pierced into his body. At that moment, his divine space spell suddenly emitted a strong light. When Long Chen's 3,000 star field pierced into his body, he was already teleported out. He had defeated the enemy in one move. Long Chen's performance was really amazing. The strong warrior of the Wind race and Lei Wen stopped. Lei Wen was dumbfounded and said, "Brother Long, you've really reached the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm." Long Chen smiled and didn't reply. He continued using the Big Dipper steps and rushed towards the strong warrior of the Wood race. Seeing his companion killed, the strong warrior of the Wood race was shocked. He hadn't thought that Long Chen would be so strong. At that moment, he was only one person and his opponents were two. He could only choose to escape. Despicable person, you dare to sneak attack us? The Five Elements Union won't let you off. Just wait and see, said the young man of the Wood race. Want to escape? Long Chen didn't attack. When he knew that the silhouette of the young man was about to disappear, Long Chen activated the blood escape skill. He burned a small part of his chi and instantly rushed behind the young man of the Wood race. You didn't chase me now, but when I find a chance, you'll regret it. The young man of the Wood race was excited to escape from Long Chen. At this distance, Long Chen couldn't catch him. Suddenly, a strong and sharp chi came from behind him. How is this possible? The young man of the wood race hurriedly turned around. A blue light pierced through his forehead. His vision became more and more blurry. When he woke up, he found that he was already outside of Mi City. Mu Zhong, you also came out. That kid called Long Chen and Lei Wen joined hands and killed you. At this moment, the youth from the Fire Clan, who was killed by Long Chen, said angrily. Behind him were the experts of the Five Elements Union. Among them were the patriarchs of the 5 clans, Ancestor Jin, and other important figures. It hadn't been long since the battle started, but of the 10 people of the 5 Elements Union, 4 had already come out. 2 of them had been killed by Wu Guanyu, and the other 2 had been killed by Long Chen. The young man of the fire race had been killed by Long Chen, so he was very unwilling. After coming out, he hurriedly complained to his elders, causing the people of the 5 Elements Union to scold Long Chen for being despicable. Then, Mu Zhong of the wood race also came out. I don't know. Mu Zhong hadn't reacted yet. What happened? Asked the patriarch of the wood race as he separated the crowd. I don't know who killed me. That Long Chen and Lei Wen were standing together. I was about to run away when I suddenly felt a strong chi behind me. When I turned around, a blue light pierced through my forehead. Said Mu Zhong in a daze. After he said that, everyone looked at each other in a daze. The young man of the fire race said in disbelief, blue light, isn't that 3,000 star field? Long Chen caught up with Mu Zhong and killed him in one move. This was probably the truth. Chapter 792. The people of the 5 Elements Alliance looked at the Divine Clan and the Demon Clan maliciously. In the 5 Elements Alliance, except for Jin Ling, the other members were relatively balanced. They didn't have a disciple like Wu Guanyu, but they were definitely stronger than Su Shui. Did the Demon Clan have someone stronger than Su Shui, Long Chen? They suddenly realized that they had underestimated Long Chen. That kid has just reached the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. How can he be so strong? Said the ancestor of the Gold Clan. On the side of the Thunder and Demon clans, Bailan and Lei Ji looked at each other and smiled. As expected, Long Chen didn't disappoint them. Beside Lei Ji, Lei Wu was standing there with some embarrassment. He was surrounded by Jin Ling and a youth from the Water Clan. This was the only victory for the 5 Element Union. Father, don't blame yourself. You're just unlucky. You have to work harder, said Lei Ji. I wonder how Shui is doing. I haven't heard from her yet, said Bailan. Brother Bai, you have the godly space spell. You don't have to worry, said Lei Ji. Alright, after Long Chen put away the 3,000 star field, Lei Wen swallowed his saliva and said respectfully, thank you for your kindness, brother. Before, I thought that brother's strength was at most equal to mine, but I didn't expect those rumors to be true. When you were still in the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm, you could already kill a warrior in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, not to mention that you've already entered the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. In fact, Long Chen was even stronger. If he transformed into a dragon soul, he would be able to defeat Long Chen. That was what Long Chen was relying on. Before coming to the eternal battlefield, Long Chen had successfully completed the last breakthrough and raised his strength to the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. After coming to the archaic cemetery, he had chased all the way from the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. He had jumped 5 levels in a row. This speed had already surpassed everyone in the Myriad Lands. A total of 10 people had to go out of Micheng. In just a short 4 to 6 hours, 5 people had already gone out. Another 5 people would be enough. The first round of battles usually ended very quickly. However, the longer it went, the more people would hide. After all, no one wanted to waste their energy or be killed. The longer they stayed in the competition, the more important it was for them. It was related to their honor and future cultivation. I wonder how Sushue and your brother are doing. The Five-Element Union has a lot of people. It's easy for them to gang up and bully others. The god race has Wu Guanyu. No matter who they meet, they won't have a good ending. After Long Chen put away the 3,000-star domain, he took Lei Wen with him and proceeded onward. Of course, they were moving randomly, hoping to see if they were lucky enough to run into other people. Usually, if others didn't take the initiative to attack, Long Chen wouldn't take the initiative to attack. With the soul-devouring demon pupil, everything was very convenient. Very quickly, Long Chen encountered a few groups of people. They were all from the Five-Element Alliance. Normally, they were moving in groups of 1 or 2 people. Under the observation of the soul-devouring demon pupil, Long Chen cleverly avoided them. That's strange. We've been walking for 4 hours and we haven't met anyone. Lei Wen didn't know what was going on. He followed Long Chen and nothing seemed to have happened. Long Chen smiled but didn't say anything. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes and said, "There's a battle in that direction. Let's go and see." There was a battle. Maybe Sushue and Lei Wu were there. The two of them quickly approached. However, when they got close, Long Chen found out that it wasn't Sushue who was fighting. It was the Wind God and the Five Elements Alliance. Similarly, it was 2 people attacking 1 person. The 2 people from the Wind God's bloodline weren't Feng Jilin and Wu Guanyu. They were an older couple. They were attacking a young man from the Jin clan. It wasn't Jin Ling, but someone with a younger name. At this moment, the Jin clan man was in danger. The 2 experts from the Wind God's bloodline forced the young man into a dead end. When he was about to lose, the young man shouted, "Brother Jin Ling, avenge me." This roar would probably travel very far. Under the desperate attacks of the 2 experts, the young man quickly lost his life. He turned into a white light and left with the help of the divine space talisman. The 2 experts from the Wind God's bloodline heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and smiled. The woman from the divine race smiled and said, "We finally made a contribution and got rid of a kid from the Jin clan. Brother Lu, we cooperated very well." The man from the Feng clan, Feng Lu, smiled and said, "Of course. With Sister Ro-er's help, how could a small warrior from the Jin clan be our match?" Then, Feng Lu held the woman's hand with an affectionate look. His other hand reached out to touch the woman's full chest. "Brother Lu, don't stay here. Let's go first. If this kid calls Jin Ling over, we're finished. Jin Ling is a madman. Only the young master of Guanyu can deal with him." Feng Lu could only nod helplessly and said, "All right." At this moment, Feng Lu's eyebrows twitched. The Feng clan had the ability to sense the wind. The change in the wind speed attracted his attention. "Who's peeping over there? Get the hell out here." With a roar, he charged towards Long Chen and Lei Wen. Long Chen did not want to touch them. Every debt has a debtor. The enmity between him and Wu Guanyu had nothing to do with Feng Lu. However, given the current situation, he had no choice but to come out. "Brother Lei, you stand here first. I'll try alone." Lei Wen was eager to try, but Long Chen did not let him. "You alone?" Lei Wen asked in surprise. "If I can't deal with them alone, how am I going to deal with Wu Guanyu, who has the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor?" Long Chen smiled. Without hesitation, he walked out of the darkness and appeared in front of Feng Lu and Wu Qingru of the God clan. "So it's you." Feng Lu smiled brightly and continued, "My little sister Jilin wants to skin you alive and pull out your tendons. The young master of the God clan also wants to kill you. Since you're still here, it means that they haven't found you yet. Since that's the case, I'll help them kill you." Wu Qingru smiled and said, "I'm sure the young master will be very grateful to us, right?" At that moment, Lei Wen was still hiding. They thought that Long Chen was alone. Long Chen had not reached the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. They had already killed a warrior in the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, not to mention Long Chen. As for Lei Wen, he was not worried about Long Chen. On one hand, he was curious about how strong Long Chen was. On the other hand, it was because Long Chen had killed 2 warriors in the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. That was why he was not worried about Long Chen. Feng Lu and Wu Qingru sized up Long Chen for a while. Feng Lu said, "Sister Ro, let me deal with this little guy. We are all much older than him, so we can't gang up on him. Otherwise, if this gets out, we will be laughed at." "Brother Lu, be careful," Wu Qingru said softly and sweetly. "Don't worry." With a beauty watching, it was time for him to show off his might. After saying that, Feng Lu strode toward Long Chen. 3,000 phantoms. Feng Lu used the 3,000 phantoms that Long Chen was very familiar with. Feng Lu's genuine qi was several times stronger than Feng Jilin's. When he used the 3,000 phantoms, each of them could explode with power equivalent to the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm. A total of 3,000 phantoms instantly filled Feng Lu's surroundings. Under Feng Lu's control, the 3,000 phantoms swarmed towards Long Chen. Interestingly, Long Chen's weapon, the 3,000 star field, had a similar name to the 3,000 phantoms. In fact, there was a rumor that the 7 brilliant star lords were the ancestors of the Feng clan. However, the cultivation method he practiced had been lost by the Feng clan. The only thing that was still related to him was the 3,000 phantoms and the 3,000 star field. Long Chen's 3,000 star field could be divided into 3,000 stars. Each star could be transformed into a new weapon. If the 3,000 star field fell into the hands of the Feng clan, it could display even more terrifying power. This was also the reason why the Feng clan was so interested in the 3,000 star field. When Feng Jilin had found the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords, she had thought that it was her ancestor who had guided her. She hadn't expected that it would benefit Long Chen in the end. Of course, the fact that the 7 brilliant star lords were the ancestors of the Feng clan was spread by the Feng clan themselves. Whether it was true or not, nobody knew. The 3,000 phantoms was the natural magic of the Feng clan. Only those who possessed the bloodline of the Feng clan could awaken it when they reached the Earth martial arts realm. It was similar to the golden eye of annihilation of the Gold clan. If they could use it well, it could basically become their trump card. Feng Lu had used it at this time. It showed how strong his determination to kill Long Chen was. The 3,000 star field instantly enveloped Long Chen. Feng Lu didn't believe that Long Chen could escape from the 3,000 phantoms. Soon, Feng Lu was stunned because he couldn't figure out where Long Chen was at all. The 3,000 phantoms had blocked his own vision. Where did he go? Feng Lu was stunned. He suddenly withdrew the 3,000 phantoms. Previously, there were only a few phantoms fighting against Long Chen. Then, Long Chen quickly disappeared. "Brother Lu, he's going towards you." "Be careful," Wu Qingru, who was watching from the side, said quickly. She was outside and could naturally see that Long Chen had already followed the 3,000 phantoms and instantly rushed to Feng Lu's side. "What?" Feng Lu was shocked. When he withdrew the 3,000 star field, he had already seen Long Chen's figure in a panic. At this moment, Long Chen looked completely different from before. His body was covered in blood-red scales. There were some sharp bone spurs at his joints and his claws were as sharp as blades. Chapter 793. However, the tip of the spear was emitting a cold light and killing intent. 3,000 star field. Feng Lu's eyes were filled with greed. At this moment, Long Chen's speed was beyond his imagination, but he wasn't afraid. Phantoms combine, wind stab. Under Feng Lu's control, 3,000 phantoms gathered in front of Feng Lu in a very short time. A total of 3,000 phantoms gathered in a small space. Finally, they condensed into a green stab about half a meter long. A terrifying power burst out from the stab, the surrounding space was slightly distorted. Whoosh! The power of the 3,000 phantoms merged into one and formed a stab that pierced towards Long Chen. The power of this attack was equivalent to Feng Lin's 1,000-hand imprint. Only an emperor-level battle skill could have such power. Wind stab. Long Chen's eyes were cold. He took bloody steps and suddenly accelerated. He had already used the dragon's soul transformation, so his speed was faster than an ordinary cultivator in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. At the same time, he condensed his true chi into the 3,000 star field. Suddenly, the 3,000 star field exploded with a terrifying power. Under Long Chen's stab, a blue light instantly collided with the stab. The two sharpest confrontations took place here. It had to be said that Feng Lu's sarcasm was quite strong. However, in front of Long Chen, who had the same level of Jin Yuan and a high-level emperor weapon, Feng Lu was clearly at a disadvantage. "Break!" shouted Long Chen. The stab turned into a stab in front of Long Chen. Long Chen increased his speed again. After breaking through the stab, his 3,000 star field had already arrived in front of Feng Lu. A purple astral chi burst out from the spear and pierced into Feng Lu's eyeball. "You won't die anyway. I'll let you have a taste of your eyes," said Long Chen smiling. When the spear pierced into Feng Lu's body, it encountered a strong resistance. This was the power of the godly space talisman. However, under Long Chen's powerful attack, the godly space talisman suddenly exploded and sent Feng Lu out of Micheng. In a short period of time, Long Chen had killed Feng Lu. If not for the divine space talisman, Feng Lu would definitely have died in the hands of Long Chen. This was the strength of Long Chen. After transforming into the dragon soul, there were only a few people who could compete with Long Chen. Su Shui and Jin Ling were barely qualified. As for Wu Guangyu, he was Long Chen's ultimate enemy. After all, whatever Long Chen had, Wu Guangyu had, or even more. "Brother Lu." Long Chen's swift killing move stunned Wu Qingru for a moment. In that short moment, Feng Lu had already turned into a white light and left. Long Chen placed the tip of the 3,000 star domain spear on the ground and turned to look at Wu Qingru with a faint smile on his face. Wu Qingru suddenly realized that this man was like a demon. Previously, everyone had underestimated him. This kind of person was extremely ruthless. He was definitely a difficult young genius to deal with. You actually. Wu Qingru took a few steps back. Her strength was not much weaker than Feng Lu's. Long Chen had easily killed Feng Lu, which meant that she was definitely not a match for him. If the two of them worked together, they might have a chance. However, there was no such chance now. Long Chen. Wu Qingru had the thought of escaping. If both of them were killed by Long Chen, it would be too embarrassing. "Want to leave? Isn't it better if I send the two of you to reunite?" Long Chen chuckled. As he spoke, he suddenly put away the 3,000 star domain and walked towards Wu Qingru. "There's no need for the 3,000 star domain." Wu Qingru was stunned. She knew that Long Chen must have underestimated him. This provided her with an opportunity to fight back. Therefore, she did not escape. Instead, she circulated her spiritual essence. The majestic spiritual essence in her body surged as she prepared to fight against Long Chen. Without the 3,000 star domain, Long Chen was not a match for her at all. However, was that really the case? Long Chen suddenly rushed forward. An astrolabe appeared under his feet and instantly, a red shadow transformed towards Wu Qingru. What a fast speed! What a mysterious movement technique! This is the Big Dipper steps. Wu Qingru did not dare to be careless. She circulated the power in her body. Just as she was about to attack, Long Chen was one step ahead of her. He accelerated in an instant. In Long Chen's right palm, the azure arch seal suddenly lit up. At the same time, the gold arch seal also lit up. Azure the arch heaven raising seal. Gold arch heaven covering seal. These two emperor seals were used at the same time. Suddenly, two destructive emperor seals instantly attacked Wu Qingru. This was originally Long Chen's strongest attack. Coupled with the strength of his spiritual essence at the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, the effect of this attack was extremely terrifying. Under Long Chen's attack, Wu Qingru's divine space talisman was directly smashed before she could even attack. At the same time, she spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a real injury. A white light flashed and Wu Qingru was transported out of the city. However, in such a small moment, she was actually injured. Long Chen's attack was so powerful that it exceeded the reaction time of the divine space talisman. In an instant, the talisman was destroyed. This caused Wu Qingru to suffer a certain degree of injury in that instant. Of course, this did not matter. Being bombarded out of the city meant that Wu Qingru had lost the right to continue participating in the competition. The power of the space had sent Wu Qingru out of the city. Under the attack of Long Chen's two emperor seals, her chest was aching. Her internal organs had already been seriously injured. She wore the divine space talisman and was injured by Long Chen. How could Long Chen be so strong? Wu Qingru was filled with shock. When she opened her eyes, she found that the elders of the Wind Clan and the Divine Clan were watching her. When they saw that Wu Qingru was injured, they all looked even more shocked. Even Qingru is injured. Then Long Chen. The crowd looked at each other blankly. Most of their faces were very ugly. Nothing. Wu Qingru was shocked. She endured her injuries and quickly searched the crowd. However, she could not see Feng Lu. Where's Brother Lu? Where's Brother Lu? Wu Qingru asked anxiously. At that moment, the clan leader of the Wind Clan was standing next to her. He said with a cold expression, I have already sent someone to send Lu, to the glazed gold city to recuperate. His eyeball has been pierced, and he needs emperor-level medicine to fully recover. I have already let him take it. As long as he recuperates in peace, he will be fine. Qingru, you are also injured. Go to the glazed gold city and take care of him. What? Wu Qingru was stunned. She recalled that Long Chen's 3,000-star domain had directly pierced Feng Lu's eye. He had transformed into Long Chen, and the terrifying power had exceeded the reaction time of the divine space talisman. I originally thought that only Bright Cosmos could make an attack stronger than the divine space talisman. I never thought that Long Chen would also be able to do so. Feng Qing's chest burned with incomparable anger when he thought about how two of his people had been eliminated and how two of them were injured. Wu Lian's expression could not be seen because of her veil. However, she was definitely not in a good mood. At that moment, she said, 8 people have come out. 2 more will come out. Feng Qing's gaze was cold. 2 people. Long Chen did not bring the divine space talisman. This is enough for Bright Cosmos to kill him. This brat must be killed. Otherwise, there will be too many variables. You're right. The 2 young outstanding disciples of the Divine Wind Clan were injured. One of them even needed emperor-level medicine to recuperate. There was no need to mention how sullen they felt. At first, it was the 5-element alliance that had lost face. In just a short while, they had already sent out 5 people. Long Chen had killed 2, Wu Guangyu had killed 2, and Feng Lu and Wu Qingru had killed 1. The Thunder Demon clan had also sent out 1. Only the Shen clan was still intact. Unexpectedly, 2 of them came out at once, and both were injured. Long Chen. Everyone was thinking about this name. Whether it was the Wind clan or the Shen clan, they all wanted to get rid of this variable, Long Chen. His rapid rise had already made the people of the Divine Wind clan feel panic. Among the crowd, only Bai Lan and Lei Ji were smiling. Long Chen still did not know what had happened outside. He only saw the last of Wu Qingrou's blood spurt onto his hand. She's injured. Long Chen was a little surprised. The defense of the divine space talisman. My attack has reached its limit. After thinking for a while, Long Chen could roughly understand. At that moment, Lei Wen was staring at Long Chen. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. He knew that Long Chen would be very strong, but he did not expect him to be this strong. In his hands, a cultivator in the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm was just like cutting melons and vegetables. Brother Long. Lei Wen trembled as he walked to Long Chen. Breast implants? What breast implants? I don't have breasts. Long Chen said something that made Lei Wen spit out his rice. Long Chen smiled. He was about to move when he suddenly felt someone coming. He turned his head and saw the person who had flashed out of the ruins and was looking at him seriously. It was Jin Ling of the Jin clan. He was alone, and his body exploded with a strong killing intent. He stared at Long Chen. When he was 20 meters away from Long Chen, he said coldly, "You killed my brother from the Jin clan." "I only killed the people of the Feng clan and the Shen clan. As for the one you mentioned, it was that handsome guy from the Feng clan who killed him," said Long Chen honestly. "All right." Jin Ling was about to leave. "What? You don't want to fight?" Jin Ling turned his head and squinted. "You are very strong. I will defeat you fair and square in the final battle. You and Wu Guanyu are both my opponents." A cold aura emanated from this fellow's body. Chapter 794. Jin Ling didn't plan to fight with Long Chen at this time. He preferred to defeat strong opponents in public, not now. Lei Wen and Long Chen stared at Jin Ling's silhouette growing further and further away. Both of them looked at each other in dismay. Lei Wen smiled helplessly and said, "This Jin Ling has been raised by the Jin ancestor since he was a child. He rarely shows himself, but his reputation is quite great. I heard that because of the shadows in his childhood, his temperament is extremely violent and he knows how to endure patiently." "Is that so?" Long Chen nodded. In fact, in his heart, the real madman was himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to climb from an insignificant figure to where he was today. Compared to Biyao town, the Myriad Kingdom's territory was really too big. Even the Shenwu Sacred Court had a population of hundreds of millions. 10,000 territories were basically bigger than the Zhangyang Kingdom. If all of them were gathered together, there would be hundreds of millions of people. On the other hand, Long Chen's current strength was one of the most outstanding young experts amongst the myriad of people here. Moreover, he'd cultivated for less than 2 years. Such a speed of cultivation had already surpassed some extraordinary geniuses in the imperial region. His potential surpassed everyone else's. If he wanted to become a truly invincible expert, all he needed was enough time. Seeing Jin Ling leave, Long Chen did not stop him. After coming to meet Cheng, Long Chen alone had already taken care of 4 people, so he estimated that the first round of battles was about to end. "By the way, I forgot to tell you one thing," Jin Ling suddenly turned around and said after walking for a long distance. "What's the matter?" Long Chen nodded. "I saw Wu Guanyu and Feng Jilin chasing a girl. That girl must be Sushue from your demon race. TSK, her figure is really good." After saying that, Jin Ling flashed and left. Sushue was found by them. "She's on the run." Lei Wen looked worried. He looked at Long Chen and said, "Fortunately, we have the divine space talisman. But we still have to save her." Long Chen did not say a word, already activated his spirit-devouring demon pupil, and began to search the vicinity. Although he had the god space talisman, he was still worried. Just like when he was dealing with Wu Qingru, he felt that the god space talisman was no longer effective against his current level of power. Therefore, he had to find Su Shui as soon as possible. If Su Shui was injured by them, it wouldn't be worth it. Long Chen's creed was that as long as it was someone close to him, he would not allow them to be hurt. Go this way. Lei Wen was startled for a moment before he immediately followed Long Chen. Long Chen was currently shuttling through the surrounding area at high speed. His spirit-devouring demon eyes could cover an area of a mile. If he found them, he would be able to catch up very quickly. The two of them walked quickly in the maze city. I've already killed the other two from the god race. If I can meet people from the 5-element union and kill a few more of them, I can finish the first round earlier. If they are still chasing after Su Shui, that's fine too. Long Chen's mind raced as he thought of this method. However, the closer it was to the end, the more people would hide. Moreover, the maze city was very big, it was not easy to meet someone. What is this? Suddenly, Long Chen saw a piece of black gauze on the ground. He picked it up and looked at it. Suddenly, he found something. This is Su Shui's clothes. She tore them off herself. She wants us to save her. Long Chen quickly understood. Su Shui tore off her clothes bit by bit and scattered them here. She definitely wanted Long Chen and the others to find her when they passed by. After moving forward for a while, Long Chen saw another small piece of black gauze. In this direction. With a cold expression, Long Chen rushed in the direction that Su Shui had pointed out. He had a feeling that the place he was heading towards was the center of the maze city. So fast. Seeing that Long Chen was getting faster and faster, Lei Wen sadly found that his extreme speed could not catch up to Long Chen. However, the good thing was that Long Chen did not run for too long before he stopped. Su Shui was not far from them. With Su Shui's direction, Long Chen quickly got within 1 mile of them. Within this 1 mile, his spirit-devouring demon eye instantly found Su Shui and the others. At this moment, Wu Guangyu was crazily attacking Su Shui while Feng Jilin stood by the side. From time to time, she would use the invisible whip in her hand to help Wu Guangyu. Su Shui had received Bai Lan's true inheritance, and most of the battle skills she cultivated were from the demon god Empyrean Lord's inheritance. Before Wu Guangyu received the Green Lotus Empyrean Lord's inheritance, their strength was equal. At this moment, Wu Guangyu did not take out the divine sword Green Lotus, so the two of them were locked in a stalemate. If it wasn't for Feng Jilin's invisible whip, Su Shui could have lasted longer. At this moment, the two women were fighting each other. Su Shui was fighting Wu Guangyu while staring at Feng Jilin angrily. Feng Jilin held the invisible whip in her hand. The shape of the invisible whip was invisible, so it was hard to defend against. Feng Jilin's cold face smiled coldly. The invisible whip in her hand suddenly lashed at Su Shui. She scolded, "Bitch, you always go against me. This time, I will beat you until you are convinced." An invisible whip lashed out. Su Shui had to face Wu Guanyu's calm and cold attacks while defending against Feng Jilin's sneak attacks. She was in a very passive situation. Hiding behind a man and making sneak attacks. What is there to be proud of? Feng Jilin, if you have the guts, fight me fair and square. With your strength, even if there were 10 more of you, you wouldn't be a match for me. You haven't even reached the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, yet you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Su Shui's face was full of anger. She retreated awkwardly under Wu Guanyu's attacks while coldly scolding Feng Jilin. Who said I haven't reached the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm? Guangyu, back off. I will deal with this bitch. The two of them could be counted as the two most outstanding girls in the domain of the 10,000 kingdoms. That was why they hated each other so much. The most hateful thing was that they discovered that not only were the other's strength and status comparable to theirs, but their looks were also comparable to theirs. Don't mess around. You can't deal with her yet. Wu Guanyu was speaking the truth. Su Shui had Bai Lan's personal disciple. Bai Lan was much stronger than Feng Qing, so in terms of strength, there was still a gap between Feng Jilin and Su Shui. Wu Guanyu, back off. Feng Jilin was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. Wu Guanyu was her fiancé, but he was speaking up for someone else. This was too infuriating. A cold light flashed through Wu Guanyu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. His marriage with Feng Jilin had been decided when they were young. When Wu Guanyu first saw Feng Jilin, he was shocked. Later on, he slowly discovered that Feng Jilin had a bad temper. However, in the domain of the 10,000 kingdoms, it was very difficult to meet a woman more beautiful and more talented than Feng Jilin. The more Feng Jilin scolded and the more arrogant she was, the more he felt the thrill of conquering her. Therefore, many times when Feng Jilin was very rude to him, he still happily enjoyed this feeling. However, in this archaic cemetery, after spending a long time together, Wu Guanyu found that he couldn't stand this woman's temper anymore. Wu Guanyu didn't even listen to Feng Jilin's request. He attacked Su Shui even more fiercely. At that moment, Su Shui was sweating profusely. Her slightly wet clothes stuck to her delicate body. The color of her skin and her amazing curves were vaguely visible. Wu Guanyu was envious. He gradually found that Su Shui was much more beautiful than Feng Jilin. Unfortunately, Su Shui was Long Chen's woman, and Long Chen was someone that both Feng Jilin and Wu Guanyu wanted to kill. Looking at Su Shui's beautiful figure, Wu Guanyu started slowing down his attacks. He found that he didn't want to kill this woman. Even though he had the godly space glyph, he didn't have the heart to. Feng Jilin could see that Wu Guanyu didn't dodge, and instead slowed down his attacks. She was furious. Who said I haven't reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm? I will show you the strength of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Wu Guanyu, I will say it again. Get the hell out of my way. After saying that, Feng Jilin attacked Wu Guanyu. Are you done? Wu Guanyu turned around and looked at Feng Jilin coldly. How dare you talk to me like that? Feng Jilin was stunned. She knew that Yi Futian still liked her, so he usually tolerated her temper. But now, he was being so rude. Was it because of this woman? Wu Guanyu didn't respond to Feng Jilin's question. He kept attacking Su Shui. The more he looked at Su Shui, the more he was immersed in her charm. Feng Jilin is mine, Su Shui is mine too. How can a guy like Long Chen have a woman like Su Shui? Everything is mine. Wu Guanyu had enough confidence because he had Emperor Lotus's inheritance. He grew up under the love of Wu Lian, the leader of the god race. He could get whatever he wanted. Feng Jilin's rude treatment was refreshing to him at first, and he even enjoyed it. But as time went by, he got tired of it. Su Shui, after he won her heart, she would be more attractive to Wu Guanyu. Wu Guanyu was shocked. Therefore, the possessiveness in his heart started to grow. He had decided to get Su Shui as well. Wu Guanyu's opponent made Feng Jilin take a deep breath. Her eyes were bloodshot. The strength of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm burst out. Chapter 795. Your opponent is me. Long Chen stood 30 meters behind Feng Jilin, looking at her with a gloomy expression. He was already in his dragon soul transformation state. That thick baleful aura, which contained a bloody and murderous aura, flowed out from his body. This dragon soul transformation state made him a natural fighting machine. Long Chen. Compared to Su Shui, Long Chen was the person Feng Jilin hated the most in her life. When Long Chen appeared, Feng Jilin had already forgotten about Su Shui. To Su Shui, this was a pleasant surprise. To Wu Guanyu, it was a bit of a surprise, but more of a joy. He had been looking for Long Chen for a long time. Everyone knew that Long Chen and Wu Guanyu did not have divine movement talismans. As long as they killed Long Chen here, they would be able to obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord. The 9 clans' youth martial arts competition was passed down from their ancestors. During the battle, they had to use their full strength, regardless of life or death. This was the rule of the martial arts competition. Only a true life or death battle could show the true strength of the two people. Therefore, they did not have divine movement talismans. As long as the battle was not over, they could definitely fight to the death here. This was also the reason why Wu Guanyu had provoked Long Chen into not having a divine space talisman. In fact, Wu Guanyu's purpose here was to kill Long Chen. It was just that he had not been able to find Long Chen. Instead, he had encountered Su Shui, which was why he had attacked her. At this moment, Long Chen appeared. He and Feng Jilin looked at each other, and there was no need to mention how excited they were. At this moment, Feng Jilin left Wu Guanyu and charged towards Long Chen without saying anything. This was the second time they had fought. The last time, Feng Jilin had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Long Chen, which was why she had lost the inheritance of the 7 Brilliant Star Lord. "Help me block this Long Chen. I'll be right there." Long Chen was related to the inheritance of the 7 Brilliant Star Lord. Wu Guanyu knew that he could not treat this lightly. He could only quickly deal with Su Shui and then fight Long Chen. Now that Feng Jilin had blocked Long Chen, it would not be worth it if Long Chen escaped. "Long Chen, you have finally appeared. You finally dared to appear." Feng Jilin sneered. Her face was so cold that it was about to freeze. Nonsense. To Long Chen, Su Shui was still under Wu Guanyu's attack. He couldn't be bothered to talk to this crazy woman. After saying some nonsense, Long Chen didn't say anything else and directly rushed towards Lin of the Wind. Golden Emperor Heaven Covering Seal. Red Emperor Burning Sky Imprint. Long Chen had used 2 great imperial imprints at the same time. He had used his qi, which was comparable to the 9th layer of the Earth Qi layer. Compared to when he had used it in the 7 luminary star tomb, it was 10 times more powerful. Last time, he had used the blood sacrifice, but this time, he was using his real strength. The Golden Emperor's seal and the fiery Red Emperor's seal instantly merged together and exploded. That attack was simply a nightmare for Feng Jilin. She never would have thought that Long Chen was actually already powerful to this extent. However, she had also reached the 9th layer of the Earth Martial Realm. "I have already reached the 9th layer of the Earth Martial Realm. Do you want to injure me with the same attack?" shouted Feng Jilin. Her movements were very fast. When Long Chen was fusing the 2 imperial imprints, she had already used her emperor-level skill, the 1,000-hand imprint. Together with the invisible whip, the destructive whip shadows were crazily rushing towards Long Chen. A total of 500 whip shadows were fused together. In addition, her strength had increased by 1 layer. The current Feng Jilin's attack was much more powerful than before. Same old trick. Long Chen smiled in his heart as he pushed out 2 imperial seals from his right hand. In an instant, they collided with the 1,000-hand imprint and the invisible whip, causing a huge explosion. The battle between Feng Jilin and Long Chen was much more intense than the battle between Wu Guanyu and Su Shui. This made Wu Guanyu frown. This Long Chen is so strong. He can block Feng Jilin's 1,000-hand imprint and invisible whip. Very soon, he got the answer. Not only had Long Chen blocked her attacks, but he had also fused the 2 imperial imprints. He had directly pushed Feng Jilin back. That huge shockwave made Feng Jilin stagger a few steps back. Has he really become stronger? Feng Jilin was very unwilling to accept this. She knew that Long Chen had been able to quickly reach this level because of the inheritance of the 7-element Star Lord and the Martial God Tablet. 3,000 illusions, Wind Thorn. While being pushed back, Feng Jilin was very unwilling to accept this result. This was the first time she had used her killing technique in front of Long Chen. Her Wind Thorn was much stronger than Feng Lu's. 3,000 illusions quickly fused together and soon condensed into a sharp cyan thorn in front of Long Chen. That thorn was violently moving in the air, causing the surrounding space to shake. "No divine space talisman, go die." Is that so? Feng Jilin had never been in Long Chen's eyes. After the fusion of the 2 imperial imprints in his right hand had directly pushed her away, the dazzling stars on his body had instantly gathered in his left hand. On his left hand, it had formed the 3,000 star field that was overflowing with brilliant lights. Left hand imprint, right hand imprint. After the two imperial imprints had been released, Longchen did not stop for even a moment. He poured all of his true yuan into the 3,000 star field on his left hand and instantly shot towards Feng Jilin. The scene from before when Longchen had fought against Feng Lu was also playing out. After Feng Jilin had reached the 9th layer of the Earth Martial Realm, her strength was not much stronger than Feng Lu's. Her wind thorn was instantly crushed under the tip of Longchen's 3,000 star field. Longchen instantly rushed forward. The boundless 3,000 star field stirred up the astral qi and pierced towards Feng Jilin in an extremely short amount of time. In that instant, Feng Jilin was unable to say a single word. She hurriedly retreated, her face was filled with astonishment. At that moment, Longchen was like an ice-cold demon. The 3,000 star field's sharp tip was incomparably dazzling. "Let me show you the might of my spear." Longchen evilly laughed. When Feng Jilin was completely unable to resist, the 3,000 star field suddenly pierced into Feng Jilin's chest. Feng Jilin immediately felt pain in one of the most sensitive parts of her body. Then, the divine space talisman went berserk. That power directly sent her out of the city. When she was surrounded by the white light, Feng Jilin completely collapsed. She knew that at that moment, there was definitely a small hole in her clothes on the left side of her chest. There was a trace of numbness in her chest. She knew that it was because the tip of Longchen's 3,000 star field had lightly touched a sensitive part of her body. It was already bleeding. Longchen. Feng Jilin simply fainted from anger. Anger and bashfulness were crazily burning in her heart, causing her expression to become extremely unsightly. However, when she thought about how many people would surround her after she left, she had no choice but to adjust her expression back to normal. "If I have the chance, I will definitely skin you alive, Longchen." Feng Jilin forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart. At this moment, she had already discovered that she was already outside the city. She hurriedly used her hand to lightly block the front of her left chest. A burst of pain there told her that her clothes had been pierced with a thumb-sized hole. If she didn't block it, her body would be exposed. The white light flashed. Everyone watched nervously to see who had come out. When the white light dissipated, the one who appeared was Feng Jilin. For a moment, everyone's reactions were different. When the Five-Element Alliance saw that it wasn't one of their own, they let out a sigh of relief. A gloating smile appeared on their faces. Bailon and Lei Ji smiled at each other again. Lei Ji smiled and said, "Brother Bai, if the next person who appears isn't one of our people, then wouldn't our Thunder Demon clan occupy 3 of the top 8 remaining spots? Isn't that obvious?" Bailon laughed. "No, I just said it to show off, that's all." Lei Ji laughed and said in a loud and clear voice. They even directly said those words, it could be seen how shameless they were. At that moment, the Wind God clan's faces became even more unsightly. At that moment, 3 of the 4 people had already come out. After Feng Jilin had reached the 9th layer of the Earth Qi layer, Wu Lian had estimated that her strength would at least reach the top 4. She hadn't thought that this time, she would surprisingly come out. Who had beaten Feng Jilin out? Was it Jin Ling or was it Su Shui of the Demon Clan? Feng Qing's face became even more unsightly. The Wind God clan and the others immediately went to Feng Jilin's side. When they saw that Feng Jilin wasn't injured, they let out a sigh of relief. The patriarch of the God clan calmly asked, "Jilin, who beat you out?" Feng Jilin was somewhat in awe of this woman. Longchen, it's him again." Feng Qing's face became even more unsightly. A murderous qi appeared in his eyes. "It's him again?" Wu Lian remained silent for a while and then said, "It seems like we underestimated that little brat. He probably has the strength to enter the top 3. Next, we have to pay attention to that little brat." The 7 luminary Star Lord's inheritance is still in his hands. Jilin, what's the situation inside? Feng Jilin gnashed her teeth and continued to cover her breasts. She said, originally, Guang Yu and I were going to fight against Su Shui together. But Long Chen suddenly came and I went to fight against Long Chen. Who would have thought that I would be defeated by him? Wu Lian suddenly smiled and said, after you came out, 9 people have already come out. There's only 1 person left. Long Chen and Guang Yu don't have godly space talismans, so they are probably already fighting. When he saw that Wu Lian was smiling, Feng Qing thought for a moment and then smiled as well. He said, the others are probably already hiding. Let Guang Yu and Long Chen fight inside. With Guang Yu's strength, we can rest assured. The 7 luminary Star Lord. Don't say too much, we'll just wait and see, said Wu Lian. Okay. Feng Qing nodded. At this time, Feng Qing suddenly noticed Feng Jilin's hand gesture. She was covering her breasts. He asked anxiously, Jilin, are you injured? Chapter 796. No. Feng Jilin panicked and quickly said. If others knew that her chest had been pierced by Long Chen's spear, she would lose all her face. She might even lose the face of the Wind God clan. Feng Qing was relieved to see that Feng Jilin didn't look like she was injured. Bai Lan and the others also heard the conversation between them. Long Chen and Wu Guangyu are fighting inside. Bai Lan frowned. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to see the situation, so they were worried. Brother Bai, what should we do? Let's watch. Bai Lan thought about it. This was the only way. If they really fought, even if there was a winner, no one would know. They would probably have to wait for the next person with the God Space Talisman to come out. At this time, Long Chen had already killed Feng Jilin. He took back the 3,000 star field and saw that there was a drop of blood at the tip of the spear. Long Chen knew where it came from. The smell of blood. Under Long Chen's control, the drop of blood was absorbed into his body and turned into a trace of qi. He hadn't used the blood-refining qi technique for a long time. When he used it again, it would be even more earth-shattering. After Long Chen quickly killed Feng Jilin, the battle between Wu Guangyu and Su Shui had stopped. Wu Guangyu had taken the initiative to retreat. He retreated more than 10 steps and ignored Su Shui. Instead, he faced Long Chen. From Wu Guangyu's eyes, Long Chen saw a serious expression for the first time. Half a year ago, when you just came to the primeval cemetery, you were far from being a match for me. Only half a year has passed, yet you've already caught up to me. Long Chen. Wu Guangyu calmed down instead when he encountered a true opponent. Long Chen signaled Su Shui to go around Wu Guangyu and come to Long Chen. Lei Wen had just arrived. From far away, Long Chen had seen a shocking scene. Long Chen had killed Feng Jilin with lightning speed. Princess Shui, it's okay. Lei Wen looked at Su Shui for a while. Although she was tired, she wasn't injured. This meant that Long Chen had arrived in time. It's okay, Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen and Wu Guangyu were facing each other. Looks like they're going to fight here. They don't have God Space Talismans. Maybe it's a life or death battle. Lei Wen said. If it's a life or death battle, without father and the others, it'll be very troublesome. Su Shui's beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned. Suddenly, she excitedly asked, Lei Wen, you guys probably know how many people have been killed. I know Lei Wu has already left. And Wu Guangyu, I think he killed 2 people from the 5 Elements Union. Including Feng Jilin, 4 in total. 4. Lei Wen's eyes brightened. He counted in his heart and said softly, Long Chen has already killed 4. There are also 2 people from the God clan and 1 from the Gold clan. In other words, there are 9 people, 9 people. Su Shui already had a plan. She whispered to Lei Wen, Wu Guanyu's strength is extraordinary. We can't let them fight here. Lei Wen, attack me immediately and activate my God Space Talisman. If I teleport out, the first round of battles will stop. Lei Wen had the same idea, but his thoughts were different from Su Shue's. He said softly and frankly, Princess Shue, don't joke around. With your strength, you can at least enter the top 4 and have a chance of winning. I'm just here to join in the fun. You can attack me, but if Uncle Bai and my father know that I attacked you, they'll eat me alive. Su Shue thought about it and didn't hesitate. She and Lei Wen were very familiar with each other. On one hand, she was a girl and should be protected. On the other hand, Su Shue was indeed stronger. So Su Shue already had a plan. Long Chen and Wu Guanyu were facing each other. He naturally didn't know what Su Shue and the others were thinking. Wu Guanyu and Long Chen were mortal enemies, and Long Chen was preparing to fight him here. The two young geniuses of the Myriad Kingdom's domain were observing each other. After Xiao Lang was taken away, Long Chen had waited for half a year. Finally, this day had arrived. To Wu Guanyu, this was a rare opportunity to fight. After obtaining the Green Lotus Emperor's inheritance, he was publicly recognized as the strongest existence. However, the emergence and rise of Long Chen had challenged his position. No matter how one looked at it, Long Chen was a great enemy. So this is the 3,000-star domain. Wu Guanyu looked at the weapon in Long Chen's hand that had killed Feng Jilin. Then, he slowly stretched out his hand. In his palm, there was a green lotus pattern. Then let me show you the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor, the divine sword Green Lotus. As Wu Guanyu spoke, the lotus pattern in his palm gradually emitted a green light. Different from the cold of Long Chen's 3,000-star domain, this green light was very gentle and filled with the aura of life. The green light gradually changed like a stream of water. Finally, it transformed into a green blade about a meter long in Wu Guanyu's hand. This blade was thin and simple. It wasn't as gorgeous as the 3,000-star domain, but it was made of gem-like material. It also emitted the same level of power. The divine sword Green Lotus was a weapon of the same level as Long Chen's 3,000-star domain. With a slight movement, the divine sword Green Lotus rippled. It was very beautiful, but also very terrifying. Suddenly, Wu Guanyu's face turned cold. He pointed the divine sword Green Lotus straight at Long Chen. Sword cultivators are born with a sword soul. They have one more soul than ordinary people. After reaching the Sky Martial Realm, the sword soul can evolve into a sword embryo. At that time, I will use the divine sword Green Lotus as a guide to forge my natal sword embryo. In the Myriad Kingdom's territory, except for a few people in the second level of the Sky Martial Realm, no one will be a match for me. The Sword Warrior is a branch of the Soldier Warrior. The Soldier Warriors you've seen before are all incomplete. When I condense my natal sword embryo, you'll be able to see for yourself. Only the Soldier Warrior is most suitable to use weapons. People like you, who don't have a soldier soul, can only play with fists and feet. If you want to use weapons, you're still far from it. Natal Sword Cultivators. Long Chen seemed to have heard that the soldier cultivators of the 3 great imperial domains were different from the ones he had seen before. He also seemed to have heard from Xiao Yu that Wu Guanyu was a true sword cultivator. Long Chen was still at a loss about the cultivation system of soldier cultivators. However, that wasn't important. What was important was that he could use the 3,000-star domain with ease. Cut the crap. Let's do it. Seeing Long Chen's blank expression, Wu Guanyu really didn't want to talk to him anymore. He directly raised the divine sword Green Lotus and prepared to attack Long Chen. Just as Wu Guanyu was about to attack, Long Chen suddenly shouted, "Wait." "What? Are you afraid?" Wu Guanyu stopped. With Long Chen's temperament, he shouldn't say such words at this time. At this moment, Long Chen was blankly looking behind Wu Guanyu. Wu Guanyu also quickly looked back, but he didn't see anything. What is he looking at? Wu Guanyu was puzzled. He didn't see anything, but in Long Chen's vision, there was an illusory five-colored altar in the ruins behind Wu Guanyu. This five-colored altar was about 10 meters in diameter and emitted five-colored lights. This altar looked very illusory. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. What is this? Why is it here? 5 colors? Could it be related to the 5 emperors? Long Chen pondered calmly. He hadn't expected that such a thing would suddenly appear before his duel with Wu Guanyu. The others followed his gaze but didn't know anything. Hence, Wu Guanyu asked with a sullen face, Long Chen, is it necessary to play such a trick at this time? You can't see it. Long Chen realized that the others didn't seem to have any reaction to this strange phenomenon. What are you talking about? There is clearly nothing behind me. Wu Guanyu said strangely. He looked at Long Chen for a while and finally realized that Long Chen was playing with him. The five-colored altar was still shining in Long Chen's eyes. What is this five-colored altar? Why am I the only one who can see it? Long Chen was dumbfounded. He turned around and was about to ask Su Shui and Lei Wen whether they could see it or not. However, Su Shui's action made Long Chen puzzled. She directly smashed Lei Wen's divine space talisman. With a whoosh, Lei Wen left, becoming the 10th person to leave this place. Of the 18 people, 10 had already left. Wu Guanyu was dumbfounded, but he quickly reacted and said angrily, Long Chen, I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. You actually used this kind of trick to delay time. Your plan has succeeded. However, let me tell you, in the following battles, if you are really strong, you will meet me sooner or later. At that time, I will only look down on you if you continue to play such boring tricks. After saying that, Wu Guanyu directly turned around and walked outside. If he made a move at this time, it would be against the rules. In fact, Long Chen didn't delay time. He really saw the five-colored altar, but at this time, it had already disappeared. Long Chen memorized the location. Stay here for now. Someone will come to pick us up in a while. Father and the others have been here many times and are very familiar with this place. With them leading us, we will be able to leave in a while, Su Shui said in a low voice. Long Chen nodded and didn't say much. He walked around the place where the five-colored altar appeared a few times, but he still couldn't find any clues. It's really strange. Why can only I see the five-colored altar? Could it be that I am different from the others? This maze city really has a secret. Chapter 797. At that moment, the five-colored altar had already disappeared from Long Chen's sight. Long Chen looked around in confusion for a while. Bailan and Lei Ji arrived in front of him. Bailan and Lei Ji had smiles on their faces. Bailan patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, Good boy, you did well. Didn't you see Feng Qing's and Wu Lian's faces? Good. Long Chen made a mental note of the pentachromatic altar. After saying a few words to Bailan, the group followed Bailan's lead and headed out of Micheng. Long Chen deliberately memorized the path from the outside to the entrance. The path to Micheng was very strange. It was clearly a straight path, but they had to walk in a crooked path to get out of here. On the way, Bailan explained to Long Chen and Su Shui, we can rest tonight. Tomorrow will be the second round. Tomorrow will be the quarterfinals. The same rules apply. We'll draw lots to decide our opponents in a bit. The two of them had already entered the top 8. There were also Wu Guanyu and 5 people from the 5-Element League. In the 5-Element League, most people are in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, about the same as Lei Wen and Lei Wu. The only one who stands out is Jin Ling. He's been through harsh training since he was a child. He's ancestor Jin's proudest work. It won't be easy to defeat him. If Wu Guanyu and Jin Ling meet first, the result will be better. If any of you meet either one of them, it'll be troublesome. Indeed, Wu Guanyu and Jin Ling are both very difficult to deal with. I tried my best, but I still couldn't defeat Wu Guanyu. At that time, he didn't even have the divine cyan lotus, said Su Shui with lingering fear. Long Chen, you, said Bai Lan. While the three of them were talking, Long Chen's silence attracted their attention. At that moment, Long Chen was thinking about the five-colored altar. Bai Lan asked, "What are you thinking about?" Long Chen smiled and said, "I'm just thinking about cultivation. I've experienced a lot of battles today and have some new ideas." "You are a monster." The Thunder Clan leader looked at this fella helplessly. Long Chen's performance today was truly heaven-defying. Even the divine space talisman couldn't block his strength. Soon, the three forces gathered together again. Long Chen looked around. The Five Elements Union hated the other two forces, while the Wind God Clan and the Thunder Demon Clan hated each other. The one with the most vicious eyes was Feng Jilin. Long Chen looked down from her cold face. She used her sleeve to cover her chest. Long Chen immediately understood that there was probably a small hole there. If she didn't cover it up, it was likely that her naked body would be exposed. "One day, I will kill you." From Feng Jilin's mouth shape, Long Chen knew that was what she was saying. Long Chen had humiliated this arrogant woman more than once. The angrier she got, the more Long Chen wanted to tease her. At that moment, he reached out his hand and grabbed Feng Jilin. Seeing Long Chen's indecent gesture, Feng Jilin's face turned dark. "You're just a woman. Why are you acting so arrogant in front of me? If I didn't have Lil Shi and find other women boring, would have fucked you long ago," Long Chen thought to himself. If Feng Jilin could hear what he was thinking, she would probably die from anger. At that moment, the first round of battles was over. Long Shuka walked to the middle of the crowd and looked at the 18 young cultivators with a smile. There were only 8 of them left. 8 people, 6 godly space marks left. "Come on, give them back to me." The Long Shuka quickly turned around and took back the god space talismans on the foreheads of the 5 young experts of the Five Elements Union and Su Shui. Otherwise, if the godly space marks were still there, the following battles would not be fair. The first round of the battle was very successful. Those who should stay have stayed, and those who shouldn't have stayed, scram. This is a battle of strength, and no tricks will work. Of course, the next round will be an even more intense battle of strength. Only when one side admits defeat or dies can the battle continue. However, if someone can completely suppress the opponent and kill the opponent in an instant, we won't care, haha. Long Shuka was like a madman, walking around in front of the crowd. He was the only one who was not from the 9 clans. He was the notary of this competition, so he had to arrange everything. While Long Shuka was talking, the strong cultivators of the Wind God Clan and the Five Elements Union were observing Long Chen, the new strong cultivator. He must be in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm, but he's so strong. It's amazing. Not bad, this kid was able to kill Feng Jilin so quickly. There are only 2 people with such strength here, Jin Ling and Wu Guanyu. I wonder if Jin Ling is as strong as Feng Jilin. Of course. Jin Ling is Ancestor Jin's disciple. He has learned the skills of the Jin clan and has mastered the skills of the other 4 clans of the Five Elements Union. He can only be stronger than Long Chen. After all, no matter how strong Long Chen is, he's only in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm, 1 level lower than the others. Tomorrow is the battle of the top 4. Let's wait and see. It's useless to say anything now. In the crowd's eyes, Long Chen felt a gaze that made his heart palpitate. Following that gaze, Long Chen saw the owner of that gaze. The patriarch of the Shen clan, Wu Lian. Half of her face was wrapped in a white veil, only her eyes were exposed. But from this part, Wu Lian's appearance was likely even younger than Bai Lan's. She was definitely an enchanting beauty to be able to give birth to such a young and handsome son like Wu Guanyu. Her gaze quickly swallowed Long Chen's mind. In her eyes, Long Chen saw a snow-white world. White lotuses were blooming in front of his eyes. Don't look. Suddenly, Bailan stretched out her hand and blocked Long Chen's eyes. Only then did Long Chen recover. His back was drenched in a cold sweat. If you want to deal with Wu Guangyu, you must be careful of this woman. She's not a simple character. I might not be her opponent. I think she's the strongest in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, whispered Bailan in Long Chen's ear. The strongest. This was out of Long Chen's expectations. He had originally thought that Wu Lian and Bailan, who were in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, should have similar strength. Bailan was at the same level as Wu Lian, but she said such words. This meant that she was indeed terrifying. After hearing this news, Long Chen lowered his head and didn't look at Wu Lian and the others again. However, in his heart, killing Wu Guangyu was his resolution. Long Chen was the kind of person who wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. That was why he had come here and was about to enter the 3 great imperial domains. At this time, Long Shuka was preparing for the drawing of lots for the semi-finals. He took out a box from his chinkuan bag and smiled. There are 8 people in total. It's very simple. There are 8 balls in this box. On each ball, there are 4 numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Each number has 2 balls. 2 warriors with the same number will fight against each other. The number will be the number to fight. Now, come here. Long Chen and Su Shui looked at each other and walked forward. At the same time, the 5 people of the 5 Elements Union and Wu Guangyu of the God Clan also surrounded Long Shuka. Everyone stared at their opponents with gloomy faces. Among them, the people of the 5 Elements Union were the most complacent because they had the most people left. They had 5 people, which was 5 times more than the people of the Wind God Clan. At this time, from another perspective, the people of the 5 Elements Union had been kicked out, which was also the most people. Okay, children, let's start drawing lots. Long Shuka smiled comically. His face was filled with a wretched smile as he stared at Su Shui. Under his smile, the tense atmosphere was alleviated a lot. Who's first? Asked one of the warriors of the 5 Elements Union. Of course, it's Jin Ling, boss. Jin Ling didn't hold back. This was a matter of luck. It didn't matter who got first. Therefore, he reached into the box and took out a small wooden ball. This wooden ball was engraved with a stroke, which represented the number 1. This meant that Jin Ling had drawn the number 1. He would be the first to fight tomorrow. I hope you guys also draw the number 1. Jin Ling smiled at Long Chen and Wu Guangyu. Then he retreated to the back and let the other people of the 5 Elements Union fight first. The 4 people of the 5 Elements Union drew 4 more numbers. There were 2, 2, 1, 3, and 1, 4. This meant that there would be an internal duel in the 5 Elements Union. It was the 2 people who drew the number 2. They had a total of 5 people left, so this was normal. They were already lucky that they didn't draw an internal duel. There were 3 wooden balls left in the wooden box. They were the number 1, 3, and 4. Long Chen and Su Shui let out a sigh of relief. This meant that there wouldn't be an internal duel between the 2 of them. It would be very boring if the 2 of them fought each other at the very beginning. Among the 3 of them, the one who drew the number, Jin Ling, would be in danger. The other 2 would have to perform much better. At this time, Wu Guangyu didn't even look at Long Chen. He directly drew a wooden ball from the wooden box. Long Chen hoped that he would draw the number 1, but unfortunately, he drew the number 3. The face of the 5 Elements Union disciple who faced Wu Guangyu instantly turned pale. Chapter 798. I'll go first. Su Shui smiled sweetly like a beautiful flower. She stretched out her slender hand and took out a wooden ball from the wooden box. She had to choose one out of the 2. Fortunately, Su Shui got number 4. This meant that the ball left inside was number 1. Ever since Long Chen injured Feng Lu, everyone had already raised Long Chen's strength to the level of Jin Ling and Wu Guanyu. In the quarterfinals, Long Chen would fight against Jin Ling. Two opponents with great potential would fight on the first day. This made everyone's heart burn. Tomorrow would definitely be an exciting battle. Long Chen. Jin Ling was also a little surprised. His mouth slowly curved into a smile. His face was as cold as a knife's edge. I said we would meet, but I didn't think it would be so soon. Good, after I finish you off, I can focus on fighting Wu Guanyu on the last day. You're thinking too much. Try to keep your life tomorrow. Long Chen said indifferently. Then he returned to Bai Lan's side with Su Shui. Then let's wait and see. Jin Ling didn't say anything else. He also led the Five-Element Union's team back. To be honest, besides the battle between Long Chen and Jin Ling, two of the other three battles had already been decided. The internal battle of the Five-Element Union probably wouldn't be interesting either. Kid, your luck has always been good. How come it's bad today? After Long Chen returned, Lei Ji, the patriarch of the Thunder Clan, patted his chest and said with a smile. This isn't bad. Tomorrow, we can easily beat that guy until he pees in his pants and cries for his parents. Long Chen said with a faint smile. Ling Shi's departure had really caused his personality to become much quieter. In the past, Long Chen had developed a hooligan personality due to his constant fighting and killing. Only recently did Long Chen realize this and gradually become more cheerful. Only when he got over it did his mood improve. Turning around, Mo Xiaolang was still standing on the wind god's side. Seeing Long Chen looking at him, Mo Xiaolang's lips curled into a faint smile. His smile contained both encouragement and reverence. Let's defeat these people. Our next target will be the three great emperor regions. Mo Xiaolang was the only person who had accompanied Long Chen on his journey. They had known each other since Long Chen was still in Biyao town. Between brothers, it was enough to exchange glances. When did you learn how to brag? Su Shui looked at Long Chen with a reproachful expression. It's not that I've learned it, but this is my original personality. You've been blinded by my previous appearance. Long Chen grinned. Why was he in such a good mood? That was because he would have to go to the Emperor regions after passing the last few trials. In just 2 years, Long Chen would be able to step into the three great Emperor regions. It wouldn't be long before he could see Lingxi again. At that time, Long Chen would definitely give him a great surprise. The more he thought about meeting her, the more excited Long Chen became. What he had been looking forward to was right in front of him. His originally silent mood also gradually recovered. His original arrogant and despotic personality also gradually circulated in his blood. This did not mean that he had become childish again. His methods were still cold and ruthless. The only thing that had changed was his mentality. It would be a huge mistake to think that he was an impulsive and arrogant young man just because of his usual words and actions. After experiencing so many things, not many of his enemies could see through Long Chen's thoughts. All right, the battle will start tomorrow at noon. You must be tired, so let's find a place to rest first. We'll rush here tomorrow, so let's return to the Azure Wood region. Bai Lan was very satisfied with today's results. He smiled and said. The people of the Wind Divine faction and the Five-Element Alliance also gradually left. The environment in the ruins was so bad that no one wanted to stay here. Long Chen followed the Lightning Demon faction back to the Azure Wood region. The so-called Eternal Battlefield wasn't that big, so they quickly returned to the Azure Wood region. By the time Bai Lan cleared the area, night had already fallen. Everyone lit a bonfire and cooked some beast meat. It was quite a lively scene for a while. Relax tonight. Starting tomorrow, whether or not we can obtain the final glory for our two clans and obtain the Yellow Emperor's key will depend on your performance, Bai Lan ordered. Don't worry, Daddy. I'll definitely work hard. At the very least, the top 4 won't be a problem. Su Shui smiled sweetly. Only the top 4? So lacking in ambition. You're still my daughter. Bylon raised his eyebrows and pretended to be angry. All right, I know that you've placed all your hopes on me. Being in the top 4 is already enough for you. With Long Chen here, it's enough for me to be in the top 4, said Sushue coquettishly. How disappointing, scolded Bylon with a smile. After chatting for a while, Long Chen found a place to cultivate. He never wasted any time. Seeing Long Chen so serious, Sushue blushed. Cultivation was boring. Not everyone could do the same thing as Long Chen. Only those with a one-track mind wouldn't feel tired. Long Chen was such a person. Even a genius warrior like Su Shui, who had reached the 9th level of the earth martial arts realm at such a young age, would feel dizzy and disgusted at the mention of cultivation for a certain period of time. However, Long Chen had never encountered this problem. Belief was the foundation of a person's strength. Because Long Chen had absorbed the blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon, his potential was basically unrivaled. But there was another important reason why he could reach this step, and that was belief. Because of his persistent belief, he never felt tired. If Lingxi hadn't left and he hadn't let Lingxi use the 9 heavens celestial fruit, Long Chen probably wouldn't have been able to reach the earth martial arts realm. It was the power of belief that allowed him to endure again and again. To be honest, Long Chen had never been afraid of Jin Ling or Wu Guangyu. This was his confidence. It didn't mean that he was stronger than them, but his belief was incomparably strong. Most of the time, the person who was more persistent could win even if there was a small difference in strength. Shui, what are you going to do about Long Chen? Asked Bylon suddenly as the father and daughter watched Long Chen cultivate. Nothing, he's just very hardworking. I've never seen someone like him. He cultivates every day and never stops. He's rushing to reincarnate, said Sushue. Not reincarnate, but to prove himself. Bylon nodded. Ah. Sushue didn't understand what Bylon was saying. Bylon stroked her long, silky hair, her eyes full of affection. Making him your fiancé is to protect him. I originally had the intention of matchmaking the two of you, but that fellow's heart already belongs to someone else. When it comes to love, whoever falls into it first will suffer the most. This brat is a wanderer, and sooner or later he will disappear from your sight. So it's best to be yourself and be my obedient daughter, Sushue. Understood. Father. Bylon's words were a bit profound, but Sushue understood. She nodded and said, Don't worry, I don't have any feelings for this rascal either. It's just that my sister is a bit attached to him, so I got close to her a few times. That's good to hear. Bylon smiled and left to take care of some other matters. The bonfire was burning, but the girl's mind was silent. He's a wanderer. Looking at Long Chen's figure in the darkness, Sushue was a bit lost in thought. For Long Chen, he had just reached the 8th level of the earth martial arts realm, so he needed to consolidate his strength. Today's battle had used up a lot of pure qi, so he needed to slowly recover to deal with tomorrow's battle. Tomorrow at noon, he would face the gold spirit. However, there was another matter that was bothering Long Chen at the moment. Kitten. Kid, what do you need me for? Kitten came out of the great virtual world, his chubby and furry body moving around. He looked very lively. Today, when I was confronting Wu Guangyu at the center of the maze city, I saw an illusory 5-colored altar behind him. Did you see it? Long Chen asked in a low voice. I see it. It is indeed a mystical place. I reckon that this is a hidden restriction. Only at special times and with some special items can this restriction be unlocked. Then, some good items or a space will appear. That's right. Is that so? The 5-colored altar must have something to do with the 5 emperors. I have to go and take a look. Otherwise, it would be a waste of this discovery. Only I can see the 5-colored altar, so it's a bit strange. Kitten curled his lips and said, You think you can leave? Bylon and Lei Ji are worried that you'll be killed, so they're protecting you. If you go to the city, you'll meet the people of the Wind Gods sect and the Five Element Alliance. They'll kill you in the blink of an eye. Then you go. Smiled Long Chen. That was his goal. What's in it? If there's nothing in it, I won't do it, said Kitten solemnly. Hurry up and go take a look. What's in it for you? I'll find you a female cat and let you have some fun. What do you think? Threatened Long Chen in a low voice. Kitten's tail shrunk and his hair stood on end. He couldn't act tough, so he could only tremble and say, "Okay, I'll go. This god's dream demon body is still young, so it's not suitable for me to have sex. But when this god grows up, you can't mistreat this god." As he said that, Kitten's eyes were filled with tears. This pitiful and cute look would make most women fall. Chapter 799. That's great. I'm off. Kitten chuckled. His small black body quickly disappeared into the night and headed in the direction of Mi Cheng. He was more knowledgeable than Long Chen. Long Chen reckoned that he would be able to understand what was going on with the five-colored altar. However, just as Kitten was making his move, the Void Dragon talisman on Long Chen's chest appeared from his flesh and blood. It formed a true talisman and stuck to Kitten's body. It followed him. All of Long Chen's belongings and the Void Realm left together. Long Chen recalled what Kitten had said before. Its soul was imprisoned in the Void Realm. Even if it occupied another body, it could not be more than 100 meters away from the Void Realm. Therefore, when it went to Mi Cheng, it controlled the Void Realm to go with it. Don't worry, kid. You are now the #1 owner of the Void Realm. As long as you use your mind, the Void Dragon talisman will return to your chest in a short time. I will now attach the Void Dragon talisman to my body. Once I am in danger, I will notify you through the connection between you and the Void Dragon talisman. Then, I will be able to hide in the Void Realm. Long Chen was a little depressed at first. After hearing Kitten's words, he was suddenly enlightened. This is good news. In the future, if there is anything that I can't do, I can let Fat Cat do it. When you are in danger, I can make it come back with a thought. Then, with a thought from Long Chen, the Void Dragon talisman actually appeared in front of his chest in an instant. Before Long Chen had time to be happy, Kitten came out of the Void Realm. He looked at Long Chen and scolded him. Fuck you, I told you to take it back when I'm in danger, not now. I've finally run more than 300 meters, and now you want me to take it back? I'm fucking done with it. Seeing Kitten's frantic look, Long Chen could not help but laugh. However, he could not offend this little guy. So, Long Chen quickly begged for mercy. After a self-reflection, Kitten calmed down and said, "Since this is your first offense, I will let you go today. I will not argue with an ant like you." After saying that, Kitten left again. After an experiment, as long as Long Chen calmed his mind, he could sense the existence of the kitten through the Void Dragon talisman that was connected to him. He could even grasp its location, as well as its surroundings, sounds, and so on. This is amazing. Doesn't this mean that I have a pair of eyes and ears that I can move around, and I can take it back at any time? Long Chen thought excitedly. This was indeed a good thing. Just as Long Chen was preparing to cultivate, Su Shui suddenly walked to his side and disturbed Long Chen. She had an apologetic expression and said shyly, "I didn't mean to disturb you. I just wanted to remind you. You probably don't know much about Jinling, right?" Before Long Chen came here, he did not know that there was a person called Jinling in the Five Element Alliance. So, he nodded and asked, "What's so special about him?" Su Shui thought for a moment and said in detail, "Jinling is the last disciple of that old guy from the Five Element Alliance. First of all, his original golden battle body has been unlocked to the 3rd level, which is the final level. Innate battle body has amazing power, and there are many miraculous changes. He can probably catch up to you, but the golden battle body is not his strongest. At the same time, his golden eye of annihilation has been unlocked to the highest level. It can burst out another very powerful attack. It can be considered his trump card. That's it? Long Chen had an indifferent expression. You're underestimating him. Seeing Long Chen's indifferent expression, Su Shui was a bit nervous. She said, not only that, through his relationship with Ancestor Jin, he has practiced the battle skills of the 5 clans of the 5-element alliance. He knows many of the famous battle skills of the 5 clans. Rumor has it that Jin Ling is a genius at cultivating battle skills. He basically learned it without a teacher. He is a very difficult character to deal with. You better pay attention to him. Long Chen knew that this girl was worried about him. He smiled and said, I'll remember everything you said. I have to say that he is indeed an opponent. However, he can only be considered unlucky to have met me, Long Chen. Su Shui found that this guy was really asking for a beating. She rolled her eyes at Long Chen. Her expression was extremely alluring. At this moment, she sullenly said, more importantly, the 5-element alliance is deeply rooted and has countless years of history. There are thousands of miraculous treasures in the clan. This Jin Ling must have a lot of treasures. Treasures? Long Chen had the 3,000-star domain left behind by the 7 brilliant star lords. She believed that any treasure would turn to dust under his 3,000-star domain. Treasures are divided into magical weapons and magical treasures. I'm just afraid that Jin Ling has some miraculous magical treasures that can catch people off guard. You can't underestimate your opponent tomorrow. Pay more attention. I won't disturb you anymore. With that, Su Shui was about to leave. She had come up to warn him out of kindness, but Long Chen did not seem to care. This made her somewhat angry. Su Shui. Long Chen raised his head and called out to her. What's wrong? Su Shui turned around and said unhappily. The moonlight was cold, and the silver-white moonlight dyed her skin. It revealed her beautiful figure and white skin to Long Chen. This moment of beauty made Long Chen suffocate. His passionate gaze made Su Shui feel a bit unnatural. She blushed slightly and asked, What do you want? Long Chen shook his head and smiled. Thank you for just now. I'll remember everything. I'll perform well tomorrow and not let you down. Su Shui's angry gaze disappeared. She nodded and smiled. Okay, I'll wait and see. I'll also do my best tomorrow. After Su Shui left, Long Chen immediately calmed his mind. He did not cultivate, but focused on Kitten. This way, Long Chen could sense the surrounding scenes and even sounds. At this moment, the Void Dragon Talisman had fused with Kitten's chest. Long Chen had the illusion that Kitten's body had become his. Kitten's eyes and ears had become his. The difference was that he could not control Kitten's actions. At this moment, Kitten had already entered Mi Cheng in the dark. Long Chen had memorized the route from outside the city to the center. Kitten, who looked careless but was actually very careful, also noticed it. With its small body, it would not alert anyone and directly entered Mi Cheng. Mi Cheng in the dark looked especially gloomy and terrifying. A cold wind roamed the city like a monster. Long Chen could even feel Kitten shiver a few times. In less than a quarter of an hour, Kitten, who knew the route, was almost at the center of the city. This was the place where Long Chen had defeated Feng Jilin. It moved its little paws and quietly walked to this place. At the same time, it looked around vigilantly. After making sure there was no one around, Kitten scurried to the place where the 5-color altar had appeared. How is it? What did you find? Long Chen realized that through the connection between him and the Void Dragon Talisman, he could actually talk to Kitten directly. Of course, this was not said directly. What Kitten sensed was just a thought of Long Chen. Go, don't bother me. I just got here. Kitten said impatiently. This 5-color altar probably made it very confused. At this moment, it was walking around randomly, trying to figure out what was going on. 5 colors. I think it was set up by the 5 emperors. They once said that there was a 5 emperors secret realm. Kid, do you think this is the entrance to the 5 emperors secret realm? Kitten guessed after fiddling around for a while. Longchen thought for a while and said with certainty, that place is called the Eternal Battlefield. It is the center of the ancient cemetery. The place where you are standing might be the center of the entire ancient cemetery. Moreover, there is such a strange phenomenon. I think it must be the entrance to the 5 emperors secret realm. The entrance to the 5 emperors secret realm requires 5 keys. Even if we know it is the entrance, it doesn't seem to be of much use. Kitten nodded and said, moreover, the 5-color altar has not appeared yet. I don't know when it will appear again. I will observe here for a while. If there is no movement in the morning, I will go back. All right. Longchen nodded. In the beginning, he observed the kitten's situation for a while. When he really couldn't find anything, he focused on his own cultivation. Time passed gradually. Longchen was immersed in his cultivation. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying danger. He quickly stopped his cultivation. Longchen sensed Kitten's situation. At this moment, Kitten had not asked Longchen to take back the Void Dragon Talisman. However, he could feel that Kitten had hidden and was very nervous. What the hell happened? Longchen quickly looked in that direction. Through the slight connection, Kitten's eyes became his own. At this moment, he quickly looked in the direction that made Kitten frightened. At the place where the 5-color altar was, there were 6 strange people in black robes standing there. Their robes were very loose and their hats were also very big, covering their faces. It's them. Longchen was shocked. These 6 people were undoubtedly the 6 people that Soi Yan had described. Not to mention Soi Yan back then, even Longchen now could not tell what these people looked like. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.